Unified welcomes you to the following presentation of the Midwest Esports Conference. Here at the MEC, we partner with schools all over the Midwest to create premier gaming experiences.
The most common angles that the operator plays. This is like second to only B-Long. Fight is likely having a leg shot, but they're too slow! Drury lands a perfect headshot.
Laying in the damage zone to them on out. Going into A4, look at Sake. Laying in the middle.
Sake?
Laying in the damage. Going in revenge for their honey.
No way!
Sake Wabe! Get the quadra kill!
That was
So it kind of sounds fun, so I'll give it a chance. And then we ended up playing in high school the next 2 years together. We've been playing ever since. So he kind of taught me the game. We've been playing on a team since then, and then now we're in college, so we can't play together anymore.
We do love all the players, even the ones we shit talk. We love you all. We love you all.
Body Pluto looking for the plank. Trickster waiting, maybe looking for the steal. Pluto has his engage. The scatter of the weak comes through. Watch Levi though. Levi hasn't been touched just yet, but the damage is coming through. The melt line gets melted. Jinkwall on a killing spree, and all of Ottawa goes down.
Why? Those don't go in. It goes off the sidebar.
Starting to come out, the flash is popped. The Rolling Thunder is utilized to perfection. And now it's all on Thiessen, but Thiessen just keeps on going.
Welcome to the MEC. Enjoy the show.
Woo! Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the MEC. Hey. Yo, I'm ready. I'm hopping into the cast today with my boy Orbital. My name's Travis C, of course. And yo, we got a fun series ahead of us. Orbital, it's been so long since you and me have gotten to work together. It feels so good.
It does. It does. I think the last time was sometime like early 2023 or something like that. It has been a while, and it's kind of fun because, you know, usually you and I accompany the same position. We usually both play. So this time, I get a kickback. I get to relax and listen to all the fun go down. I get to spit my gold level knowledge here and hopefully not mess up every single ability name out there. But I am absolutely excited. We're getting into week number 3 now, or finishing up week 3, I should say, of the MEC, and that's what we're kind of looking at. And this is where things start to really come into play, right? 3 games so far for a lot of these teams, maybe about 4. You can see there standing at the top, GVU, ONU, and PNW, currently residing with 3-0s.
Yeah, with the 3-0s that are coming about, the big one that we have to look at is the fact we get the head-to-head between GVU and Ohio Northern to start things off on the day. And in Ohio Northern, double-header on this Sunday. Is no day of rest for them. They will be taking on Drury right after this, and it's a big must-win match for Ohio Northern inside of the day, because you're looking at your immediate competition in GVU and Drury on this doubleheader. So competition is going to be fierce. It should be for a fun series of games here. And before we get too deep into that, I wanted to take a moment to kind of self-reflect, because one of the big things that we had seen, I don't know if you knew this, Orbital, about me. We run a podcast called MEC Pod. It airs on Wednesdays, usually about 9 o'clock is when the video goes out. PM Eastern time, not Central. But, you know, you could check it out sometimes. This time we had a late episode because I didn't have my normal co-host. We had Castle from GVU, and we had Marquez from Purdue Northwest, 2 of the other 3-0 teams. Castle had some interesting words, had some fighting words in regards to it. Said, Ohio Northern had this very easy schedule, and that's why they're 3-0. So I wonder if sparks are about to fly on the Rift. And look at this little graphic I asked to get put together. Look at what we have seen for Ohio Northern, Cornell, Cleveland in the standings that you saw before. Haven't found their first dub just yet. They were also able to beat Briar Cliff. They defeated Drury and Campbellsville over inside the Spring Clash. They went 1-1 against GVU, who they're going to be going against here. But then they lost to Purdue Northwest. So the question is, right, how do you put things to rest if you're Ohio Northern?
So as someone that's competed,
Yes.
ever so briefly, literally one tournament. That's all I ever played, and then my career was over.
Quickly retired.
Yeah, very, very quickly. There was like 2 moments, and I was just like, nope, I'm good. People don't like to hear this, but there is some weight to the words of strength of schedule, and it cannot be overlooked. The fact that Castle pointed that out, I think, is appropriate for the current standings. Ohio Northern, their schedule has looked fairly easy at the current time. However, this is going to be a chance for them to prove themselves, right? Because it's not like they were just, that graphic was great. It's not the fact that, hey, they're not coming out of every single series 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. It's not like they're faltering here and there. They are winning in some convincing manners. So in that same vein, Ohio Northern, it's not saying, hey, you only got here by a fluke. We know you have some strengths. We just want to see that compounded upon. The call out from Castle should be a little bit of a heat, get under you, say, okay, now we got to prove ourselves. Now we got to show up. It is going to be very tough here today because, GVU is a practice roster. You're looking down that list. It's Strict Proctor, Castle, Ginkall, Nightstar, and Pluto for the GVU side.
Yeah, but Ohio Northern, they've got to go against something where they don't have as much practice. They actually have a substitute coming in. Aggression coming into the top lane. You got Julian, you got the King in there, but you know what? That's what everybody calls him inside of chat. Kaido and Kai, the Brothers of Destruction. But we do not have the all-star support, in my opinion, cuz coming in. Instead, we have Tango, our first look at Tango inside of the matchup. And this is hard competition. You're bot laning against Nightstar and Pluto, which is what a lot of people consider to be the premier bot lane inside of the MEC. You're being tested right off the get-go. I hope you know how to swim.
And we're tossing you in also a little bit of weights on your feet, right? Like you're getting dragged down a bit. You gotta be strong here, and that is one of the more unfortunate scenarios to go through. And here's the thing: I think whenever there is a substitute, there's always things taken with a grain of salt on either side, right? If you're an ONU fan, you're sitting there going, okay, hey, we had a sub. This doesn't feel like our full roster and everything like that. And everyone on the GVU side or anyone outside might be saying, oh, either way, if you have a sub, you should be able to play with it. Either way, I hope to see Tango show up, making the plays, being able to kind of hardline some of these fights and keep Nightstar and Pluto in check. I know it's a tough ask, but I do not want to see Kai and Tango kind of get rolled over in that bot side. I want to see a nice game. I want to see ONU kind of steady up the early game. And then in the mid to late, maybe things can go awry. We understand the strength of GVU. Like, we get it. We know that's going to happen. But we don't want to see it just hard slide into that bot side is kind of over.
Yeah, they're the reigning defending champion 2 seasons in a row, right? Like, they haven't lost the championship in 2 whole seasons. Many teams have tried. None have succeeded just yet. They have had split after split showcasing dominance inside of the MEC. And this season has not shown any signs of change at GVU. And you know what? You're looking at the bot lane, you're saying, okay, is that a possibility that you need to watch out for? Is that something that you need to be cautious of? My question that I actually want to propose is, do you put your resources a little bit further elsewhere for Ohio Northern? Maybe you look at Aggression and say, yo, Aggression, you're in the Strict Proctor, who has kind of been saddled into tank duty. Do you go and say, all right, we opting in for a more carry-oriented, maybe they go weak side with bot lane. Kai's signature champion, Ezreal, could be something very prevalent inside the series if they decide they want to go for a strategy like that, where they just say, Kai, you're weak side, congratulations. So we have to keep our eyes peeled. Let's see exactly what goes on here as we're getting into the draft.
And I do agree with Aggression, but I still think Kaido in the mid might have some value there. It really is just looking, or with how game 1 shapes up, if Tango comes out like an absolute star and hey, all of a sudden we're getting wins, you shift it there as well. At the current moment though, I would look towards the solo lanes here. A little bit more practice, unless Tango has been practicing with the team as a reserve roster. I would not want to put stock there. Go easy, Kai. Put him on a weak side. Put Tango in a safe support style, and you're good. You can kind of alleviate up. It's not the greatest plan. Don't get me wrong, but it's an understood one. Of course, we are seeing some of the champions taken off the board, like the Smolder. I understand that. You cannot let that one through if you haven't practiced it. It's a frustrating champion to currently be available.
It's also a champion I believe Kai has been putting some practice into as well. It works into the play style. It's a caster type of carry that can really just carry hard in the late game. I also like the fact that they are saying, all right, we recognize that aggression's going to want to play a tank buster. Let's get rid of the most premier one. Let's get rid of that Darius. While over on Ohio Northern, Nocturne, Karma, they are getting rid of the good stuff that gives good organized team play for GVU that disorganizes their team fight.
And I think it doubles down, right? The Karma, of course, having been nerfed recently in the patches, is still very strong as a utility all around and kind of slap it anywhere. Right now, the bans, though, it's a little bit questionable. GVU is still wondering, and the Varus now, it is going to be still targeted at Kai. We talked about it, right? Kai still has the option to kind of fall back towards that Ezreal, so this doesn't feel like a hard hammering against ONU's side. At the same time, taking away some of those premiers, some of those lane aggressive sides is appropriate. Now ONU respond with the Maokai ban, double of the jungle side, and then of course the Maokai support is in there as well. But I like the bans from both sides, GVU, and then okay, so Nightstar and Pluto immediately identifying, hey, we are gonna go hard. Lucian signals pure early game. Granted, mid to late game damage of Lucian is still very powerful if paired with that Milio. ONU have to be aware of that.
Yeah, I feel like this is such a big Milio angle. I'm glad you touched on that. And now Ohio Northern, I guess we kind of get a little bit of a reveal. They could also flex this. It's not really a champion I relate to Jinquil, but they do have that option. Ohio Northern, they see it. They heard you, Orbital. They said, we'll take the Milio. None of that. Lucian still has plenty of applicable partners.
Wow.
You have Philios from Kai putting the carry pants on.
Okay, so here's the thing. There's been discussion of Aphelios obviously falling from the top echelons at ADC Factor, and there is some weight to it, but I still like Aphelios in general. It still brings a very nice mid to late game powerhouse. The problem is right now, you're still locked in against the Lucian and the Nami. This is the, I want to say, Milio Lucian 1.0. It was the OG setup for the Lucian Nami. It was very strong. And then the Udyr to round it out between the top and jungle. This Aphelios is actually going to have a very hard time kind of sustaining through that mid game.
Lucian Braum, I'll never forget you. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. But
that is okay. Listen, utility, you know, enchanters type. So come on, give me some credit.
No. You're completely fine. You're completely fine. But on the other side of things, it's funny. We have Strip Proctor taking on the Udyr. We actually have seen a little bit of a resurgence of Udyr going back into the jungle here inside of MEC.
Yeah.
Seen a couple more teams of it. Does bait out the Gnar immediately as a result. We have seen that be a successful pick to at least, you know, not int on into the Udyr. But these second ban phase, they're flying fast, and this mid pool has shrunk incredibly.
I mean, you still have the wandering, you know, Azir Corki if you really want to. I mean, that's the easy part of the game. Of course, I think Corki got touched on ever so slightly. But if you are going safety, that would be your best bet. Of course, ONU, I think they're going to pick up a blind mid here. They're still looking for that top side. I think Aggression really wants a solid grab. And I lied because, of course, Gnar is there, so my brain just absolutely defaulted. Right now, you are looking for that jungle mid, and it's appropriate, right? Xin Zhao, I think, still has a great in. You can also jump on the Lucian if you so wish. If it is fully locked in, that also synergizes well with the secondary jump in of the Gnar. You have follow-up. It's the ability to engage from a decent range away. It is covered, so GVU now have to respond. I almost want to see more scattering potential from GVU. They already have a pretty scrappy comp, a good disengage, and there it is, the Lee Sin to dive in and out. Also punt away the Lee Sin or Gnar if they get close.
I love this just because Castle is such a good Lee Sin player, and it's also like... I've asked Castle, like, hey, is there anything in the new patch that you're interested in? And he was like, is there Lee Sin buffs? And I was just like, no. He's just like, I don't care about it then. I don't care. So he's a diehard. There's no way that's happening. That's toying with my heart. I've been playing a lot of Fizz today. This is toy. You're toying with me, producer.
Oh my gosh.
There's no way.
Actually, like, Fizz rose quite a bit. Yeah, so there it is. There it is. It is going to be.
How dare you!
Going to be Azir. This is. Okay. As a mid laner, I hate the fact that Corki and Azir are currently like meta. I hate that so much because I feel like there's a lot more burst champions. Like my heart is begging for Xerath to come back in. Like Xerath is by far one of my favorite slingshot mages. It's just like spell sling. Someone's gonna be
good too.
It is. It's also very niche. Like I understand you don't want to run a Xerath blind. Please don't do that. But the Azir Corki has been played out so much, I'm not even looking at Kato and Jinquil anymore. Like, that's for like 20, 25 minutes down the road. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I get you. I get you. It feels like in this game, we're kind of doing item checks inside of the game, right? Like, we're going to look at one side and we're going to be, all right, who's got something here? Who's got something here? What are your items looking like? all right, you're fighting around Dragon. Let's quickly scan through it. Who's going to be the strongest? Just because of the fact, like, right, you're looking at Azir to be, they're going to hit their power breakpoints through items. Corki, same thing. Lucian, a little bit different, has a bit more early game prio with that Nami, of course, but the Aphelios, yet again, big carry threat when we're looking at it. I think the most exciting matchup for me to look at now is inside that jungle, because you got the Xin Zhao and you got the Lee Sin. It's a signature champion coming out from Castle. You have Julian on the Xin Zhao, who is one of the most aggressive junglers inside the MEC. It should be a very big clinic from them, and it will be on them to get that definitive edge when we get into those item breakpoints.
I mean, GVU, it's hard to say. And I will say, I've been a fan of Castle since, like, old days, right? Like, Castle is someone that I've personally been able to interview a few times and has been ridiculously good. The fact that I think I was able to talk to him, I think last season in MEC, I was very briefly on, I was subbing in for someone. I just got to see Castle be like, yo, I'm having so much fun, and it's a blast, and really being able to show their stuff. And GVU have expanding upon that and giving over the Lee Sin. It's an identified fact that you knew it was coming. If Lee Sin is open, most likely Castle is going to grab it. With the itemization, though, Julian, I don't actually want to see get aggressive. Here's the thing. Julian, I know, is an aggressive jungler. I like that. But you are gambling that you can win the early game. You're already playing with the new support on the bot side. You have a strong bot lane setup, the Aphelios Emilio. But I don't know if you want to gamble that factor on winning the jungle like 1v1 or possible 2v2.
Can I bring up something real quick? I like to go in whenever we do our little, let us gamble moments inside of the Twitch chat where we put up a channel points to figure out who's going to be the decisive winner. It matters. It really does. I like the fact that we had a very close thing. It was actually a very close poll. And then all of a sudden the coach from GVU said, I'm all in. And it grew by like a 40K deficit in terms of channel points.
My God.
I really have to point that out.
That swing is heavy, man. That swing is heavy right there. But it also shows the strength, right? You got to bet on GVU. And if you're going to bet on GVU, you bet big.
Hey, look. On the bright side of things, didn't bet against his own team, so that's good.
Yeah,
love that. But here we go, going into game number 1.
Imagine, bro.
Dude, you go up to your players, you're like, y'all, dog, get out of here. I'm betting on all stocks on Ohio Northern. Choo-choo! Like,
I would be so sad if I was that player. I'd be like, bro, no. Or that would really piss me off, and I'd be like, all right, now we're just winning out of spite, right? Like, that's one of the two.
It depends on the coach, right? If you know your coach and that's like their humor, you're like, all right, yeah, bet. I'll run you down next time I see you in solo queue. Just wait. Like, yeah, you gotta take it where you can get it. And you know what? MEC is not afraid to fight back. That is for sure. We've seen that multiple times inside the interviews. I feel like Orbital, we're going to have a very, very slow thing until we get to see Castle and Julian start to get onto the map here.
I mean, if anything explodes or gets very hefty in the first, I want to say 3.5, 4 minutes, I'd be very surprised. The only way I see that is a hard invade. However, with Julian actually doing buff to buff, it could happen, right? We go ahead and see that 2 buffs. Start with a full clear out of Castle, so the pathing that we were expecting out of King Julian is going to be just a little bit different. Maybe an early gank, and with the pressure currently lined up on the bot side, it's looking like Nightstar and Pluto might be on the receiving end of an early gank.
Interesting thing, though, it is double defensive sums down there into the bot lane for Ohio Northern, so if it is going to be an early gank their way, no at night, no exhaust to be able to be in there, no combat sums. Nightstar actually took Ghost alongside with their flash, based summoner choice here for your AD carry. It means Nightstar is going to be incredibly hard to kill between the dashes and the fact that they're going to also have so much movement speed. I'm curious, if you do end up going that route, it is a hard sell.
I mean, we're seeing it now, and on the top side, Strict Proctor as well, having some trouble aggression, just fighting it out. This could be a chance.
No, this is actually a perfect time to go mini. Go ahead and proc him.
Oh my gosh!
What comes around goes around. First blood to aggression. Strict gets taken out.
That was just a little bit of a misjudgment on how much damage Anar can put out. Strict Proctor, I mean, you knew that you were going to be on a bit of a rough end, and I keep seeing this, right? I understand Meganar is such a big part of it, but to willingly go in against the Meganar and say, I want to fight, it's a problem. Now Julian in the mid.
Now Jinquall getting forced out with the flash. Big summoner blown there. Straight Proctor also no sums on their behalf. They have to use that teleport to get back up, and they had used the ghost. Opportunity presents itself, but they can't capitalize on the bubble on the bot side. Ohio Northern starting things off pretty hot.
It's nice, but we need to see even more, because even though you got that first blood on the top side, Ohio Northern are still behind in a little bit of gold. I mean, Castle, of course, was opting into that full clear and is now actually embedding on the opposite side. So this is actually what you lose on Julian's edge. It's just a little bit of problem. You decide to gank on the bot side, and of course, now you lose out in that CS department. So you do have to keep that in mind. Julian will fall behind if you are opting into taking these gank opportunities.
Oh, here comes Julian, jumps on in. Drip Proctor will get out, is in a good position to get out of harm's way, and the trading continues across the map as Kai being forced underneath their tower. Big thing that we have talked about, actually, I brought this up many times because I'm a big fan of Ohio Northern. I like a lot of the things they bring up. Their game ones have always been the biggest question mark for this team. So seeing them actually get a little bit of early aggression feels pretty good. But they tend to look like they fell asleep inside the very first game. So keeping our eyes peeled if this does turn into something major, because this has been a team that has been slow to start in these best of 3 series. And honestly, they probably have been blessed that it has been best of 3 series, as they have adapted and overcome a lot of different tribulations. As Pluto taking a good chunk of damage, the Flame Spitter shows no mercy to the fish.
I mean, that's the way you cook it, right? You get seared tuna and you're good to go.
I mean, you tell me.
It's pretty yummy. Yeah, I know. I love sushi. It's so good, and I love seared tuna. It's perfect. But at this point, the fact that Pluto is taken low means that they are feeling a little bit confident, right? Because at that time, Nightstar never stepped back. It was a very aggressive step forward. They're feeling okay. I mean, Kai's sitting at about the same HP. So you feel okay. Grandview are currently up about half a wave right now, so I don't think they're too worried. Main thing now is if those waves and pushes start coming out, Nightstar and Pluto are actually going to have a lot of value, right? All 3 grubs did go the way of Castle, so Grandview actually have a lot of pushing strength if they so wish. They just need to find a good recall timer for this bot lane to actually get back and spend the gold they built up.
Worrisome thing is both defensive sums did get blown into the bot side, so keep in mind on that. But thankfully, Nightstar, doesn't have mana. You're not dashing anywhere. And also, I don't think you want to dash into an Aphelios with red and white. Those colors just do not run. They will scrap back in your face. It will be a trade as well. Julian gets Dragon. So all is well that ends well, right? Things, you just take your trade as you can get it. So that's a nice little Hex Tech pickup. As Nightstar going in. I did just say the colors don't run, Nightstar. You really want to watch out.
I like how Nightstar is like, listen, I heard that statement. Maybe nope, I couldn't do anything. I had to back away. And now they're going to try and get some help. But take a look at what Julian is. If they wish to collapse, they could from ONU.
Yeah, this is great, but the flashes are available, and check out the wraparound from Julian. Laid into damage onto Nightstar. Castle is healthy, but the rest of the members don't have mana. They don't have anything. A great kickball stops Castle in their tracks. Julian cannot proceed forward with a dive, but still, yet again, thwarted. Julian with great awareness of where Castle was going to strike next.
I also think that was a half-hearted attempt, and I actually think that hurt Grandview more. I mean, Nightstar and Pluto were out of mana, didn't really have much in the tank, were about half health. I'm surprised you actually opted to try and force that out. Of course, they did turn around right away, but this bot side is looking a little bit messy right now, and I mean, that Castle wants it so bad right now.
Yeah, it's the my mind's telling me no, but my body's telling me yes. You know, it's we all have to fight the Lee Sin voice in our head.
Yeah, but I would have said Castle don't like hard gank it. Instead, just show up, try and apply pressure, and let Nightstar and Pluto have a good back off. Because now, actually, Kai and Tango feel like they have a pretty good pressure, and all that early momentum that Grandview had on the bot side feels to have been nullified a little bit, right? Nightstar and Pluto, they were pushing up, they had a good wave control, and now it's evened up. Kai getting a good recall off as well. Like, it feels like Tango and Kai are having a good time, and I mean, they're more than happy to stay down here. Take a look at their HP.
Yeah, no, appreciate your Jujutsu Kaisen reference there, production. But, you know, when we're looking at this, Nightstar getting enough mana to be able to dash in. Got green and purple. Can possibly lay out a little bit of CC for him. Nightstar did use the culling in that play. 4-man rotation possibly coming into the bot lane, but Azir was pinged out. We'll go back, retreat back into the mid lane area. And now Lucian, they're going to get spotted. They know they're backing Julian. Good defensive ward there off of the tri-bush, making sure that they had the entry possibly covered if Julian decided to proceed forward. This is going to equal out to a nice little advantage for Ohio Northern. They're going to be able to get another plate for themselves if they choose. And they got a whole wave getting dumped into the tower.
I feel this is also, you know, I was talking about the fact that Grandview felt like they felt a little bit behind in that scenario. I would agree with it. However, as an overall team, Grandview are still ahead, right? Ohio Northern, the reason that Julian was down there is you didn't have a choice. Take a look at where Castle is and how much they've actually garnered. That is a 7-camp difference because of how much Julian has had to put into the spot side to ensure that they did not fall behind. So as much as we're talking about Grandview's bottom lane as a vacuum area, Grandview as a whole are actually doing very, very well. Same with Strict Proctor, who on the top side lost out in that first blood. Doesn't really seem to have affected them that much, right? Not many plates have been taken yet. Aggression is still trying to find that good balance point. So overall, I'd say Grandview are still okay. It's really all up to Castle to see where do you want to use this huge CS advantage.
And that feel when you solo kill your opponent and they come back with just nothing but armor, so now your auto attacks don't feel like they're doing anything anymore. I mean, it's hard to be able to find that kill, but we're going to have to pause that as Julian finds Castle over at the Grubs. Is not looking to let him stay inside of the Grub Hub, and we'll make sure to take a little bit of those. So it's only going to be 4, I believe, for Castle here for GVU, and the rest of the team being here. They're going to try and go for it. Nope. Nami Wave goes wide. Strip Proctor is out. They're going to hit up a little bit more. Check out the package fully delivered as they go in shuffle. Kaido in the back line is laying in the hurt. Aggression with a nice ult onto Jing Wall. But Kaido is all alone. No members to give him refuge. A double kill for Jing Qual off a fantastic delivery.
Oh, man. ONU looked like they had something. They were able to stave off the 5 grubs, but well played from Grandview. The package was what really sealed the deal. Until we saw the package come in, it was a win for ONU, and then the package came in, they had to fight on top, and it was like, oh, dang. GVU coming out strong in the team fight, closing out at the end of the early game.
And I kind of want to go back. I wish we had a replay to be able to see it. I wonder, did Aggression not hit Mega until much later into that fight, right?
He did not. He was winning as he was walking in. He did not have a full Mega yet.
Dude, that's the problem with Gnar. That's what makes me feel sad whenever I have Gnar sometimes. Sometimes you get those big Gnar ultimates, and like there was a moment in time there was 4 of them clustered together. Could have been perfect, could have looked like a movie, but right now, they're the ones that are a little bit more so on the back end of the play. Julian trying to make a recovery effort happen for the team. Goes down bot, stopped by a bubble. Castle's also here. They don't know about that yet, but they did just find him. Well, Castle found Julian, and they're going to go ahead and go in. Try and lay in the work, make their own arena. Pluto taking a good amount of damage. Kai coming around. They got red and white, and they're tearing through some HP bars. Jin Zhao finds one, but here comes Jin Qual laying in the hurt. Kaido was able to join into the fray. Castle fell victim. Ohio Northern, just a 1-for-1 actually, just jungle for jungle. Pluto did go down though.
1 for 2.
Yeah, it was 1 for 2. Pluto did go down. Yeah.
Yeah.
I looked over at the timer.
It went so long. It went so long.
It went for so long. Yeah, like it was such a long fight, but hey, you still take that. Ohio Northern, very happy with that. And look at what they're getting in the bot lane.
This is actually kind of reaping the benefits, right? Take a look at where Julian is in a vacuum against Castle. Individually, Castle has won. 100% won that kind of jungle situation, right? 1-1-2 versus 1-2-2. Up about 30 CS on top side. I can't even talk now. Aggression getting jumped on here. I think you're still okay, but...
Oh. Or are they? Okay, yeah, they're okay. They weathered the storm. It's fine. It might actually be a kill turnaround. Aggression doesn't have the itemization to actually finish off the kill. They don't have Triforce completed just yet, so it's safe. It's safe for now. It's going to flip back over there at any moment. Okay, he's back.
Yeah. All right. So here's the thing. Julian has invested so much of their own time into this bot side that it should reap rewards. So Kai and Tango have gotten that. This dragon, though, if it's gone a different way, it's a problem.
They are going to wait. Let the Resonating Strike kind of wear off a bit. Second dragon secured. Ohio Northern keeping their streak together. And like just said, Ocean is our soul.
I'm excited. I'm a little bit excited about what's about to go down because this should actually field into Ohio Northern a little bit. This is going to be nice because if you are able to gather one more dragon, you get a little bit of extra regen and all. You are going to be able to sustain through a lot of the aggressive plays coming out here. Good dodge on the sidestep, but Kai and Tango are going to start pressuring down this tower a lot more. You can even see Julian is here just in case. They want to ensure Kai and Tango have a perfect start to this game.
Oh, the nice little wave coming about. A good use of that cleanse on this back end of the fight. Castle is fighting a fight of their own. But while this is all happening, Nightstar comes out on top on the tray, takes out Kai. Heartbreak ensues as Castle stopped Ohio Northern from being able to pull off that 4-man dive.
And that feels bad, right? The Moonlight Vigil was not up, so you couldn't use it, and that would have been a perfect time, right? If that fight had started about 10 seconds later, that would have been the big one. Aggression now starting to lose out on this top side as Ghost just popped just to ensure you get back, but you didn't even get the minions, so Strict Proctor trading out HP for CS.
Bro, Frozen Heart's a broken item.
It really is. It's frustrating. I love running it, though. It's amazing.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it feels great when you run it. When you have somebody else run it, like, look at him. He's like, oh, you're in my auto range? Cool, I guess I'm feeling the effects of this Frozen Heart already. And then, oh, wait, you're just going to double turtle? All right, fine, I guess. But Aggression is getting a couple little free hits on. Strip Proctor doesn't really have too terribly many options to go for if he decides to just kite back, but a little bit of a hard case scenario. We'll go back over. Rift Herald is being started up in the top side of the map at the moment as Ohio Northern's doing that. Aggression is still fighting out Strip Proctor. The camera is staying right here. There's something intensive about this 1v1 here. Something that will be studied for the ages as they continue to hop, skip, and jump around. But
3 minions
it's not
is enough.
all fun and games. It's time to end all of this. Boomerang hits, the slowest tethered. No minion wave is there. Castle's in the wings as well. Kaido using that Emperor's Divide lays in the damage. Beautiful flash to get away from the tsunami. Now Kaido in the 1v1 of the century. Mid laner versus support. Who will win? Well, let me tell you an answer that won't surprise you. It's Kaido who picks up the dub. And now Castle, who ran all the way from topside, was trying to help out, said, I'm not dealing with all those members. Goes back mid, gets a kill secured. But at what cost? Ohio Northern taking 2 whole towers in the top side, and they're looking to take more. You put it on the shelf, they're throwing it in their cart. Ohio Northern checking out.
ONU said, hey, we heard a little bit of a birdie talking, saying that we weren't that good, that, hey, you know what? Our strength of schedule dictated our wins more. They're showing up here for game number 1. Granted, it's 7-6. It's still fairly close. Gold is dead even, and bot side was pushed out by Nightstar. But Ohio Northern are having a pretty dang good game. Take a look. Aggression 3-0-0 hasn't yet to join the team fights. And you're 3-0 over Strict Proctor, this Udyr that needs to be kept down in the mid lane. Kaido starting to get stronger. 3-2-1 has a strength line. Kai and Tango gifted opportunities that they've been able to stay even against Nightstar and Pluto, who we said were the main ones to watch. Nightstar and Pluto have been relegated to just playing even, not exactly getting a lead like they're used to. And for a Lucian and Nami, you need a lead.
Lucian's a trap. I've said it multiple times. Feels like they're falling into it a little bit at the current moment in time, as now they got to figure out a way to pivot around. But it's not all doom and gloom, right? Look at Jin Qual inside the mid lane, 3-1-2 on this Corki. That's not a trap. They got a special delivery they would like to make, though, inside of a possible team fight yet again. They're also incredibly strong, as Castles also found themselves in a pretty good way. So all across the board, it's actually a very even game in terms of the gold, in terms of builds. Everybody's kind of at the same spot right now, as Kai's still seeking out that last bit of damage for themselves. And you can see Nightstar really wants to put the pressure down onto Kai every chance they get, but they're able to stay safe. They're not able to get jumped upon. Look at who's over here in the wings. Hey, yo, it's your best friend, Julian.
Oh, Kaido. Kaido wants it so bad right now. Wants to be able to do the shuffle, but I will say, the fact that it's even now still lends itself to ONU. You take a look down Grandview's side, like, the Corki is strong, yes, but the entire composition doesn't exactly scream late game to me, right? The longer we go along, it's going to feel a little bit worse and worse, and we're going to see Grandview, I think, feel a little bit more desperate right now, as that's going to be a bubble now.
Yeah, major target was Tango. Tango did flash, doesn't want to get tagged by the tsunami. Package is there for Jinqual, so anybody who's caught out of position can be immediately punished. Using the passive from Azir, set up that sun turret to make sure that they have a little bit of a defensive foothold here. They might just give up the dragon, but they're looking to actually barrel down into the river. This could be scary with package available.
Watch the Mega Gnar as well. That's the big call. That's the package.
Oh, package comes in, but Kaido misses the Emperor's Divide. He completely fumbles the bag, and now Julian left alone against 4 members. They will tear him asunder as they go back in, but check out the Brothers of Destruction running the rest of the fight on the back end of it. You got Kaido and Kai looking to tear apart. Kai, though, dropped down into critical HP, dodges out on the big one, and now aggression. He's going to go back mini. He's going to find a kill. Kai gets the kill secured, while Kaido gets shut down. Dragon secured by Grandview?
I mean, they'll take it, right? Grandview, that was your main objective. Yes, you wanted that dragon, but with the inside track, it felt like Grandview should have won the fight as well. The package was so well placed. It was in the proper position, and now it's a re-engage here from Nightstar.
And Nightstar wants the smoke. Kai is actually very low. Tango as well. They're going to have aggression. Getting that Mega Gnar. That's going to be the sign for them to go ahead and back away. But they had to pay a price. Another member of GVU offered up as a sacrifice.
And I want to give huge props to Ohio Northern for how they kited that fight out. Keep in mind, Grandview decided to split off. That was number 1. It decided to split off a little bit. Grandview were like, we still have to get Dragon, so let's focus a little bit on Dragon. We leave 2 on the bot side. The rest of us are going to go fight. And Ohio Northern identified that. Hey, don't chase for the Dragon. Go ahead and chase for the kills. Get that Corki. Get that shutdown. We can now see the gold actually splitting up a little bit more. In the jungle, that gold lead has significantly decreased. All that CS doesn't really matter now. In the mid lane, it's only about 600, which honestly, between these two, doesn't really matter. We're talking about item breakpoints. They've already hit it. And the top side is the biggest one. Aggression was able to soak up so much damage because of how tanky they were able to get. And then in the bot side, you're taking a look. 2 items versus 2.5. Nightstar is not as far ahead as we were fully hoping. If you're looking at Illusion Nami right now, Grandview should be understanding that that did not feel good what just happened. Now on the bot side, 1v1.
Looking for the 1v1, but it is a Corki. Should be fine. Should be dandy. Aggression just living up to the namesake. They'll get a tower here. Oh, they almost get a tower there.
30 seconds.
As they will have to back away. They'll come back around. You know, it's living on a prayer at this current moment in time, but that's a lot. Even this mid lane tower is also living on a prayer at this moment in time. And now I feel like if you're Grandview, you might be actually hitting yourself a little bit inside that last fight. You're still not out of it, so you still have another opportunity to come back. But I do think you're setting yourselves on timers, because the most convincing we've seen has been with that package, with that special delivery coming in express.
And I think a huge part of it was when you drafted this composition, you were really hoping for Udyr to be a little bit more of a force to be reckoned with, right? The whole bot side outside of top, Grandview have a really good 4-man skirmish comp if they're able to draw away singular opponents. Udyr has not been allowed to be that split push threat, right? You're not allowed to be that kind of annoyance that floats in and out of the enemy jungle and is able to kind of interlock that farm and really draw attention away. So Grandview haven't really been able to play the early game, mid game style that they were really hoping for. Instead, Ohio Northern had kind of locked them into this kind of stale moment. So Grandview are now on the hunt. We're seeing them kind of split up on the wings, Castle rotating around with Nightstar and Pluto, and just say, can we find anything? You're really just hunting for opportunities for kills. And then from there, you're going to try and snowball it into more towers. Maybe the top side, maybe the mid, maybe the bot, or into global objectives as well.
Small things that I really appreciate. We saw a split push going in there between Kaido and Aggression. They were on opposite sides of the map. I appreciate the fact that they had Strip Proctor actually matching the Azir, because even though he can't really contest the Azir for the farm, he doesn't have teleport available, so they were very mindful of it. But I also really like the fact that Ohio Northern, they're syncing up their backs when they're going for those split pushes, right? They're making sure like there's no pressure there. Kai is actually getting jumped upon. Nightstar finds the kill. Beautifully executed. Kai completely shut down. They're looking for rebuttal. Ohio Northern, they're not going to be able to find such here, but they do find Pluto on the back end of it. Kaido avenges his brother. You got a TP coming through. No package. It's going to be A-OK. That tower was almost dead. Almost could have been a wasted TP. But 1-for-1 trade. They did take out Kai.
They needed that. Grandview needed that kill, right? Nightstar needed to kind of apply dominance there and say, I'm still strong, right? 4-0-0. Currently the one to watch. If you're able to do that again, Grandview can create the opportunity and the space necessary to break open more fights. And that kind of sends a ringer off in ONU's head. Hey, we can't allow our ADC to kind of be out there. Yes, it took a while. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't the full burst. But you saw how kind of almost lackadaisical they were, right? Ohio Northern, Tango still has that heal. Still has a flash. Still could have body blocked or done everything. Used the Q and R. But you still had stuff in the back pocket. You weren't expecting that level of damage from Nightstar. So that should be a reality check for them. Grandview, though, you're seeing opportunities. You can still do some damage at the current moment.
Yeah, and you're seeing the fact that they are willing to make very aggressive moves. The problem is you're not able to get anything else out of it besides the kill. This tower, like I was talking about before, it's paper mache. It gets cut down. And with Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, losing out in your mid tower is a big deal. But it's, of course, Ohio Northern who have control over that river.
Oh,
it
wow.
might just... This could be interesting, actually. With Baron being up, I like Grandview's movements here. Kind of saying, if you guys go down, we'll go up. We'll see what happens.
They're also hunting, right? GVU, if they can get a single pick, that's great. Kaido has not looked exceptionally clean on the Azir. Granted, we haven't had a standard team fight either. Package is currently up in the pockets of Jin Qual, so it is going to be a trade. But Grandview going to get Dragon instead.
Yeah, and I mean, Grandview actually, they're going to be able to get it. They get it
so
quick.
Fast.
They got it very quickly, but Baron is going to go down very quickly as well. It's already halfway down. Strip Proctor comes in, gets eyes on the prize, but they're not going to be able to contest this at all. It is gone. It is melted, and now GVU's response. Chase down, barrel down that mid lane. Corky trying to run interference on some of these bat timers as they tried to recoup. No minion wave was there, so they couldn't even get a tower out of it. It's so unfortunate for him. That Baron play is going to be so massive for Ohio Northern.
Yeah, I would actually say that's a big dub for ONU. Like, they got lucky that the minion wave wasn't there. That should have been a play for the tower. Should have been a play for Dragon and tower, and maybe a kill behind. GVU feel bad. They got the dragon, but it's only evening. Granted, it is 2 ocean dragons. You can heal up quite a bit. I don't really see any grievous wounds coming out of ONU, so Grandview will actually enjoy that factor. However, now it becomes the tricky part, and this might be the chance. Tango.
Oh, Tango caught out of position. The substitute coming in, but Julian looking to answer in. Teleport being called in on the play. They said this could be our decisive moment to go ahead and peel off that Baron buff off of decisive members. Julian gone. Nightstar unstoppable. And Ohio Northern lose 2 members off the back of that pick.
That feels bad. Tango, the one stepping in right now as a support, stepped out of line just a bit. And GVU, we know they're strong. They are going to punish that factor. The fact you only lost 1 tower is something, right? So ONU get out a little bit safely. You only lost 1 mid tower, and you still had 3 Barons on the table, so you can still put some work in. However, GVU, they are hunting. They are guerrilla tacticking, tactile, in surgically removing singular players around. So, I mean, that's their game plan. At this point, ONU just got to watch their flanks a little bit more.
Yeah, that should be, you used the terminology wake-up call earlier on. Well, Ohio Northern, I hope you're awake after that, because they're going to look to do it again. Here comes Castle on the flank, but they get shredded, decimated. Dragon Rage kick only hits on the Kai, and Kai is able to survive the onslaught of damage. Bubble goes wide. And the Sun Disc is there to give a constant source of pressure. Check out Julian coming in from the back. You got Udyr on the flank, looking for the play. Kaido with a massive flank onto Jin Qual. They get a good tsunami into the back line as Udyr is running wild. Jin Qual falls. Strict Proctor is gone. And Ohio Northern are running wild.
Oh, and you said strength of schedule. What? Game number 1, slams one against the wall. It's just a quick kill. Nightstar is down. Grandview picked a little bit of an early game composition and tried to throw down the gauntlet, and the glove came right back in their face.
Yeah, pick it up. I'll slap it right back into your face. Ohio Northern pick up game number 1. Ohio New World Order. What was that graphic that we had earlier? Production. Apparently, it might just be true because Ohio is running wild inside of game number 1. That is a big boost for them inside of this series.
I would agree. We stated at the beginning, ONU, I think everyone had questions about them. Everyone was kind of still, and they're still there. Don't get me wrong.
There it is.
Oh my god.
Ohio versus everything, baby.
Yep. They're going up against the world, and it is well tracked now. The first step that we want to see, game ones. Have you shored up your game ones? Have you started to become a little bit better in opening up a series? Yes, you have. That game, it looked even, but even was not where GVU wanted. So ONU played to that, closed it out nicely in a few good team fights. Yes, Tango stepped out once. A singular time did Tango get caught. Well played there. They played their comp well, and moving into game 2, I expect more of the same.
I mean, going into game number 2, right? Ohio Northern, they have a little bit of a taste of what works. Hopefully, they're not full because they still got a lot going on for themselves. And GVU, they're going to not let them sit back and just take that dub that easily. Before we send it over to a quick break, we want to give a quick shout out to a little cool thing that we got going on over here at Unified. There's a webinar that is going to be hosted over here where you can join Unified and play easy for a webinar that is about running esports events at 2 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday, February the 21st. This is a great little thing to be able to go into. If you've never been to a webinar before, basically they speak to you, they talk to you. Usually there's like a Q&A. You can kind of get a lot of information. Unified's been around inside the scene forever. Ever since the days of Upsurge is when I've been around here. So, you know, Unified has been here running gigs, running different events for years. So be sure to pick their brain, figure out a little bit more of that information, and just type !webinar to be able to find the link to go ahead and register ahead of time. That being said, we're going to go ahead and throw that short break, and when we come back, we're going to be going into game number 2 between GVU and Ohio Northern. I am excited, and I can't wait.
We are here live at the MEC Fall Championship. It's Kendo Slice, and I am with Cleveland State University's Sully. Sully, the question that we've been asking everybody, what does esports mean to you?
Well, esports to me is just like the ability to play with other players and compete with people and try to overall improve at the game. It's about not so much as winning, because when you win, it feels great, but it's about learning the game and playing the game at a high level and having fun at the competitions. That's what it's all about to me.
Having fun and the competition. Love that. First off, I do want to ask, over the last 3 months or so, we're talking scholastic esports.
Yeah.
Has there anything that the last 3 months has enabled you to learn?
For esports specifically, well, playing with my teammates, because before this, I played at a 2-year school, and so it's 2-year school. We had a lot more fun with it. Like, we didn't really do as well, but kind of just went in there and played some weird comps and just had fun. And now playing with all these other CSU guys, they just made me better, because playing with like better people and surrounding myself with better people just helps me learn. So I can kind of take things from everybody and take all their different play styles and mesh it into one. So
I love it. It really does happen everywhere, folks, whether it be esports or as well as real life. We all grow each other, and seeing that in the team dynamic is fantastic. We're at LAN.
Yeah.
It's another opportunity to get not only that team dynamic, but to look across the stage and be like, hey.
And take from them, too.
You're taking positives from that. You know, you're getting them shook. I heard you all did fantastic earlier in a match. The LAN process. What's it been like for you? Have you enjoyed your experiences with LANs?
Yeah, so like especially we didn't have school yesterday because our school observed Veterans Day, so it's like a 3-day weekend. We get to travel. It's like a vacation. We get to stay in a hotel. Last night we played some cards, different card games in our dorm room all together, in our hotel room all together. So it's like a big vacation, which is awesome. And then on top of that, we get to come here and play some Valorant, and that's the cherry on top.
I love it. And you throw on top of it, there's more to come.
That's right.
Favorite esports moment, but we're shaping it.
Okay.
It's from the last 3 months. It's going to be from this semester, and excuse me there.
This semester, actually, like, today was probably the best moment because we played earlier. I got an ace. That was pretty awesome. And then the game before that, I did pretty well, and I got a triple spray transfer, which I'm pretty proud of, which I can't wait to go watch that tonight later. And so probably today. Today's probably been my favorite.
Hey, there you go. And this is just the beginning. It's not just the peak. Finally, we're looking forward toward the future. What does the future look like for you in esports going into the next semester? Anything coming up that you're excited about?
Well, I mean, this is our first semester as a team because me and Lime, we're new to this team. So we're looking forward to being able to practice more over winter break. And we're looking at this semester, we're looking at this as kind of like a practice run, like a dry run.
Yes.
And then next semester, we're getting for real. We're getting real. So next semester, we're planning on doing a lot better. I'm happy with our results this semester, especially just forming. But now that we've been together for a year, it's gonna be over.
It's gonna be good. That's what I'm talking about, folks. I really appreciate Sully. Once again, more interviews to come.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MEC. I hope you're excited to be here because I'm excited to be here because we got GVU, Ohio Northern. They've already thrown down inside of game number 1, and Ohio Northern is the team in the lead. It's the first time in a long time that GVU has had to take that medicine.
Yeah, I think we got a stat from our wonderful producer stating that this is the first time in a series that GVU have actually had to opt for a side since, I believe, March of 2023. For those wondering, that is a full split and then some in between, that a team has not had to kind of select a side because they lost a game. That is a crazy stat. And they even lost on a composition that I feel they have practiced very well, right? Castle on a signature Lee Sin. I mean, this is Udyr that we're talking about in the top side. Yes, it might have been a little bit off, but I mean, that's that. Corki in the mid lane, something that's been played all the time. And then the Lucian and the Nami. Again, these are all practice, and I really think it did come down to ONU. Spacing, understood, the priority threats, right? Corki package, is it up? All right, watch out for that. Hey, Lee Sin's coming around the side. We had to identify the identification of threats coming from GVU. ONU play that so well.
So beautifully well done. And it comes down to how Ohio Northern pilot this game. Even with a substitute inside of the game, right, it does not hold them back in any degree. Kaido had a fantastic Azir ult at the very end, but I really like the fact of how they played out those last couple minutes. I actually had a little bit of criticisms about how freely Nightstar was able to move up and like contest Kai inside the mid lane whenever they were doing like the 1-3-1. So I was actually like a little bit worried, but that last like minute of gameplay, it was beautiful. It's like they just corrected a lot of the errors they were making, and they had this beautiful bit of movement going around. Nobody was in an off situation, and you could see GVU, the wheels were turning. Like they were like, yeah, we're gonna hit them with these flanks, and it's like Ohio Northern were a couple steps ahead in each case.
And I think that actually came from the early game. We're talking about the last few minutes of play, but let's go ahead and look at the top lane, because this is a lane that you and I set up. We're like, hey, you know, Strict Proctor's gonna do their own thing, and Aggression's gonna try and handle that. Aggression did more and then some. A huge factor for the composition of GVU, in my opinion, was Udyr getting ahead and drawing a lot of that pressure away. It was a flex pick, so you kind of had to work it into the comp. If Udyr was even, it would have been way more threatening. We would have seen split pushes maybe on the top side, maybe on the bot side, running away from the rest of the comp. Would have drawn some attention there, and then Nar maybe wouldn't have been as tanky or as chunky or as powerful getting into some of these fights. The fact that aggression held the Udyr, and not only that, I hate to use this word, felt like they manhandled the Udyr. It was so good. Like, shutting down that pressure point, the flanks felt non-existent because the only flanker that could have been around was a Corki package, which is only up every, 6 minutes or something like that? And at least Sin, which literally has to sacrifice themselves just to get a kick off, the Udyr just wasn't able to enter. So huge props to aggression for shutting that down. Not only that, on their own, pretty much.
I want to bring up something very important that I feel like we're going to lose if I don't bring it up now. I feel like I can't bring it up when we're in draft. I can't bring it up when we're in game. But it's a very important factor that needs to be brought in.
Okay.
Drahir lost all their channel points. That was like 40k. Poor GVU coach is out there. Yo, belt is off. He's going over every single player over there. He's going by. Who said you could lose that game? Who told you not to? I told you not to do that, dude. Like, Drahir is livid right now. He bet the house and lost it. He don't even have a car to sleep in anymore after he spent all them points, bro.
What was that, 40,000 or something? That was a crazy amount to drop on that game one. I mean, to be fair, all the stats said that they were supposed to lose that one. Let's be true. ONU were supposed to lose that one. GVU were supposed to win. Like, mathematically, it was correct.
Mathematically, if you look at the statistics. But a betting man who's thinking with his heart came out on top for Ohio Northern. So they said, you know what? We'll take those. But hey, we're going into game number 2. Side is going to stay the same. GVU opted in for blue side inside this. Curious to see if there will be any adaptation actually inside of the ban phase. Because I do think it was the play on the Rift.
I really think the only thing that to me stood out was the Xin Zhao. Julian had a lot of pressure with that champion. Not exactly overwhelming pressure, but enough to like stifle some of the engages that Castle wanted to go for. We saw the matching entries into some of the lanes. If there was a point, because every other lane, maybe the Udyr top, maybe don't go Udyr, right? But that's not really an ONU ban, like you had to ban ONU out. It was just like, it didn't go well. The only one I can really think that I would want to change is if you're trying to ban something, ban Julian Xin Zhao or get him off something a little bit too close. The fact that's a Lucian surprised me that GVU are pivoting very heavily in game number 2, saying we are not going to look for that Lucian first. We cannot allow it to fall into Kai's hands.
Yeah, that's a pretty big statement actually put in from GVU, just taking that off the table. And my question now that I had to propose, right? With Nightstar, do you just first pick Varus here?
Yeah, 100%. And I actually don't dislike this, right? I think it's actually very obvious, right? You go ahead, lock in the Varus. You can pretty much function into any sort of composition. You can go the on hit. You can go to lethality. You can even go AP for whatever hell you want to go through. It's a very nice general pick. And now ONU got to go, well, how are we going to deal with this? We don't have that wait until mid to late and then roll over it, but the Caitlyn is a great way to do it. And Julian still gets his ins out, but that Caitlyn picked the long range. We're expecting another utility, maybe a Lux to come out here and just be a giant pain in the butt.
Yeah, last time we actually saw a Caitlyn, it was Caitlyn Lutz, like you were just talking about, and it dumpstered bot lane. Absolutely, like it was a fire down there. It was the oh lord, what's happening bot lane is what everybody on their team was looking out and saying. So that's very good for them. Shrimp Project getting put back on Cassante duty. This is a champion that has been very stable for them. It does not surprise me to see them going onto this pick, and with this rail being hovered, nice little bit of flexibility as well with that champion.
I mean, you can run it in the support role, which I wouldn't want to see, because of course if you are expecting, I expect to see a Lux ban now come out just for the hell of it. This Gnar and Cassante matchup is vastly different than the Udyr, right? I think the Cassante has a little bit more kill threat in there, has a little bit more dueling potential rather than just walk at you and burn you down. So this top lane should go vastly different than what we saw in game number 1. The Rel as well, as funny as that sounds, it's going to be, I'm not sure why I want to slot it, because you know Caitlyn is going to run something long range. That Rel, you have to be willing to send everything in, right? So if they do decide to run it support, I expect Nightstar and Pluto to be almost in the same situation as they were in game 1, which is if you want to win the lane, you got to commit. And you got to commit just about everything to try and kill this Caitlyn or whatever else is going to be put out.
Now, I did want to bring up, when I go over and look at ONU, Tango, normally if Cuz was playing, I would fully expect the Lutz. I actually don't expect it because I did just take a quick moment to look at what Tango normally plays, just because of the fact it was a last-minute substitute, and I want to know, it's very specific what you can lock in with a Caitlyn. They play Hook Champion.
Oh,
The only champion that can mesh with like a lane bully mage style is a unique one that goes by the name of Vel'Koz. So it's either Hook champions.
Okay,
that's their most played by far. So that is their most played champion inside of solo queue, inside of all their record. It is the Thresh. So this is their most comfortable champion.
I like it. I actually really like this because, again, you're looking down, and ONU still have a pretty clearly defined composition. They're going in, right? With the Zinzao, with the Gnar, it's still built up as an engaged tool, and now with the Thresh, you had that flexibility that you had, not exactly with Emilio, but it's good. Okay, I like this. I like this throughout an Israel jungle, and they're also grabbing the Azir. If they do this, I actually really like GVUs now. I did say GVU, a huge thing is it felt like they were kind of hoping for the early game to go better. Now you have some late game insurance. Now you have that mid to late. ONU, you don't really have a choice. You kind of got to go for that Corki if you want to match that mid lane presence.
Now, I do want to bring up, Sylas was left open. Kaido does like Sylas. They do want to go for it. They're hovering it, which means they're messing with me again. No, they're not. They're not messing with me. We get a Kaido Sylas game. Let's go.
I hate the fact that either you or I have predicted at least one of these picks so far, mostly because I'm not supposed to be able to predict these things. I am a play-by-play. I don't predict anything. I call it like it is. You and I have both predicted so much, but it's so good, right? At this point, ONU has so many comfort picks lying down. I am a little bit worried about their sustained damage. Caitlyn is not, except like now is a little bit better than previously, but before you talk about Caitlyn, it's like, okay, you have a little bit of a power trough, right, at some point, and it wanes. I think the Caitlyn is still okay in that factor. It's a little bit better in that mid, but it's like, it's not all encompassing like the Aphelios. Let's be honest, the Aphelios is like pumping out damage left and right. So that's my only waning give right now for ONU.
Yeah, there's this weird moment where Nightstar's itemization is going to be stronger than Caitlyn's, but then there will be another moment where Caitlyn will kind of match. Their troughs are a little bit different, like you were talking about. The big spicy thing is the amount of pick potential and the way that they can team fight together from GVU. And then also on Ohio and Northern, both these teams have a lot of tools. Just because, you know, you've got the Rail who can initiate a team fight. You got Varus Pike who can go ahead and grab somebody to start off a fight. Sante who can kidnap somebody. Azir can shuffle people. And then you got Sylas who can do all of that. Isn't that great?
It's amazing. I am expecting double Magnet Storm, double Emperor's Divide, maybe double Death from Below. I also fully expect a double Cassante ult to come out because I have not learned that one either. But it's I expect the Sylas to be exceptionally good. Game 1 did not thrill me, but that's because of the matchup. This one thrills me. The Sylas will either do well or lag behind in the early game.
I didn't happen to notice if there was a gamble on Twitch. I was looking over for it. Didn't happen to see it. I know some people actually got a phenomenal large amount of points from that last game. I also, real quick, before we get into game, shout outs to Nightstar in chat who says, good luck GVU. I believe in you guys this time. Hey, thanks. I'm sure they appreciate it.
That's one of those moments that you're just like, you got to pat yourself on the back and like you got to help yourself somehow, right? Like you got to give yourself a little bit of credit. And granted, the early game did not feel bad. Any other composition that GVU ran, I would have been like, that's an okay way to enter the mid to late. It's specifically that it felt more early game geared from GVU that I was like, you can't be sitting there at a standstill and feel like you're doing okay. This composition, I wouldn't be upset if you had a very quiet early game and banked on your mechanical, because granted, GVU in what was that first dragon fight actually looked okay at the first major fight that they had in game 1.
Oh, well, let's go ahead and see what we got to rock and roll with. The poll was put up, by the way, but we won't have time to talk about that as Kaido's going to have to dash over the wall and get out of harm's way. It didn't have to blow any sums, thankfully, for themselves. There is a poll up that is almost gone, though, and Ohio Northern looking like they are the favorites from the viewers out there this time around. You guys have swung. What's going on?
Yeah. There's no 40,000 to drop on the other side this time.
all
That's
the
why. That's
all of
actually why.
GVU lost all their points. Tango is going in. They're looking for the all-in moment to come out here. Kai is incredibly strong at this moment in time because they did get that headshot going in. That is a huge chunk of damage. And Tango, by the way, real quick, guess what their second most played character is?
What's that?
Pipe.
Ooh.
Same amount of games as the Thresh, actually.
So you know exactly how to play against it, and that's the best part of any player, is like when you know exactly what to do against the champion you're playing against, right? And granted, this is an oddball pick. We don't see many pikes anymore. It's just not, I wouldn't say it's amazing, right? In the current meta, you have to have a pretty strong set, and I know we saw one last night, but it's still like, you don't see it as prevalent, right?
No,
I guess is the
no.
best way to put it. So I like the fact that Tango has experience, but needless to say, Castle might have a chance to flash.
Yeah, check this out. Rail's coming around on the side as well. Tango is going to get dropped. Easy as can be. The remount from Castle, the flash dodge. Kai got the dancing shoes, and they're ready to tango. That's not a little bit of anything is going to be able to connect with Kai.
I mean, that's still a first blood, though. Right?
Still
we talked
first
about the
blood.
difference, you know, yeah, first blood, and it also went over into your most prominent member, right? Nightstar last time, the first kill you got, I think, was way later in the early game, right around 5 or 6 minutes. So this time around, you feel a lot better. So for Grandview, this is much more in their style. Mid lane, though.
Yeah, the Emperor needs to call on some soldiers there. It's like, yo, guys, I gotta get out of here.
It feels good. It feels good. ONU, not that far behind. They still have pretty good strength. Honestly, that first kill for Nightstar feels more like covering for the early aggression, right? Kai has a range. Kai has a little bit more damage at the moment. We'll see how it flows out.
Yeah. And check out what's happening right above Castle at the moment. They're going to find out that they're taking it. The sweep is there. They only know that Julian is here at the moment, though. Julian gets it. Aggression was not spotted. Strip Project is going to see aggression coming back into the lane. We'll say, oh, caught the boomerang. I'm going to leave. But really good response coming in from Julian.
It's something that, of course, I personally was a little bit worried about, right? Castle got a massive farm lead in game number 1. Like, it was ridiculous. It was what? I think it was like a 7 camp lead at one point over Julian. This time around, obviously, I don't think it's going to happen. Oh, that hook, though!
Hook for hook. Pluto does not appreciate the trade because the tower is the Phantom third member of the bot lane.
When a Phantom hits you, does that make him real, or what does that do? Because I don't know Phantoms that hurt that much.
I'm going to be honest with you. My name's not Danny. I'm not a nutspurt.
All right, there we go. Kai now getting dragged in as well. And there's just... This bot lane is going a vastly different direction, and I really, really appreciate it. Look at that. That was a spell reel, 3 autos, and a final arrow.
Kai!
Good
Kai
flash, but look at the ignite. They're gonna go.
They're going in. Pluto getting autos onto Kai. Kai kites it, but it's not enough. It is a kill secured, and Castle will go ahead and run on back to their own side of the jungle. A 1-for-1 trade under the tower.
I didn't think they were going to go that hard. I was like, nah, they're going to back away right after the... Nah. They're going to duke it out. They're going to fight. I was like, Jesus.
It's personal. It's personal, bro.
It really is at this point. Listen, you lost our coach 40,000 points. We're going to take it back somehow. I don't know.
I mean, he did slap him across the back of the head, allegedly.
Oh, man. No. We're not going to do it. Right now, though, ONU getting a very nice extended pressure. The grabs are going to go in their favor at Ed and Eddie, falling into the pockets of ONU, and maybe they get to play a little bit more with that, right? Last time around, we didn't really get to see any of the Void Mites because, of course, only 4 was taken, but ONU is starting to get a little bit more in the pockets.
Yes. Getting those 3 grubs is pretty big for them. Something else that's big for them. Hey, yo, guess whose turn it is to be bot lane? Castle says, your life is misery. I'm going to be the one to make sure you're feeling every moment of it. Everybody down here is your enemy. Tango taking a good bit of damage, but check out Julian off the back of the death sentence. It is going to be something that won't be able to find that final bit of punctuation. Julian finally gets that kill. Kaido's coming in with the Azir ult hacking. They yoinked it earlier, and now it's Castle who has to pay their dues. It is going to be a 2-for-2 trade as Aggression finishes things off at the back of the teleport.
I'm actually loving this from GVU's side. They've identified something that in the last game didn't really have a hand. They've identified that Nightstar and Pluto are like their win condition, right? Every other lane felt pretty smooth, and it was really just the bot lane that never got off the ground. So Ohio Northern are now getting the full treatment, right? Castle can't fast clear. Your whole champ is geared towards ganking. It's going to happen. You're going to get camped. I fully expect massive wars to be dropped here. ONU as well, just have to be aware that these games are going to come through. But GVU, they earned a lot there. Yes, it was a 2 for 2, but you get so much extra pressure. Strict Proctor now has a TP advantage. Same in the mid lane. This is going to be Jin Qual to be like, we have full pressure. We can do whatever we really want.
Yeah. No. This, Kai's going to get this last bit of the wave. Is probably going to rotate back down to the bot side. There's a little bit slow on the rotation, right? But Dragon hasn't been secured by either side just yet either, so there's a possibility they might just say, screw it, let's go ahead and get the Dragon, but they might just barrel their way down here bot lane as they see Varus trying to pick up a little plate. They're saying, that's a little cheeky of you. You're just going to flash forward.
Wow.
Nice lantern toss. This is exactly what you would expect to see from a Thresh player as they go in, lay in the groundwork, and the rest of the team will execute upon it. Nightstar is shut down.
I love this. So this is absolutely personal now. There is nothing else behind it except personal anger at each other. Like, this is the time in solo queue where you are in-game chatting to each other and you're like, yo, why do you need so many ganks? I thought this was a 2v2 lane or, all that stuff. You're like, no, it's a 5v5 game. It's like, bet, run it. We'll get our jungler as well. Like, this is that point. I expect no game to be played anywhere other than the bot lane for the first 15 minutes now.
Okay, check things out. We're getting ready for a dragon fight. Ultimate is available for Castle,
Castle.
not on
Oh, no.
Julian. He's going to look to go in for the
Good
Menace
fight.
Storm, but immediately got pushed away by the Thresh, and now Castle falls victim.
what?
They're just trying to be able
lane?
to get anything for themselves. Top lane, Kasante picks up the solo kill onto Aggression. Got caught looking down there at the Dragon Pit. Unfortunate for them, apparently, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, and Dragon secured as, yo, you need to get out of there. That is a Silas holding a Pike ultimate. You do not want to be taken down from below.
To be fair, Kaido is actually running the Rod of Ages build, so you're not actually going to have that much damage early. It's a good chunk, but if I had to guess the damage output, you're looking at what? I want to say about like 50% of your HP, 40 maybe with this full spell wheel. So it's not exactly kill range, but it is dangerous. So I do agree, but it's not the burst that we see all the time. Top lane, though, this is a drastically different state. Remember, we talked about the fact that in game number 1, a huge reason that ONU were able to win is because Strict Proctor was not allowed to have influence over the game, was losing out in the 1v1, wasn't able to have pressure. You're now a Kasante. At 0-0-0, you're going to have influence. At 1-0-0, you're going to be pressuring that singular lane. If you go 2-0-0, you pretty much dominate the top side of the map.
We're seeing a different side of the story inside this game as well that I want to reflect upon. Julian now 3-1-1. Everyone's favorite player inside the game, right? They're getting to have that moment to pop off. Kaido trying to look for an angle with Tango hovering above them. They do get grubs over there in the top lane, which is a very big thing. And the reason why I want to bring that up is Julian is having a phenomenal time on this Xin Zhao this time around, getting the kills exactly where they need to be. While Nightstar, this time, they're actually able to put in a little bit more aggression that they didn't get to put in with that Lucian in the last game.
You actually get to have value over, and that level 6 was so good. Now,
Oh,
the tower.
Pluto! Hello? These skewers don't miss.
I mean, that was a chain of corrupted target, though. Like, let's be honest. If you missed that, you shouldn't be playing Pike to begin with.
That's fair. That's fair. That's very fair. You're completely fine on that. Listen, I get a little bit hype when I see the Pike land the skewer, okay? Because I'm like, oh, man, he's going to full combo on full rotation. Okay. It's going to be sweet.
Oh, no!
Tango
No
knows
way!
about Alcove
Illegal!
Gaming. Alcove Gaming is a game that Tango has played so many times before on Pike.
That was so illegal, bro. There was no ward. You're assuming that Pluto never left aside. Like, I understand that there's a ward there, and you're assuming that that's down, but, like, well played to understand you didn't see him come out on the other side because they had already used their invisibility. Well timed, well played. Put a little bit of fear into them right now. However, Castle's still on the bot side. It's dangerous. Pluto is low, but you can still make something happen if you wish.
Very dangerous to go for. There is also no ghost available on the Varus. Aggression taking a good amount of hurt. Strict Proctor looking to try and take him for a ride, possibly, but is not going to go for any kind of overkill here inside of this lane. It's just going to let Aggression kind of farm back it up, and they would be able to stay safe. But this is the lane state. Strict Proctor, little annoyed, tapping on the watch, saying your time's almost up.
Oh boy, and that's a jump forward. That
Yeah. Time is actually up at this moment in time, but here we go. The ult's coming in. Aggression might have something else to say as a result. Good timing for the Meganar to come in there. Stay safe. Pluto's coming in at the speed of sound. Tango is sitting on a ward, so they need to get out of dodge. And Pluto says, I knew there was a ward around here.
I knew that was there. Granted, I think Strict Proctor did not want a tower dive, so that's why he actually held on to the ult. If you had ulted, I don't think Aggression would have had enough time to actually turn into Meganar. You might have just been able to get a kill right there. So really well and safely played by Strict Proctor. You realize you don't have to actually kill in this lane. You just need to keep Aggression down below, by about 30%, and you'll never get challenged in the top lane, right? You get a free pressure on the tower. You get to fight all the way through, and it feels great. So Strict Proctor is going to be more than happy about the current situation.
Aggression won't be.
Yeah. Aggression is more docile now. Might need to change the name.
Yeah, Aggression is feeling a little bit quiet inside this one. They're just going to have to farm up. You're on Gnar duty inside this game. Congratulations, you're playing weak side. Kaido, though, 0-0-2. That Rod of Ages is starting to tick up its time, and we're going to start to see that becoming a very effective item. Curious on what Kaido's going to go, because, you know, usually you see the Rod of Ages, you think they go for that budget build, right, on the Sylas. I do wonder, I've actually ran into a couple Sylases that have been very happy to, like, go for, like, Lichbane or something along those lines very early on, so I wonder if we'll see a little bit more aggressive itemization after the Rod of Ages. We do get the flick over to the gold.
And taking a look, that 400 gold difference at the top side is being felt, but the jungle is a whole different. That's why they're focusing on this Julian right now. Good flip over.
Good flip over, but hey, yo, there's a lantern right there. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to grab it. I'm going to go back to Tango. He's going to be my best friend. Kaido gets a little bit of hurt. The soldiers are commanded to do that. And Grandview, in just an instant, has taken complete control over the pit. But now Nightstar getting collapsed upon. Julian lays in a good amount of damage. You're going to have the TP coming in. Death Sentence hits onto one more. Mana Storm comes through and keeps them all tied down. Aggression is still mini. And it's time for Strip Proctor to go all out. But he goes underneath the tower. Went in too deep. And they're just trying to keep their head above the water. And this is going to be disaster for the squad of GVU. A double kill for Kaido. Piercing arrow still hitting from Nightstar off the retreat. Aggression still hasn't gone mega inside the fight. They're going to war everybody off inside of this fight. Make sure everything's nice and cozy. Ohio Northern, though, that is such a good fight for them to be able to take. And now, Aggression's starting up Dragon.
I don't care about that. Tango hit the hook to turn the tides right there. Yes, Strict Proctor went a little bit too far, but ONU, it was going to be a 1-for-1. And I was going to say it was dead even. And then the hook landed. That was no way to get back out. Jing Qual was not able to finish off or to get out, and you were forced into a dare straight. You couldn't even flash. Well played by ONU to turn that around. Granted, taking that fight was messy. Let's call it for what it was. It was a messy choice to go in. Right, you took a look at the gold. Nightstar is currently about 1,000 gold over Kai right now, which should close down. But that factor, that Nightstar is currently sitting with a little bit more damage, really showed in there. ONU got shredded in the early state. The late TP from Aggression was a problem, but they turned it around. GVU went just a little bit over the top. Strict Proctor felt like they could have killed Kai under the tower. It feels bad. You had one mess up. It's still very doable, right? You're still up about 1,000 gold. It's not impossible, but that feels bad that you went for Dragon first and ended up losing to and Dragon.
It's one of the things that you get to kind of get a reminder of inside of CLOL too, right? A lot of these players, when they're coming in, you see it in GVU, you see it in Ohio Northern, you see it across all teams here inside the MEC, but there are new players that do come into it, and you get to see those little cracks appear, where it's like, you're still getting together, right? We talked about how indomitable GVU might look to be. We talked about their record and how they're the reigning defending champions 2 seasons in a row. But even then, you do have some players that are coming in, they're going to have those mistakes, you're going to have those errors. GVU still ahead inside of gold, right? They did lose out on the Dragon. They did lose out on a bit of momentum, but they're also the team that's still picking the fights, which is a very, very tall sales sign from them. And you can see Strip Proctor, they're taking out a bit of their own aggression onto this Gnar, making sure to make them feel a little bit of the pain after the ats that just happened.
I mean, I'm more watching for this bot lane.
Oh, yeah, no, the bot lane is looking pretty tasty. But you know what? Let's go ahead and flip back over to the top lane. Hey, guess what? Julian came over here, said it's time for you to go ahead and give him your lunch money. Strip Proctor, there's no hope for you. You go ahead and give him your lunch money. Just go ahead. Go back to the fountain And Rift Herald, while this is all happening, summoned inside of the mid lane. Go ahead and take it for a wild ride as they will go ahead and secure themselves a tower inside the mid lane. Great stuff. First tower secured for Grandview.
I mean, now they're going to get a little bit of a fight as well, but I mean, that's a dance that you're willing to have. Are you serious? Oh my god, take a look at Rift Herald. Take a look at Rift Herald. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
He got it!
Wait,
he got it!
Wait. He just drifted around the entire map and we didn't get to see it? The death sentence comes around. Oh my goodness, Orbital. I am so thankful for you. Castle.
That play!
Yo.
And just watch a Rel somehow hit Mach speed curving around. And that was so good. Props to Castle, because that mid lane, obviously, you're getting collapsed on. And yes, you can have a Jinqual hold off. But to make use of that Rift Herald, it is such a big point, right? And that was a big swinging point. ONU were having a little bit of control. They had the Void Mites ready. If they start pushing the towers, you had to make a big impact, and you have to keep your gold lead. Even with 2 towers down, you're still only about 1,000 gold up. That was so good. It now enables Nightstar and Pluto to start roaming if they wish. You can now start affecting the rest of the lanes a little bit more.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. That is my favorite change inside of this season, is being able to drive Rift Herald. I am so thankful that they turned around and said, you know what? Everybody loves the int on the sled in Nexus Splits. Let's just put it in Summoner's Rift, guys.
Yeah. It's too real. It's too real right there. It also, I like to say, it shows who's played Scion and who hasn't. Right? Like, that is the most.
Gotta get your reps in.
Have you played all the champions yet?
Are you telling me you don't just load in the practice tool and just Scion drift around the map? Come on, bro. Are you even trying to jungle? Nightstar.
No, I'm not. I play mid. Here we go.
They're looking in. They're jumping in. They find a target onto Tango. Double teleport called in. Strict Proctor over here onto the side, divided away from the rest of the team. Julian's going to be able to keep him from being able to catch back up. The Madness Storm into the middle of 3 is going to be able to keep him all into place. But a beautiful stuff coming in from Kaido as they're stuck all alone. No damage to be able to output a trade. 2 kills. Go on over, and now it's time for a shuffle. Jinqual says this is how it's done. But aggression is still here. They're still able to lay the aggression on out. Jinqual falls victim. Nightstar on the list. Cross them out. And they're finding kill after kill. Ohio Northern turn things in their favor.
Are you kidding me? It's happening again, Travis. And this is still a dive.
You're not
going to kill. You're not going to kill, but it's enough. Right? And we had to talk about that. That was a fight initiated by GVU. They wanted that fight. They wanted to get the kill. You saw the double TP come down, and then you followed in. But huge point of contact. Kaido was able to shove 2 in, forcing Grandview to flash back out. And because they flashed out, they were not able to re-aggress when Strict Proctor was winning. Honestly, Strict Proctor was getting a solo kill in a 1v3. It was so good. But here's the issue that is currently going down. Ohio Northern are showing they are able to tango in a constant long battle. This is a problem that Grandview are going to run into. This is going to be a flash over the wall. Good push to stop it. 3 dragons point to Ohio Northern.
Beautiful stuff here. And Tango, the substitute, came in here. 11th hour.
Gosh.
No prep. Nothing that came into the game. Nobody knew about it until it was time to hit the rift. And it came in like an ace in the hole. You can give all the credit you want to Julian, Kaido, Aggression, whoever you want. But Tango, this player is coming in here fresh, willing, and able to take out the competition. And right now, Ohio Northern could possibly stand on the precipice of such. They're now at Soul Point for themselves. They could find themselves getting Soul, and they also found themselves a nice bit of room on the map to have control. But Kaido looking for a target.
No way! He's not spotted! Not spotted!
It's fine. He had his soldiers. Kaido did not wait to see him try to use the soldiers. Another ward comes out, and they're like, where is he? Where was he?
That is the best part. I would also like to say, you can always see the way of a game state if you have an Azir on your team by how they ult, right? We are watching these fights go down where it always feels like Jinqual is using that Emperor's Divide to safeguard his team. Even in that last fight, it felt like you were trying to go aggressive. It didn't feel like you actually had a lot of power behind it, right? It was like, okay, deny some of these adventures. Kaido has been using these hijacked ults to continue to try and force these fights. We've seen Ohio Northern constantly trying to fight forward, and it's very, very impressive. Grandview have not had, I want to say, a strong team fight that they have felt in control of from the start. It's always Ohio Northern that feel, even when Grandview show first, it feels like ONU are always calling these shots if the fight is actually going to happen or if it's only going to be a poke war.
GVU starting, Ohio Northern finishing. Power spikes are being enabled for multiple different champions as we see a little bit of a tussle inside the mid lane, but check it out. That Rod of Ages is now at a fully stacked margin with that Lich Bane to back it up. That aggressive itemization I was talking about is there. Your Jin Zhao has the Titanic plus the Sundered Sky. You have hit a big power trough in there. Caitlyn's going to be hitting their second item here very shortly.
No!
That was disgusting. They're going to steal the ultimate. And hey, yo, how many soldiers can we get on the map at one time? Well, I look to test it out a little bit there as they both Emperors divide each other away.
What did I say? You can tell the state of an Azir game by how they ult every time. I am going to say it. That is now the third time that Jinkwall has been forced to use it. By the way, I wouldn't even say that's Jinkwall. That was a lollipop of an E from Kaido. That was ridiculous, dude. That should not have happened. Well played by ONU, though, to now get full control of this bot lane. GVU now on the back foot. And yours sincerely, Jinkwall, still not having the Rabadons done. This is now almost a full item over their opponent. Kaido is looking menacing on their signature.
Kaido on their signature champion are putting in numbers. Julian on the Gladiator from the arena is putting in some numbers. Ohio Northern, they putting in work, but the gold lead is still even. Right? Grandview are not down and out just yet. They need to find an ideal moment, to find that moment, to find that fight. It does come into like a little bit of like the things I always gripe about. I love playing Pike. Man, oh man, you're wishing that you had some sort of utility to be able to provide to your team at this moment in time. As you're not able to find it. Pluto was trying to go invisible. Get out of harm's way. There's an ace in the hole. You're not going invisible anytime soon. Throw a rock at him. He's not going to be able to bear the weight.
Pluto tried, but you're not a planet right now. We got to kick you out. I'm so sorry. That was a good chase to have, and that now opens up a Baron attempt if they so wish. However, at the current moment, ONU are saying we don't have to force Baron. There's no reason to force Baron. We don't really have control over the rest of the map state. So let's not go for it. Let's go ahead and get everyone back. We're going to go ahead and stop Jinkwall on the bot side. Dragon is now coming up. We can force a fight there. And that's where we want our big opportunity. You got the flash out of Pluto. You're good. You can now challenge for this soul because you know GVU is going to be there.
My question is going to be, which ult does Kaido end up yoinking in the fight as well?
True.
You see aggression is building up their rage meter very fastly here. So I think they're actually going to go mega before the fight starts. There's going to be a little bit of a timer. So aggression having a little bit of a miss timer here. Have to see if GVU takes advantage of that because Mininar is when it's at its weakest. You don't have that team fight volatility.
The good news is aggression will actually have time to kind of get that in shape. You can take a look at the TP. You can push out the wave if you so wish. Maybe, though, Grandview wanted to kick this fight off?
Yeah, no, GVU, look at where they teleported. They teleported from up above. They're eating up some of the cupcakes. A bakery has been set up. Grab the Cassante ult. You can go all out and push one member out of the fight if you so choose. It's Strip Proctor going on in alongside with Castle. The piercing arrow hit on so many members. They're hitting so much damage. Use of the Emperor's Divide comes in. Pluto finds nobody on the execute. Kai finds a kill. Castle's getting free hit and is sent back to the base. Aggression finds the kill. And now they have been scattered, but they have spaced out throughout the fight, and time again, GVU, you started, but Ohio Northern will put you 6 feet under.
Ohio Northern are taking a 501 course in how to dance. Like, they know the waltz, they know the tango, they know everything. Because what was that? GVU had one of the best engages we have seen in some time this game, right? The Magnet Sword comes out, gathers 4. We saw the go in, the Chain of Corruption landed on a lollipop hit, by the way, and this is going to just be death. It's cleanup duty on the back end. It's ridiculous. It's
step out of the way. Let the boomerang finish.
Almost. And Pluto, I don't think is going to have this. Actually, I can't even talk now because they're going to try and kill aggression.
They're going to try and go for it. He's going to be able to hop, skip. Junk has that Kimtech soul as well. So, look, it's fine. Use your teleport to try and possibly set up for a kill. Yet again, you're having a little bit of trouble being able to find that decisive moment for you as GVU. And Ohio Northern, for the first time inside the game, they've gotten themselves a nice and considerably sized gold lead as well. This could be the momentum swing. Dude, I'm not scared. GVU needs to be scared when Julian walks up, okay? When Julian steps in front of you, you step out of the way.
True. When the king walks, nobody stands in front of you. But I got to talk about it. GVU have to understand that ONU are going to slow the pace of the fight. If you do not burst a single person out quickly, you will not win. And it has to be a priority member. It has to be either Kai or Kaido. And those two have to go down. GVU, if you don't kill them off right away, the Crescent Guard is going to be enough to block. Everything, you are not going to win. That is GVU's win condition right now. Kill one of those two, and maybe you can win the fight afterwards.
Check it out. No teleports are available at all on the map for Grandview. They have a nice push going in. Kaido has the wave shoved in, and Ohio Northern is set up in a position to completely have control over this Baron pit. If they walk up to this fight, it is a 4v5 no matter what if Kaido decides they want to teleport in, unless Jinquil decides to all in, which could spell his own death. It would be a sacrifice play if he goes for it.
Yeah, no Zanyas yet either, and that always feels really bad. So, I mean, you're doing the best you can.
Yeah.
As Jinquil on this Azir, and it hasn't been useful. At the same time, you're also trying to keep Kaido in check, and I mean, I think we just saw the hijacked Emperor's Divide just get used, so hijack will be up here in a little bit again. There are little pieces here that have always kind of interested me, but aggression. Right now, one of the big things is Strict Proctor has been able to keep aggression down.
Oh, no.
Take a look at this. The chunks are coming out.
Yeah, no. Check out the rest of the map, though. It's Grandview that's actually answering onto this. Strict Proctor has got a nice pick onto aggression, completely caught out of position. In no man's land, you will find the corpse of aggression. And now, Grandview could possibly find a moment. This is a nice breath of fresh air for them, as they could possibly look for a 4v5 scenario, but they're just gonna have to use this to recoup some space on the map.
That was such a good pick. Very, very well done. I wasn't even watching, right? Normally I'm watching, I'm like, oh man, that's fast, but I was just like, let him 1v1. And at the end of the day, that is what happened, right? Strict Proctor, if in a straight 1v1, will most likely win against aggression. At the current moment, though, aggression still trying to build up. You can see that recurve bow in the back pocket. I wonder if that would be a silly little, Blade of the Rune King, just to have some fun.
Just a little cheeky,
Yeah, just a little bit. Kaido as well, now at level 17, having that extra Rod of Ages level, feels good, man. Like, this Silas is on point. Oh boy.
Kai caught out of position with that chain, but guess what? Nobody else was around to make him feel any further pain. Pluto looking, has that on his mind, wants to get that execute. Getting it onto Kai would be such a huge thing for them as they continue to batter away at Ohio Northern. And even though they got the soul, right? Ohio Northern actually haven't done anything too terribly aggressive. They've had aggressive standpoints on the map, but we've talked about it numerous times, and now it's become a little bit of a crutch for Ohio Northern, because Grandview has been the one starting the fights, and Ohio Northern's been finishing them. But how many fights have Ohio Northern started?
Yeah, I don't think they have to, though. That's the other side of it. The whole reason that LoL came about is I think aggression died. Right, aggression died. You don't want to force anything. Cool, we can wait. It's actually the fact that GVU were not able to make anything happen with that kill. A massive pick, by the way. Remember, aggression is 4-2 and 4. A massive reason why some of these fights have gone so long. You weren't able to actually do anything. Instead, you just use it as gold influx. It does feel bad, but it's a step forward. Right now, there are going to be 2 major objectives coming up. One already live with 1 in a minute. Elder Dragon is going to be massive for the likes of GVU to cut through a lot of this. But Ohio Northern, this now means the early fight trades will go in your favor, right? The low HP levels that we see Strict Proctor on in Castle, and a lot of these engages will be nullified. So I honestly think Baron is a tasty treat, but I actually lay a little bit more emphasis on this Elder Dragon. You can see the gold currently stacking up. Massive leads, I would say, in almost every single lane except support. But 2k difference between Castle and Julian. Granted, Castle is on a little bit of a tank. You don't have to worry about that too much. Still, Julian, massive numbers there.
Julian is in a position to be able to carry this game on forward. But with Elder Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, man, I don't think I have time to breathe myself, right? I am on bated breath, borrowed time, if you will, as there could be one moment to turn things around. Strict Proctor's TPing in. They want control over this middle tower. Kai is away. Aggression's not here to play. They are looking for the push to continue going forward. Grandview is pushing their way around. They said this Elder Dragon has to go to us. Kaido is on the flank. Kai is back.
No
Meganar is not available at the current moment in time.
They got Pluto's out. Yep,
And the damage. Oh, they catch out Julian, but Julian's going to be able to stay fine. The Magnet Storm. Kai is completely free inside the fight. He's going to be able to free hit the Empress of Fire to be able to use defensively. Kaido gets Castle. Julian lives the fight. And it's time to go mega aggression. Throws him up against the wall, but it's Strip Proctor who goes all out. Nightstar finishes off the rest of the fight. 4 members stand on each side. Elder Dragon is being done at this current moment in time to teleport play. Coming in from Kaido, has a full HP bar to be able to support the rest of the team. Strip Proctor is in for a world of pain. The Lantern toss to come around and check out Jinqual over on the side. Is going to be able to eat a cupcake, and it's going to be a very painful one at that. Elder Dragon at half HP. Strip Proctor, death sentence, goes through. 1-for-1 trade as Julian gets popped though. Pluto gets the kill secured, and now Jinqual is going to be able to still free fire into the fight. Kaido is going to go ahead. Soul was finished, and that is the nail in the coffin in that fight as Ohio Northern finally stand tall.
I don't know about standing tall. It's more like they're limping without a leg, you know? It was bad. I'll be honest, it was bad, but it worked out. They are the last ones standing, and now they get to push Castle. I mean, Tango was low, but how can you do that? It was so well played. I wish we had replays, because my God, was that amazing. Again, the kiting potential out of Ohio Northern. I said it at the beginning, right? Grandview, if you do not blow someone up immediately, you will not win the fight. And throughout it, they identified that, right? They can't get a kill outright, so Strict Proctor disengaged, was able to kill off aggression after the fight was evened out. The TPs back in were the problem because Ohio Northern still had their jungler. The Dragon was pretty much secured outright. There was no problem there. The follow-up behind in that headshot, the most brutal headshot I've ever seen. It was a good idea to TP back in from the Azir, but you get headshot, you can't even engage. You don't have Zhonya's, so you can't make the play. It was so well done by Ohio Northern running on the unfortunate circumstances of Grandview that this Baron is now open as Ohio Northern still have Elder.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, but you can stand tall. Lantern's there. Kai's going to be able to find safety, but the rest of the team is going to make sure they don't feel so safe just yet. Kai's going to have to retreat as fast as they possibly can. Bone Skewer does not find its mark, and they're going to go ahead and go right back onto the Baron. Grandview, you have to make a decision. Do you contest? Do you fight? Do you push down the middle lane? It looks like you're just going to go ahead and give up the Baron, and now Ohio Northern, all 5 members are going to let the bear down onto the mid lane. And you, as Grandview, have to retreat. You have to figure out how the hell you play out this next fight, because it's going to decide everything.
This is one of those moments that, I know it's silly, I wish Kai went lethal Caitlyn. Right? Like, I really wish we saw a lethal Caitlyn, because a single auto attack headshot would obliterate 75%, and then the rest would be taken by the Elder Dragon, right? Like, that is one of the most brutal feelings in the world. Needless to say, you're still doing okay. It's still winnable, and you know what? Kaido actually built the blue, which, again, a lot of people are saying it's not great, but in this instance, I actually don't hate it. You're sustaining so well, and you need more sustain, that it's keeping a lot of your team alive, so I really appreciate that right now. That's going to be a Chain of Corruption.
Yeah, Chain of Corruption goes out, but look at this. Pluto hits the 7 split right there, and Aggression's just splitting. They want to take advantage of this moment where there's a numbers deficit in their favor, but yet again, they cannot take advantage of Ohio Northern meeting any members here. Kaido goes around onto the flank, doesn't find anybody. On the top side, you've got Aggression bearing down. The pressure is on. Castle is looking for a possible flank of some type. But you can't find a moment. You cannot find reprieve.
This hurts. Even though you caught Kaido right there, it feels like the only window in for Grandview is through the front door, and that front door is barricaded by multiple members. Ohio Northern have this composition that is just in your face at all times, and a big part of it is Tango. Tango's hooks have been great. Another chain of corruption comes out.
Yeah, they're looking for a catch over here onto the side. Check out Pluto over here. They're going to be able to get the stun. Kaido doesn't get to finish him off, but he gets a decent chunk off of him. Strip Proctor joins into the fray. Julian at half HP. You got to be cautious of this possible pick. Kaido is alone. Nobody there to help him. No life raft to be thrown, and they will not find any kind of reprieve. That is exactly the pick that Grandview was looking for.
Yeah, but what else can they get? Right, we have to be honest with this. What else can they get? They've only delayed the inevitable. It's not like all the Baron buffs went down. Yes, there's no Elder currently, but how much more can they get? They have to force something.
Another death sentence connects, this time onto Castle. They have the flay to be able to stop any kind of engage that Castle decides to go to. Still has the Magic Storm. They still have a lot of ultimate abilities for themselves. Castle's going to go in, lay in a good amount of damage. Aggression goes on and Norse out. Hits 3. Kai is on a rampage and everything has been built up for this motion. Aggression caught off all alone. Gets one final stun to make sure to carry on the torch. Pass the baton. Ohio Northern, you're going to bear down, and GVU are gonna have to bow before the new kings.
I cannot believe what I just saw. Tango and Aggression are literally standard highlight members right now. This is gonna be it, of course, but what a singular match. Ohio Northern putting the naysayers to sleep.
Ohio Northern said strength of schedule. Nah, son, we just strong. We just built different. Ohio Northern, what a 2-0 for them, taking down GVU.
You know what? Huge props to everyone. Really, really well played. GVU did what they could. Let's be honest. With the tools that they had, it was there. But ONU surprising us at every turn. Tango looking like a regular member at this point. The hooks were on point. The flays were on point. The denial factors across the board from Tango specifically made that game what it is. And let's be honest, every single player had their moment. Kai, this time around, did not have an all-star performance, but pumped out the constant damage. Kaido in the mid lane, the constant grabs of the right ults, and Julian, denial after denial. 3 times I saw there were denials with the Crescent Guard and then Aggression. I mean, if you needed to look anywhere else to play, the last Gnar against the wall with 3 destruction.
Absolute critical blow dealt to GVU. The members did say, you know, hey, when I asked them inside of MEC Pod, I had that conversation with Castle. Castle was like, you know what, Ohio Northern, they're a good team. But you know what? The strength of the schedule. There was all sorts of different discussions that were like, yo, Ohio Northern, do they look that great? I criticized them for their weak game ones inside of it, where I was just like, bro, somebody wake them up. They're popping melatonin before their games or something. Like, they need to stop it because they asleep at the wheel at game 1. Ohio Northern, this is the start of a double header for them, and they gotta feel good.
I mean, that's the best way to do it, and that's what happens when everyone is kind of like a team, right? And I think that's amazing because, again, we talked about the fact that Tango came in at the last moment. I don't know if they practiced together, right? We ourselves here on the desk do not know if Tango was called in earlier, and we just got the info now, or if they had to step in. But to have that type of synergy which is with each other, I think is really, really important. That's something that we like to talk about here. I know that in esports events and other areas, like, you want to have that synergy, that social experience that really puts you above. And when it comes to esports events and showing that it's more, you get to meet friends and rivals and bond and grow with your peers alongside of it and create memories that define someone's esports experience, whether it be in collegiate scenes or in one-time LAN events or anything. It can capture the passion of esports in its truest sense. When it comes to that, gamers and their experience, there's just one aspect that's covered in Unified's newest offering, Mastering the Arena, People Power Esports, which you can, of course, read a little bit more about that. If you want to go ahead and read that article, go ahead and use the command !People Power in the chat. Read about it and learn about what Unified has to offer.
With that being said, we're going to go ahead and take ourselves a small little break as we get ready for a interview that is much needed. I don't know if what's going to happen with Ohio Northern inside of this. I think we're going to have Kai coming in as our interview. Ooh. So make sure you do not touch that browser, as we will be right back. Hello and welcome everyone back to the MEC. We're getting into it. We got a nice little sneak peek. My friend Kai, King Kai, I guess we get to call it. There's a lot of kings all of a sudden over at y'all's roster.
Yeah, we got a new one, dude. My boy Julian.
Yeah, dude, you got King Julian. How does that work? Do you guys just split the crown, or do you guys have separate crowns?
I mean, right now he's kind of just owning the crown himself. To be honest, I feel like I get carried most of these games. I'm not gonna lie. Like him and Aggression, they can share the crown, dude. I don't need it. I don't need it this season.
Dude, fair. Aggression was popping off inside of it, and first and foremost, I gotta ask you. How do you feel to hand Grandview their first MEC regular season loss ever in an entire year?
This was our goal, like coming into this season, pretty much. We're like, hey, Grandview's the one to beat. I guess now it's Purdue because Grandview didn't live up to the name, I guess. But here we are. But, I mean, I'm just saying because we played with our sub support and we still 2-0'd them. So.
Oh. Also, if Cuz is here, it would be just that much easier, is what you're saying, Kai.
I mean, let it talk for itself, yeah.
I like it. And let's dive into that a little bit more, because when you guys came out here, it felt in game one, it was relatively quiet from you guys. And I think I had the pleasure of watching you guys previous weeks, and you guys seem to have a lot of that aggression down. What prompted this style of almost like slowing it down, knowing that you're going up against the likes of a very much touted star bot lane opponent? What was kind of the goal going in? Was that what you wanted to do, or was that just because Tango was coming in as that sub?
Yeah, it's definitely because Tango's coming in. It definitely plays a part. I knew we'd be fine if we could just hold our own. I didn't think we'd be able to, just like pick Callista lane into it and just like go ahead and smash their heads in. Like game 2, I wanted to pick Callista, but I was like, I don't know if we can pull it off in this game. But we knew going into it that if we just stay even bot our solos, we were confident that they were just going to be better players than the other two. And we knew they could just run it down if they got the chance. And I mean, that's pretty much what happened.
Yeah, I mean, that showed. Like, I just want to say, because that even showed more in game 2 when the threat came out from Tango. Like, Tango, I watched it back and I was like, I've never wanted to give MVP to a support more than in that game with the flays and the hooks and everything. And even the lanterns out, it was insane.
Yeah, dude, he played amazing in game 2. I know, because like, obviously, I'm looking at him right now saying this. We weren't expecting that much with him coming in. But the game 2, man, blew it out of the, I almost cussed, out of the water. But yeah, he surprised us all with that game 2. Game 1 was still good. He played his role, but game 2, man, he was just carrying my ass for sure, dude.
Yeah, I love Tango.
I got you.
I love Tango in it. I'm very happy with the fact of how we got to see Tango pop off. I was happy. I looked over. I was like, yeah, he plays Hook Champions. We're not about to see some boring enchanter. Kai, brother, I gotta be honest with you. I don't know if you can tell it right now, but I'm sweating. All right. How was things inside the games 1 and 2? Because it was close. It was a very back and forth. We don't need the zoom in and enhance on the beads of sweat on my face production. It was intense. I'm sure production was probably laughing because I'm pacing back here, watching the fight happen. I'm walking around. How are you guys able to stay calm in those moments?
I will say our comms were nothing like you, Travi. I will say that. It was it was pretty calm the entire game. At no point did we ever feel, I guess, surprised by anything they did or just like caught out. We were just playing our game. We pretty much did what we wanted to coming into it, played our game, and no problems.
I love it. All right. You guys have Drury coming up next. Any words that you have for Drury? They were watching.
Maybe not nice words, but I'll say I look forward to a more fun game than the GVU series because GVU's they're good players, don't get me wrong, but their playstyle as a team is very straightforward, and I guess you can just see it. Like, it's just there out in the open. They do the same thing every game. So I'm looking forward to a more exciting game with Drury, maybe a little more bloodbath. So should be more fun.
Gotcha. Any shout outs that you want to throw out into the chat, or do you want to save them in case we have to see you again after Drury?
I mean, I'll shout out my mom because she says to every time, my dad as well. But besides that, we'll save those for next game.
All right. We'll go. have part 2 Electric Boogaloo for these different shout outs to come across. Kai, it's been a pleasure. We're going to see you back on the Rift here. Y'all take care, and we'll see you here soon,
see you
all
guys
right?
in 10 minutes. Thanks, guys.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. I love it.
Dude, I love the energy from Ohio Northern. They're pumped. They're ready. They're feeling themselves. But there's also like an air of like confidence that you don't normally get to see. And they're just so quick to be like, yeah, no, I'm going to call you out on whatever I think. And you know what? You know what we call that, Orbital?
What's that?
That's the winner's right. The people who make history are the ones who win. And Ohio Northern get that right to talk their game right there on the mic because they win. And now they got to go against Drury.
I will always say I never want to smack talk first because then I look like I have egg on my face afterwards, right? But listen, I will talk all day long afterwards, and I think that's what they did. It was exceptional. And here's the thing for Drury. You got a series to watch. You definitely get to dissect a little bit, but what you cannot dissect is the mental fortitude and the strength that someone has going into a doubleheader. That first series pretty much dictates how the second series is going to go. And in this instance, if I were Drury, I'd be scared.
Oh. After the gameplay that we saw on the Rift, I'm drenched at the moment in terms of sweat. I'm going to go get some water. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to go into Ohio Northern in their doubleheader against Drury, another competitor, as Ohio Northern looks to try and start off their season, start off this thing, get themselves in the playoffs picture at that 5-0 start. So let's go ahead and take that break, and we'll be right on back.
Howdy, everybody. We are here at the MEC Fall Championship, Westville, Indiana, and it's Kendo Slice alongside Ferb, Smash representative for Miami University of Ohio. Now, Ferb, the question of the day throughout has been, what does esports mean to you?
What does esports mean to me? To me, it's a social outlet. It's a way to meet people that have the same interests as me. It's a way to represent my school.
Yeah.
It's a way to, kind of like get to be myself. So I'm very thankful that I'm able to do things like this.
Yeah. Great opportunity to do so. Opportunity also for learning, which I segue into my next question. Through the esports program, has there been anything that you have learned, indoctrinated over the last 3 months?
Yeah, so I go to Miami University, but I'm actually, so I have to say that I'm a student before an athlete, and over these last 3 months, really being able to, find a key balance and, learning more about myself and, how to, live more balanced lifestyle, keeping the grades up and also, keeping, me being good at games, trying to find a nice, healthy balance. I think that's been a lot that I've learned about myself.
So being able to maintain that balance also helps the self-mental and keeping everything forward-facing. You're the best version of yourself when you are the best version of yourself. But in order to do that, you have to make sure that you keep yourself in the condition to do so. If there's nothing else, Tom Brady taught me that one. I just don't eat avocado ice cream.
That's real.
That's real talk. Anyway, let's get to actual real talk.
Okay.
LAN.
LAN.
We're in a live environment. Do you enjoy LAN as a process? Is it good, different for you, or maybe there's a little bit that goes into it?
So LANs for me, it's kind of like a rare opportunity, something of this size. Yeah. But I think it's really cool to, so we've been playing mostly online with all the teams in the league. Finally be able to put faces to names. It's been such a really cool experience, and I really like the atmosphere as well. So. To me, this is just, another, big esports event. So, because, we go to a lot of local stuff at Miami. So, but, actually traveling out, it's actually such a cool experience. But, I could talk about, the actual gameplay differences of LAN to Wi-Fi. But, LAN's always going to be better.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know the actual differences, there's the thing called ping.
Yep.
You know how your Zoom calls are fuzzy? That's ping.
It's something else.
Just imagine an input. Press a button. 5 seconds later.
And then you wait.
Yeah. Those of us who just spam buttons. We don't know what ping means. We're just spamming buttons. Anyway, what is your favorite esports moment from Fall 23?
Fall 23. Okay. I'm sure a lot of my fellow teammates talked about this, but it was Riptide 2023.
Yep.
It was a big major event held here in Ohio. There's around, I think, 700-ish entrants, maybe. Okay, around 700. But
Yeah.
I did really good there. I placed 17th. I beat a lot of really good players. Specifically, my favorite esports moment would be. So I was in the losers bracket making a really good losers run, and I beat 3 really good players from Philadelphia specifically. And so for a while there, I was number 1 or prime target, enemy number 1 in Philadelphia. It was really interesting.
I love it. There is also not only collegiate camaraderie, there is city camaraderie.
Oh, 100%.
And it's always Ferb in Philadelphia is what I've understood from that. Last question.
All right.
We're looking forward to esports over the next 3 months, going into next semester. Is there anything specific that you're looking forward to?
Specific-wise, so I actually have this hand brace. I've been having some hand issues, so I'm going to be switching controllers. If you've seen more traditional fighting games, some of them have like giant boxes.
Yes.
So I'm going to be switching to that, so I'm really excited to see how I do in the future with that.
That is going to be very interesting. And, of course, we'll get to see more of Ferb here with MEC Play. The switch over to the arcade box, I believe they're called, essentially?
It's something like that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different names.
Yeah. But it's going to be switching controllers going into really good play on top of it. It's going to be interesting to see how
I'm excited.
Information for the commentators. You better be paying attention on this one. There's a controller switch coming.
Hello and welcome back to the MEC. Nothing chaotic has happened in the last bit. You guys haven't missed anything if you're just tuning in. It's been completely fun. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh,
that is the first time that a team that is not GVU Ottawa has been on top for 3 years of the MEC. What a monumental occasion, and Ohio Northern have the chance to widen their lead up on top of the leaderboard here.
And I honestly, I will say it a lot, and there are some people that will criticize me for good reason. I think it's a very valid thing. This may be just me, but I always say psyche and the mental aspect of gaming or competitive nature in general plays a very large factor in how well you do, especially in doubleheaders in any of the following matches. Right now, Ohio Northern are running on absolute, octane, like high octane, whatever it is. They are hyped up. They're ready to play. They're ready to kick things off. And the only thing I would be scared of for them is if they feel too overconfident, if they feel Drury isn't playing to their pace, and they get overconfident, they start trying to make plays, and it just kind of messes with them, right? That would be my only fear, because Drury, unfortunately, have not looked that great, right? We saw them in the opening of the season. I believe they won like a couple matches, and it's been a little bit rough for them. I'm not excited to see what exactly they can do, unless they're coming out with gas as well, unless they're sitting there going, yeah, we're ready to go, let's run it, let's this is our time to fight back. It's going to be a scary uphill challenge for them.
I get you. We're riding off the high of what Ohio Northern just did. But what if I told you that Drury is a team that is full of hopes and dreams that have just begun inside of it? What if I told you this is the team that has so many more freshmen than any other school inside of the conference? What if I told you that there are 2 losses that they have only against the top competition here inside of it? Take a look at the roster. We've talked about Ohio Northern. We've told their story. We have seen legends be born previously inside of our last game, but Drury's has not yet been writ. Quick Slice, Kaiser, Orion, Fat Cat. These are 5 players on a mission, hungry, ready to pounce onto the competition. And you know what? This bear that's on the other side just had to tear through a Viking. Fat Viking put up one hell of a fight. 2 long as can be matches. You know what? They might be riding on pure adrenaline, but Drury is rest prepared and willing to chomp out the competition.
And I would honestly say one of the ways that maybe you can make it work is figuring out how to put the early game into a little bit of a scuffle mode. Right, for Drury, I'm going to be looking specifically at Kaiser and Orion, right? These 2 are, I want to see them influence the lane, because Kaido and King Julian have had a relatively nice time throughout the previous series. King Julian has had either a really good time, either farming up, right, or just putting the pressure down. I think in game 1, we saw more of the pressure game, and then game 2, we saw a lot more of the farming game. There are just ways to work around, and then Kaido in the mid lane has been basically freely allowed to farm and do what they want. They have literally never really been challenged except in a 1v1 scenario. They haven't been forced out by the enemy opponent too often. So I want to see those challenged if you can. Granted. And then in the top side, Quick Slice has their work cut out. Aggression, game number 1 of the previous series, looked great. Game number 2, a little bit wonky in the early game, but mid-game rolls around and was a teamfight monster.
Big things to take note of when we do go into this match, right? Who was running hot inside the last one? That mid lane matchup is, of course, going to be a spicy one. We did actually see Orion yesterday break out Zed in one of their games. Ooh. So we actually have like a very interesting dynamic there where Orion brought out a Zed that they have put in tons of time into, which was crazy for us because, yet again, we have this player who was originally, I believe, gold or something along those lines in the previous season, who has now climbed up the echelons, has this very diverse and unique champion pool going against somebody else in Kaido, who has also got a very diverse champion pool. We got that Silas, we got that Akali, right? You got those assassins that will lay in the groundwork and make you fear for your life, make you fear the fog of war like no other person has ever made you fear before. I do look at this mid lane matchup with a lot of anticipation.
And it reminds me of the old, I forgot what it was, but it was Faker on one side, and it was the Aurelia versus Olaf matchup. I think that came out, and everyone was just like super surprised, right? It was just random champions kind of being tossed in the mid lane, and we're like, okay, now we have to watch this. This could happen again. And again, if you do want to spice things up, this is the time to do it, right? Drury is not seen as even competition. Let's be real here. Drury has seen are the underdogs coming in here, but that underdog mentality can work for you. You don't really have a whole lot to lose, right? You are freshmen, you are, a little bit newer to the competition, but that means no one really has expectations. I mean, you can sit there and play anything and feel like you're trying to get something out of it, right? Now, obviously you want to win. Don't get me wrong. Don't play like the bottom tier of every single role and try and get away with it. It is mess around a little bit. Figure out what works and what doesn't. Try and poke and prod in different areas, whether it be an invade challenge inside the jungle or in the top side. Mess around, feel comfortable, and as long as you're comfortable, maybe magic will happen.
Yeah, the only thing I would advise is do not mess around and find out, because Ohio Northern is very quick to be able to grab you on that one. They're quick to give you a quick exclamation mark to that. Here we go. We're going into the draft phase for Drury versus Ohio Northern. Ohio Northern says, yo, we like red side. It's a good side for us. It's a lucky side, actually. So Drury's going to stay on blue. And I do like immediately the Varus take it away. Just immediately like, yeah, we're not going to play that, but you're not either.
Yeah. I don't think Varus is first ban worthy. I would leave it to maybe 2 or 3 if you have anything else there, because I think you can have some responses. To me, it's just surprising that Drury decide they don't want to play the Varus. They must have something else in mind, which is appropriate. Don't get me wrong. Fat Cat's Bard, I mean, obviously has to be thrown out. This is understandable. It's appropriate. So we're not worried about that. The Akali's still banned away. Last time it was in second rotation when they were facing up against Grandview, so understandable. The Seraphine, though, heavy targets towards that bot side. ONU now trying to give Kai and Tango even more agency in that bot lane.
Beautiful thing about this, too, though, is as we're going through these bans and seeing them file out, Drury is one of 2 teams in MEC that their draft phase tends to follow a similar strategy. It's the first 3 picks, where are they going? That's a question you need to ask yourself when we start looking at Drury, because that tends to be a strategy of theirs. They love those flex picks. They love the flexibility. Champs like the Jats, the Gwen, all these characters can find themselves flexed around, the Karma as well. They love to leave an air of mystery and catch you off guard with that quick 1-2 inside the draft phase.
What's surprising still is the Nocturne ban away. ONU seem to really hate that champion, and right now the Hui coming out here, I like this. This is one that I think we already see, but I mean, listen, if you're going new, we're going newer. The Smolder was left open. If it's actually locked in, which I really hope so, Kai is going to have a fantastic time. I always thought, by the way, Smolder was seen more as a mid to late game champion with the scaling, with the executions and all. A lot of people have always been saying a little bit different there as well. You know, the early game impact that you can have with some of the AP values. It's there. It is. Let's go.
This is the first Smolder that I'm getting to cast over here. I'm ready for it inside of the MEC, and I'm happy to see it getting piloted here. More than likely by Kaido. Or not Kaido, Kai.
Don't say mid lane. I'm gonna be so sad if it's mid lane, man. I'm gonna be so sad. I don't want to see Corki 2.0 or 3.0. You
don't want to see Hue painting and the dragon sneezing, right? Where he just achoo, and he's just like, ew, stop it. Here's a napkin.
Oh no, don't do that to me. Yone's even worse. I don't know. Now I just don't like anyone going into the mid lane. This is gonna be pain for me.
So this is actually very interesting. So big thing about Drury is their top side of the map tends to be like solo lanes, hyper, like really big carry threats inside of the game, right? The Gwen is a big one. This is a new pick, though, that comes about as an answer. The Zeri coming in. It has been a champion that we've seen more players put their eyes onto. And then the Cassante is an answer for Quick Slice.
And this Cassante, I think, is... I think Quick Slice is going to have a good time. I mean, Cassante is obviously still reigning at the top. What? By the way, I don't know why you would give a buff to a champion that is pretty much 90% to 95% pick ban in pro play. By the way, for those that don't know, I think it's still being fielded. They're looking at giving Cassante's W a 35% increase in the amount of damage reduction it has. That is ridiculous to me. Anyways, Sejuani coming out.
Great changes.
Oh yeah, perfect. I really like tanks that get extra, extra tankiness afterwards.
Yeah.
The Sejuani coming out here pairs very well with the Yone. I'm already seeing what ONU are building, and because of that, you do have to ban the Trundle. That is 100% understandable.
Yeah, you get rid of it. I like the fact that they pick it at this aspect of the game too, because Kaiser could be very willing to be able to pull it out. It's a very strong champion at the current state. And the Janna as well. This is a champion that we've seen be a pocket pick for Fat Cat. And they said, you know what pairs really well together with Zeri is Enchanter. So they say no to that. We'll get our next answer here. And this should give us a couple more answers on exactly where this Yone is going to go.
I think it's still flexing, and I mean, aggression's done really well with the Gnar so far, so I don't think he changed that up at all. I will say it, depending on what comes out next. Okay, never mind. The Gnar's fine. If this is actually an Ivern coming in here, this is going to be a little bit silly.
You ready to get silly? You ready to get silly?
I love and hate Ivern. I love and hate Ivern, mostly because like the changes took away a lot of the individuality. I feel, obviously, you know, the mix between melee and range, you know, giving him a little bit more AP. Oh my god, do it. It's not these are interchangeable. Please do this for me. Oh, gosh dang it. Okay, that's our producer messing with us.
You got
Either way,
baited.
The Ivern is a very nice kind of sustained utility, you know, help everyone else out. Drury have built a very strong team fight composition here.
Yeah, I mean, it's very strong. It's actually curious. They're giving Tango a lot of ability to kind of chill back. The Leona was actually not something I was really expecting inside the laning phase, just because you were talking about it earlier. Smolder is this caster type dragon. Me personally, I like the, everybody has their different build that they like to go onto it. I like the Spear Sojin, Riftmaker, Leandri's build. I like that build. I feel that build just feels good. Because I like playing them as like more like the Ezreal, the Corkis, where you are playing a more caster-centric role. You're not really that strong for a bit. Your sneeze, your little achoo! It's got some force to it, but it's not anything to really write home about. So I wasn't expecting to see an engaged support come out.
I want to touch on that. Number one is actually, I think what people are saying is like the mathematically correct build right now. It is that Leandri's a little bit more.
So I'm mathematically correct.
Yeah, I think that's what they were saying. Yes. Correct me if I'm wrong. I talked with my brains on the operation RMC. He walked me through the whole guide there. It was great. But it is understood, and I gotta agree. The Corki feeling, you know, the spellcasting is good. I can understand why you're following up the Leona. The Leona doesn't feel perfectly responsible. It helps. Don't get me wrong. It is nice to have. But I do feel it's a follow-up behind the Sejuani, behind the Yone, behind this Gnar. You are wanting to skip over the likes of the Cassante, of that Nautilus in front. You want to reach that Zeri. You want to reach that Hui. This allows you better access behind, I think is what they're looking for. So it might not be the optimal for Smolder, but I think it's appropriate for the team comp.
By the way, there is a prediction going on in the chat at the current moment in time. I want to bring it on up because Drury Panthers, I've been getting on to y'all about this quite a bit. We need to have a heart-to-heart. What's up, guys? I see you in chat saying all we do is win, but you guys are losing to the Julian stands. There's somebody named Julian Lover inside of Twitch chat at the current moment in time. Are you guys going to let that happen? Where's Fat Cat Lover at, huh? What are you doing, Drury?
I do not want to see the username Fat Cat Lover on my screen ever. Like, I do not want to ever have to read that off. I can deal with Fat Cat. I can't deal with Fat Cat Lover, for the love of God.
Oh man. Well, I'm going to let you know right now, when it comes down to the predictions, they're closing on out. It's 80% in favor of Ohio Northern, 20% to Drury Panthers. And already Drury says, you know what, here, have a little bit of spice and everything nice. But the wraparound tech does not work as well because of that bush that is right there in the river.
Oh god, just nope, not gonna happen. And I like it though. I do appreciate the early invade. Drury are looking when you have an Nautilus, when you had this amount of CC on your end as well. I think it's appropriate. Now, take a look at what the bottom side is doing. Remember, in the early game, Smolder actually does a lot of damage, especially with that AP side. The W actually hits really well. This early setup may or may not catch Yuno and Fat Cat off guard. It would be perfect in this scenario if you can lay down the CC. If you grab Yuno, I would even trade Tango's Flash if you want to try and cut out Yuno's Cleanse or Flash on their end.
We're gonna see a standard start to things. I like the start from Kai and Tango sitting inside this bush. We've seen a couple teams do this. It's also been punished by a couple. We actually saw it yesterday, where we had seen just the wraparound tech, where you just have a member of your team just wrap around. We saw it from Pluto, just coming around of the backside and making sure they check them whenever they're inside that bush. Keep an eye on exactly how Kai positions inside this. You are a low-range AD carry, so we have two low-range AD carries going against each other. But Zeri has a bit more mobility to be able to play around with than the Dragon does.
Ooh, this is gonna be a challenge here. I'm kind of taking a look here, and that was you saw it there, level 2, right? Just hey, I'm gonna throw out the Zenith play. Kai is. I'm just interested to see how this breaks out. I'm still very, very curious how Smolder actually plays. I've seen some good stuff. At the same time, it's been indifferent. But Quick Slice on the top side, already trying to lay down pressure is appropriate. It really is that jungle path, and Kaiser's still willing for the full clear, which is understandable. And then in the mid lane, of course, Kaido just like, we're chilling. We're having a ball here. Takes a tower shot, though, so that might not lead itself very nicely into the level 3-4.
You know, it's just, you know, it's Yone things. You just kind of... You untether yourself, you go in for free trades. What's somebody going to do to you, right? What's the worst they can do, right? You're going to go back around to where you were at. Keep an eye out. You don't have an aggressive jungler either to really, like, punish that, right? You have a trigger seed that could go throw out, but there's not a lot of damage to threaten you there. So Kaido can kind of just do this freely and really put out the pressure. I like this because Hui kind of wants to sit in their own bubble. They don't want to have to deal with any of the social pressures of the world. They do not want somebody to get up face to face with them. They want to just stay in the room and paint, bro. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and then fear anyone that walks through the door, right? Throw a what is it, EQ, and just be like, get out my room, mom. Well, that's Smolder. I lied. At the current moment, though, it's understandable, right? This mid lane matchup, I don't think is going to shake up unless ONU actually decide to. What we are going to see is a challenge here as Kaiser's getting eaten up in the river.
Yeah, but check out Fat Cat came along to assist. Kaido's coming in as reinforcements. They're completely cut off. Achoo! The damage is there. Tenko takes a good amount and has to flash out. Flash Cat is going to go down, but Orion over into the back line is going to paint them up a picture that slays Tango. And this is why you do not give him away. That's how you try and root him up. It is not going to succeed. Ohio Northern routed on the exchange.
I love that word you used, Travis. See, it is routed. I think that is the clearest indication of it, right? Drury slowly back away. You let Orion become that living artillery piece in the back line, and the lightning strikes do work. Solid blow. Granted, it wasn't on the value of Drury putting forth an attack, but Ohio Northern had just been exposed to what Hui can do. Uh-oh, a little bit of engage.
Yep, big engage actually. A big sneeze to come about. You know, we'll be able to drift over the wall. But guess what? Fat Cat has no flash, no hope, no escape. A scene of blade will cut off hope. And Kai gets a kill in the bot lane.
Solid pickup. Not only that, you earned Yuno out of lane. Even though Yuno does have cleanse and flash, you're good. You get this entire lane exposure. You've gotten a kill under your belt. You're also leading in CS ever so slightly. This is the perfect setup for Smolder at this point, and we'll have to keep track of the Smolder stacks as well. I think the breakpoint is that 125 or some for the second ability opening, and then it is going to be, so we only see 28 there. And then it's like 225 at the end, which is the big explosion piece. So we'll really keep eyes on that building up as we get this grub fight going on.
Welcome to the Grub Hub, where everybody is going to tussle about. They want to go ahead and steal it.
So
it is a steal coming out, and they're going to make out like a bandit. They get another kill, and Julian has been slain.
Feels good, man. Drury actually starting off with a pretty solid opener, right? They've been tracking Ohio Northern pretty much throughout the jungle, and they're not the first on the scene, but they know how to punish a lot of these fights, which I think is necessary, right? You're looking at Kaiser to influence and help the lanes, and all these kills are actually going to the likes of Orion. So this mid lane force, this Hui that is going to be spell slinging 9 different spells, is hopefully going to have a lot of value and not die to Kaido as easily.
I'm just saying, Orion, freshman player, yet again, 2 kills on the back. They have been one of the most impressive mid laners that we've had here inside the MEC. What growth we've been able to see from this young player inside of the MEC, and with this unique champion, right? They have cultivated many wins. This is why a lot of teams have opted to ban this away from them. The problem is the rest of the positions around the map. You can see Kaiser is trying to get into a position for a lane gank in the bot lane. Could possibly happen as they're just going to continue pushing it around. Another sneeze. Yuno taking a bit of damage as they please. Good route to Tango. Tango goes in with the Xena Blade. And Kai Hatu right on top of the Zeri as Quick Slice looks for a solo, and history repeats itself despite the teams changing. Quick Slice the Casante, the bane of aggression's existence.
You know what? I don't even care. It doesn't matter about aggression. I love aggression. Don't get me wrong. Aggression is really good, but it doesn't matter, right? Aggression can fall 9 times out of 10, and as long as Kaido, who, by the way, had to run, and Kai are doing okay, like, as long as one of those 2 power points are there, aggression's going to have a good time. I'm still more scared of how this bot lane is currently going. Ohio Northern look good with this Smolder. It doesn't matter how far ahead Orion and Quick Slice get. If you cannot take down Kai will be a massive problem. 700 gold in the lead. Yes, Orion is having a good time. Top side also about 600. It's still dangerous. I'm still very scared for what happens when mid-game hits.
I mean, remember, this is a very short-range composition from Ohio Northern, and they are going to be very much so clumped. They got to walk through quite a bit, and it is devices that Drury is happy for them to walk through. As the Maw consumes and takes the chunk out. A 3rd kill for Orion.
All right, Orion is a big carry now. The play has 3 masterpieces under their belt. Needs a 4th, needs a 5th, needs a 6th, needs a 7th. It's good. It feels great that this pickup, this first pick, by the way, first picked way, is having such an impact, and Kaido is still waiting to ramp up here. Aggression on the top side, not going to enjoy this battle either, so has to be a little bit careful, but Kaiser with 3 assists so far, facilitating all these attempts. I love what Drury is putting down. Let's see if they can continue.
Keep on doing just that. First item buy already, a gun cocked and loaded here, as they are going to be able to lay out an immense amount of damage. You do see tier 2 boots are starting to be completed across the map. An attempted gank. Kaiser hasn't been able to find that ideal situation for a gank, but they have been in the right place to make sure to facilitate some of the trades and fights that have came across. And yet again, Kaido goes in. These jaws have been on point. Every single time the Yone goes in, immediately drops in the jaws and grabs a hold of him, hits him with that EE, and boom, you are stuck in place.
Mm-hmm. I always hesitate to see the EE come down. It's actually a pretty, I would say a decently long cooldown time that if you can see it as Kaido, you can actually punish it. So that's why I always like to hold the EQ in favor, because it's a straight line shot, right? But this lane swap is actually pretty nice. I like this cooldown because Orion's just super strong. So now you place a 2-1 situation in, and Orion isn't so free to like hard shove out, right? I think this is a pretty good call from ONU. And now this is actually going to be Yuno on their own, as Fat Cat is going to be running around.
Oh man, Julian trying to get some grubs, but Julian has had enough of Kaiser. Good flash to come about. Guess what? Daisy's still on the court. Kai getting grabbed by themselves over here as the waylays into damage. Mom gets called in, but there's not going to be anything dropped like it's hot inside of the fight, as Tango is going to be the only one to go down. Quick Slice falls. Aggression's going to go Mega. Is going to jump into them all. And the big slam comes through. Fat Cat goes in, but to no avail. Kaiser is here, but you have your carries gone. They have been wiped. Ohio Northern coming out big. Quick Slice wants a little bit more, but he's biting off possibly more than he can chew. Quick Slice finding one, make it 2. Easy as can be. Man, Quick Slice is just too freaking good.
How quick is Quick Slice? Too quick is all I'm going to say there. That was a cleanup that was necessary. Ohio Northern honestly got out better than they should have, right? Like, they got away with some of the grubs. They got 5 in their pockets, so now they can push forever. But Drury, Quick Slice specifically, is starting to look like a bit of a carry there. Very important that they were able to pick up the shutdown behind as well. And now you get the tower pressure as well. So, I mean, Drury, they shouldn't have lost as many as they did, so it feels a little bit weird. I don't know any other way to put it, but Drury coming out with 4 in Quick Slice, but still don't have the Void Mites, means Ohio Northern are going to keep this 2-1 situation just to try and get those Void Mites down and get a couple plates.
And you gotta feel, if Ohio Northern did throw everything in the gas tank in the previous series, reminder, this is a double header from Ohio Northern, and they just came out on top in their previous series after 2 long fought matches. You gotta wonder, right? Are you guys still riding that high? Is the calm still there? You can actually see what they're going for. The Smolder's actually going for the AD-centric build, not going for the caster-like build, going more for that Essence Reaver and whatnot. So, you know, I mean, we're in for a interesting treat inside of this game here. As you can see already, both these teams are ready to scrap with one another.
I do like the fact that Kai and Tango have been put on rotate duty. Put them in the mid lane, they can always rotate behind Julian and have some influence there, and we're actually seeing this dragon come up. If Ohio Northern are able to get it, it's great, but getting caught here, maybe they get a knockup, and that's going to be a catch.
You know, I mean, they can't finish it off. There's no more farther that they can do with everybody else there. If you do, it's an overcommit. Ohio Northern taking the smart path to back up, recount, and get themselves into position for the follow-up fight.
Take a look at this. Everyone's positioning around this dragon, and TPs are up for the top side, but Fat Cat might be caught out here, and this is a dangerous spot to be in.
Catches out Fat Cat, but yo, it's a Nautilus. TPs are coming in from both sides on the top
in.
lane. They're going through. The depth charge is massive. Boy is popping off, laying in a ton of damage inside of the fight. But check out the Yone going into the back line. Hits a beautiful ultimate of their own. Aggression's back, retreating, trying to kite back for the Ting. The Gnar ult goes into the walls, but Ohio Northern are limping away from the fight. The same can be said for Drury, but they have the control over the river, and they say they want that dragon.
They are going head-to-head with some of the best here, and it's scary, right? Drury are picking these fights and calling down the TPs early, and we said one of the ways that you can deal with ONU is get a little bit early, aggressive in the early game, right? Try and mess with Ohio Northern's rhythm. Try and throw them out of whack, and it's working. Right now, Quick Slice is being a monstrous force to deal with, right? That 4-0-3 status is really bearing weight. And it's hard to cut through. I mean, Kai is not seen as a massive tank shredder until later. And if you're going the AD build, you don't really have that mid-game damage, I don't think, unless you're power farming. Kaido as well, still struggling to finish that first item, even though you have boots. Against Quick Slice, I don't really think you have a lot of value.
Bro, you ain't slicing to a Kasate. You're not doing any of that. There's no way. And Kaido is kind of in this situation now. He's like, all right, yeah, I can contest. I can safely split. But guess what? Quick Slice will make sure to stop you in your tracks every single time. The question becomes now that we've seen a couple skirmishes, right? Drury, Ohio Northern, they're still even gold, even on dragons now at this moment in time. What is going to be the big moment for Ohio Northern to find that opening moment for themselves, or do they need to just rest and just kind of wait for a certain time limit to be able to hit, for the, the clock to hit midnight or something for them, so that way their Smolder can come in and pop in and be the brave dragon they want to be. It's a Triforce Smolder.
Yeah, I think they do need to wait. I'm not sure of the base numbers, but my assumption is the AP build gives you a lot more upfront burst and a little bit easier clear into the mid to late. However, it does split your damage profile, right? That's what you're looking at. So if you're running the full AD, my assumption is you need about 2.5 items to really be that strong point on the Smolder. Not only that, you need the full stacks. You need to have a majority stacks in the pocket, which delays you even further. So the fact that Drury are getting some of these wins feels good. Ohio Northern are banking on the fact that it's not going to get much worse than this, because the gold's still even, right? Only 100 gold difference between the two. Kai and the rest of the squad are like, okay, we can keep farming up. We're doing okay. We're not in the worst position. Let's keep this up. Let's get our Smolder up online, and then we'll fire away.
Actually, kind of curious. This is my first time actually getting to see a Triforce Smolder, so I am wondering how exactly the damage output will look once you hit that 2-item spike. But right now, a different kind of spike is being hit. It is Kaido who's getting spiked into the dirt at this current moment in time. And unstoppable, and they get a great catch. Mom gets caught on in, finds the kill. Fat Cat is limping on out as Orion, the savior that they duly needed, comes back onto the rift, teleporting back into the mid lane to be able to hold things down.
I mean, it's 1-1, and I mean, they're going to be okay with it, but at the end of the day, we get to see this Herald being dropped, and now there's a little bit of a question mark behind because topside is getting pushed, so honestly, even though it's a 1-for-1, a lot of value to ONU right now.
Daisy trying to tag and bag Eliona as the Mauls come in. Shouldn't lead into anything else, but Kai is getting slowed down, is not appreciating any of the personal time they're being allotted with Daisy.
Yeah, I'm curious though. I don't think Daisy counts as hitting an enemy champion, but if that's true, that would have gained you a good like 7 or 8 stacks, which should be interesting to think about. I wonder about that. I don't know. I didn't see the number before that happened, so I don't think it is because it's considered a pet, right? It's not considered a champion. And
okay, hold on.
Yeah,
you can't just say that about Daisy, brother.
I'm sorry, but Daisy's a summon. It's not a real champion. As
You
much
can't
as
just call you just can't call Daisy a pet, okay? She's a friend. She's a friend, okay?
Right. Well, listen, we're not worried about friends. We're worried about champions. There's a difference, okay?
All right. Orbital, you're getting a little.
I'm gonna get canceled on. I'm gonna get canceled. That's great.
Iron Mains are coming out of the woodwork for Orbital right now.
Well, someone's got to fact check me. 100%. Someone's gonna fact check me and say if auto attacking Daisy actually gives you sacks or if not, and it still has to be the Q, right? Help, please.
Nobody help him. He's dug this hole. Right now, though, both these teams are trying to avoid digging said hole, which we are in that, like, still the same predicament we were when we checked in. Gold Lead hasn't been able to sponge anymore. You are on your own. Congratulations. As we will, hey, I'm actually really scared of this Cassante, brother. It's 5-0-3. Cassante is actually really terrifying to me.
The highest farm in the game, just like bullying away 2.5 items, about to get Thornmails, like, bruh, or Bramble Vest, right? Like, this is why I'm saying Quick Slices is going to be a problem. And yes, you are going to have some HP shred. Thankfully on Kai, it doesn't matter. Kaido's not in a good spot. Yeah, the Bork, still not strong enough. So right now, Ohio Northern have to be very careful about where they pick. They can give away this dragon if they so wish because aggression is still pushing on the top side. But that's going to call a TV. Oh, you can actually do this. You have dragon. Oh, okay. They've moved away too far. That's a good call, actually. I was like so excited because Ohio Northern, if they were around, they could fight it. But there's not really TV. Oh, they're calling it, actually.
They're calling it. They want the fight afterwards. Aggression goes over, slams him up against the wall. Decisive moment as Mom gets called in, and that is Orion dropped. Ned stop, cross him off the list. Ohio Northern lose Dragon, but they gain a little bit more. As you can see, Aggression in this mini-Gnar form. They're going to keep going. Kaido beautifully engages. A solar flare blocks out the sun. Fat Cat has nowhere to run, but those shields are massive. Jesus. The trigger seed, baby. It will make sure that you are looking as healthy as can be.
Why is that a thing? I don't like that. Get that off my screen. All right, Kai and Quick Slice are now going to have a duel. Let's watch this.
Let's cut away from it.
We can't. We actually can't.
We do not support any kind of abuse that was about to happen there.
we don't condone animal abuse here.
All right, hold on. He's a dragon.
Oh, no, we do condone, right?
He's a dragon. He's a dragon.
Wait, hold on. English is not my forte right now. Is condone like criticize? Is that what it? What is it? English is hard, Travesty. English is hard.
I don't know what's going on with you, man. You're losing it, brother.
I am. I see a folder. It's fun, but it's like Quick Slices 5-0-3 and getting basically gets their pick of the litter. I'm just like I'm terrified right now. Oh my god. This is a good game though. I'm very much enjoying myself.
It's a very good game. It's not often that we get to have back-to-back games that I get to dub the word banger, but we have a banger night so far here. Ohio Northern already had their first series of the day. They're on their second. Drury looking to see if they could sour the mood for Ohio Northern, who are trying to ride high as Kaiser coming in from the jungle, looking for those possible pick moments. I like the gumption of what Ohio Northern's looking for. Gold Lead has gone up in their favor. It has ballooned in their favor since. And you got the kills in the right place. Kai is strong. Kaido is strong. Aggression is strong, right? And then you've got Julian and Tango, who are there to support. They are there to be the glue. We had an interview with Julian actually in previous weeks where we actually talked to him, and he said, when I was coming from another school, I had to be the carry. I was forced into being the carry, but here at Ohio Northern, I can play whatever role the team needs me. I'm not forced to be pigeonholed into being the carry. I'm not forced to play Kindred. I can play the Sejuani. I can play the Gragas. We're getting to see this here with some very admirable Sejuani play. As you can see, Kaido having to back away because Quick Slice is very scary.
And that's actually something that I want to talk about. We're talking about the strength of Ohio Northern right now in their composition. Drury have actually the best certain like Hui experience that you need. So a lot of people, when they talk about Hui as a
No
champion,
way.
feel strong in general. Yeah, why? But one of the things about it is for Hui to actually function, you need a really strong front line. You really need that kind of bulwark to stand in front so you can spell sling almost religiously. You have a 5-0-3 3-item Cassante. You are golden in this current situation.
Oh, hold on. We had an exchange of ultimates there. Solar Flare going in just to disengage, and now Mob on the retreat. As, you know, Smolder saying, hey, yo, I got a little bit of bullying happening. Kai was saying in that last interview, Mom's always watching, so this one hits a little home. Mob coming out of Twitch chat to make sure that Kai is staying safe on the Rift.
And I don't think it's bad, right? Dragon is up in a minute. Your ult should be up in that time. So the exchange of ults isn't the worst thing in the world. The fact that Ohio Northern do not feel confident in taking any of these fights does scare me, right? Because this upcoming Dragon would be sole point for the side of Drury if they are able to collect. And their aggressive kind of playing with fate or the gambling aspect of them is working well. It's just catching Yuno a little bit off guard. Yuno is still 0-4-2. This Zarya is not having the impact that we wish. So if Drury do decide to fight, it's really Orion and Quick Slice that need to have the major impact.
I know, trying to be forced into holding down this lane. He's sitting there like, yo, Aggression, you did this last game. Why am I having to do this? I don't want to deal with this guy. But it is the fate that you are dealt with. And now the fate that has been dealt with is Aggression is seeing their own demise. They're going to go down in a critical way. And with Meganar coming in, they're staying alive for a little bit longer, but their death is all but certain, as they are not going to be able to get the catch over inside of the mid lane that they would want. The rest of Drury is just too slippery.
It's sad that Fat Cat got that one. It's like, dang, maybe we could have given that over. But this should be the secure for Drury. They have all the members. They have control. I mean, maybe you could look at a Baron, but it's a slow-moving Baron at this time. I don't think you have the cut through yet. So you're really looking for Kaido to just have that impact. Are they actually going for it?
Oh, the trade for a trade. Okay, I see you. Quick Slice is going to notice. Walked over, stepped on over, lumbered on in. They're 5-0-3. Quick Slice likes those odds. This Baron is going, gone. And it is a secured Baron. But for ONU, they're kiting back the fight. Tango secured skill onto Kaiser. Yuno trying to find whatever scraps they can. Almost drops. Kaido goes in. Yuno flashing over the wall. Quick Slice is fully gone. And their HP is decimated. What just happened? Drury gets put 6 feet down.
Travis, see what happened, bro?
What happened? I don't know, man. The fight spread out in 5 different directions, and all of a sudden, Ohio Northern, did a fight even happen? They're all full HP.
I think the big thing is Drury, they thought they could funnel in, but the hold, huge props, by the way, to Julian, peeled off of that Baron, I think, to kind of help out. And I think it's the fact that Quick Slice went too far ahead, right? We're talking about the strength of Quick Slice and how much you can do. Quick Slice's strength is being able to sustain damage, right? You can stay in the front line and you let the team do most of the work, but Quick Slice went over the Baron wall and got stuck on their own where 3 people were able to fight. And at that time, Aggression was actually respawning and TP'd into the fight to follow up, I think, behind Tango, actually. And so Tango, in tandem with Aggression, was able to lay down the damage and hold long enough for Kaido to re-engage the fight. And at that point, again, Yuno is extremely weak right now, 1-5-2. Yes, Orion has some damage, but if you can stick to the way, it is not a problem. Ohio Northern find a stroke of genius, and all the time that they have fought, the Baron call was on point. I doubted it. I shouldn't have. And Drury pay a price that they were not expecting to see.
Not at all. This was a critical moment for them side of this team fight. And now Orion, caught out of position, has to blow their flash. Aggression was looking for a possible Gnar out moment. They will go midi, hook, line, and sinker, but Fat Cat doesn't have any tools to be able to follow up on what they fished up. Ohio Northern complete control over the map, and now there is a lone Cassante that is looking to deal with things. Reinforcements are en route. Quick Slice is a tanky tanky bulwark for the team as Mom gets called through, lays in the hurt. Redemption is there. They will sneeze. Here's the team fight. They all in onto Kai into the bat line as they do get the turret. That member is gone, and Kaido goes in deep. Aggression finding 2. Fat Cat off the map, and Orion, despite all your best wishes, Quick Slice besides all your best wishes, you're not going to be able to escape. Quick Slice is the only survivor. They'll get back to the base, but the base is about to be in shambles as it is a 1v5 defense that you have to try and ordain. Quick Slice tries to do their best. The fountain comes into play, gets a big hit onto Kaido. A Quick Slice regenning up. This Nexus is gone. Drury go down, and Ohio Northern stay on top.
I'm not gonna lie, Travis. See, I was a little bit scared. The early game had me a little bit worried. It wasn't the slow pace that I was expecting. It was a little bit spicier. Few more deaths in there than I really would have liked, especially in the top side. A huge part of why I wasn't worried in the previous game when aggression was starting to fall against the likes of Strict Proctor was it didn't feel like Strict Proctor had a lot of influence over the rest of the game after that, right? It was like, oh, you got the kills and you stayed. Quick Slice has a lot of influence, right? Rotating over to Krubs, rotating down for Dragon. It was looking scary. What really happened is they rallied back. Drury had, or not Drury, ONU had funneled enough gold into Kaido, into the likes of Kai, and they came back hard, hitting that third stage Q. You're looking at the Smolder with that 225 stack starting to shred, and then Kaido having a fall. Like, it worked out beautifully. Had me scared, but it worked out.
The Ohio Northern faithful were never scared. I feel like inside of that one.
True.
But I mean, it was definitely like you said, there was some moments, right? The Huey popping off. Quick Slice was 5-0 at one point in time. Things were looking like a disaster moment, but shout outs must go to Ohio Northern. They stayed cool and calm under pressure, and they made that Baron call, which was the turning point of the entire game for them, because it was after that it just felt like there was no hope that could be found. Not even a glimmer would shine through those clouds. It was very oppressive. Really good stuff from them.
And I expect to see more. Drury on their own front. Early game kind of worked out for them. I had a couple doubts about their composition. I wasn't sure exactly how quickly they'd pop off, and I think some of it was still warranted. Zeri didn't really pop off as much as we wanted, didn't have that entire power that we were hoping as a counter pick, to come out here. Mid lane Hui, though, really impressed me. Able to get some kills. Now you just got to find a way to activate the Hui in those team fights. Don't let him get caught. Maybe work if you have the Hui for a more front to back style instead of setting Quick Slice off on a kind of assassination duty there. But overall, Drury had the right idea, I think, in the early game, now to try and transfer that towards that mid to late.
Pretty good stuff. We love to see it. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and take ourselves a short break. Before we do, we want to go ahead and give a little shout out to the webcast that we got coming on up for you. So make sure you go ahead and check that out. It's basically a webinar that we are hosting here that is going to be able to give information on what it takes to be able to run an esports event. We'll be working together with Play Easy for this, and this informational webinar will tell you a lot of details on what Unified does and looks out to make sure that their events are able to run without a hitch. This is stuff that goes into the nitty-gritty, such as, the planning and what elements you need to look at to, what is the most important things, and how to make, well, the most important thing, of course, how to make the event as fun as possible for all those who attend. I highly recommend checking it out, even if you're just interested in esports. I know we have a bunch of parents that are inside of here. All the players always show love to their parents whenever they're in there. So if you're ever looking for more information as well and what goes into these events, it's a cool thing. Got the moment, they got the time, hit !webinar to be able to find out more information and be able to sign up for it, be able to listen in and kind of get an idea on how to run esports events. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and take a break. When we come back, we'll be going into game number 2 between Drury and Ohio Northern. Make sure you do not touch that browser as we will be right back.
Hi, everybody. Kendo Slice here at the MEC Fall Championship. We are live in Westville, Indiana, and I'm here with Miami University's Adumti. Good to see you, my friend.
Yep.
Want to start off with a question. What does esports mean to you?
Esports means a lot to me.
Yeah.
I mean, since I was like 12, I went to my first LAN, played competitively. I think esports has been around me pretty much my whole life. It's a part of my life for sure. In general, it just means a lot. Like, just the way it's impacted my life and the things I've done and the experiences I've gotten to have because of esports.
Nice. Something perhaps maybe you've learned over the last 3 months of league play.
I've learned that it's good to compromise. It's good to always be able to be that team player that's willing to do things for other people. And honestly, sometimes you don't want to do something, but you end up finding that it's actually an enjoyable experience. Like, going to this LAN, I wasn't personally, I had to put things aside to come to this LAN.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
and I'm
sacrifice.
very excited to be here. And I'm glad I came here and had this experience. So I've learned, like, it's good to have compromises.
Yeah, that is amazing. And then, of course, there's a little bit of team aspect that goes into that. You're constantly working, and that was what one of your teammates said.
Yeah.
Team building is such a huge part going in and out of league play, both in and out of the game and life. How does playing on a LAN feel a little bit different here? Of course, we have the environment, and you get to feel everything.
Yeah. It's great, honestly. I mean, since I was young, I've been playing in LANs, and I think that a LAN is always going to be different than playing at home or like a facility, like you said.
Yeah.
I just feel like playing at a LAN is so electric, energetic. Everything matters.
Yes.
Every round win, every small mistake, everything matters, right? And it like that feeling you get after winning just a round, a map, a series is nothing beats that. Even at like if you're at home, it's just casual, but when you're at a LAN, that feeling, that energy, is great.
On top of the occasional roar of the crowd, perhaps you have a favorite moment from this last semester, esports moment?
Semester, this was an at-home tournament. It's called Red Bull Campus Clutch.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm very familiar.
There was a weekend where we played for like 10 hours. It was a tournament. And it was just great vibes all around. We had so much fun. And I think that was one of our great memories, that like we just had so much fun in those 10 hours just playing.
I love that. Here we go. One last question. What are you looking forward to as far as the next 3 months go in esports?
I'm just looking forward to building experiences with my teammates, more connections. Having experiences like this is great, honestly, just for team building and having fun. And I just hope to continue to build these experiences in esports, which I'm extremely grateful for.
That is absolutely fantastic. Well, I want to thank you again, Doomty, everybody from Miami University.
Hello, everyone. Welcome on back to the MEC. Man, it's been a day, brother. Oh my goodness, it has been banger after banger after banger, and now Ohio Northern, they're looking to put another banger in the room here, put it in the record for themselves. Ohio Northern, they finished this game number 2 off. They're going to be themselves in a great position inside of the standings, while Drury looking to play spoiler to that, as they're not down and out just yet. They still have a way back into the series. As we can take a look at it, Orbital, hit me with it, because you and me talked after the game. Brother, what? That's all I got. It's just what?
Yeah, I mean, when Cassante is labeled Udyr, it's a whole crazy thing out there. But quite honestly, it's a little bit of a silly deal. The early game was something to be really commended by Drury. I think the idea behind it was strong. They were feeding kills into Orion. You were getting that play fed. It's just the mid game fell apart, and you and I talked about it, and I know that you wanted to pick that fight apart because it was one that we lost focus on. Because our information was split. From what we knew at the early game, we should have seen Drury take that fight. We were sitting there going, hey, Quick Slice should be in the front line, soloing out someone. The rest of the team should follow up. What we saw was a nasty, nasty split that gave time for Ohio Northern to actually have aggression TP back in and pull it through. And that's something that I think is really important. Even if Ohio Northern fall behind in the early game with the compositions that they built, it's never self-reliant on the early game being won. They can bring it back in that mid-game, it feels like, and it's never gone away for that fact. But Drury found a small point. You can get a little bit messy, you can put Ohio Northern into sticky situations, and you grab that early game advantage. How do you carry it on forward into the mid to late is my main concern.
Yeah, how do you close out? This is the most important thing. The game ain't over until the Nexus explodes. And Drury got a hard class lesson in such. But the gold lead was even, right? Like, we did see the one thing that's always good about Ohio Northern is they are very tenacious. They do not just let go because you're kicking their hands while they're trying to hold on to the edge. You're like, no, I won't let go. No, you're going to have to, no, I refuse. You have to actually take a shovel and actually dig up the earth that they're holding onto to make them let go of that cliffside. It's a very tenacious team, and Drury, this young team, has to find a way to be able to pass beyond that. And cool things that we got to see in that game. I love some of the stuff you pointed out. Fat Cat's engages were on point. We saw Quick Slice's laning yet again on point. Orion cleaning up every single fight. Orbital, would you like to say it this time?
Yeah, on point all the time.
Exactly. Every single time.
It was good. The only one that fell away was Yuno. And we have to point it out because the Zeri came in, and there are times where we as casters and analysts have to sit there and say there was something wrong. Do I think the Zeri pick fundamentally was bad? I'm not sure. I don't know the matchup that well. But it stands to reason that not really having an ADC be able to help out was a problem that we might need to see fixed for game 2.
Here we go. We're going into the draft. We're on the same sides. Ohio Northern said we want to stay on red side. Drury said, fine, bet. We'll stay on blue side. It's all good over here.
No. Get it right. Drury forced them on red side. That's what happened. They don't have a choice.
I think there's a friendly agreement. Why can't it be a friendly agreement? Why can't we all be friends here, okay, Orbital? Why do we have to be against each other? We're friendship, okay?
The power of friendship will prevail. Something like that. I don't know.
I've watched a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! In my day, okay, Orbital? I live and breathe the power of friendship, okay? Okay?
True. The absolute anger, by the way, that I felt whenever, the random card was drawn. I was just like, nah, that's absolute. Call that out. Call that deck out. We are now seeing the cards that are being denied right now. It is going to be that Varus and the Akali, same thing as before. Same with the Nocturne, same with the Bard. These are standard bans. I'm surprised by Drury's advances there, but I also understand it. Again, maybe you were testing something out for game number 1, game number 2, maybe just a different draft.
Could be a possibility, but also Drury, they go through, they look through the cards that they have in their hand, and they smile, they chuckle, and they say, our team composition has no weak cards, and they slam down something immediate that you're not expecting. I like the fact that they are going to possibly look for something to start things off a little bit more in their favor. If Hui doesn't get banned here, you actually probably still first pick it. You still run it. Orion's definitely very confident on that champion. And we did see Kaido possibly had a little bit of a skill lapse because it's not a matchup that you get to go into all the time. And they picked the Yone into it and didn't get to have like that showcasing moment. This would be spicy. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. It's not. It's a bait. It's a sick bait.
Come on.
It's not a bait.
It is. Yes, it is. This is okay. So I really like this. Drury have played so far a very macro-centric gameplay, right? Being able to rotate out. That's why the way actually works really well. You were able to influence from the mid lane. You even rotated late. By the way, that was the thing. Orion rotated late and was still able to influence the lane. So now you get to have that same influence with a TF, but a lot more agency behind it. This is also going to force Kai to most likely run cleanse. Last time you were able to get away with the flash ghost, you can't do that against a TF. A TF will literally sit on you. And one of the main things about Smolder, you're squishy and you're slightly immobile. Huge way to cut that down. You knew the Smolder was going to come out because it was left open. Great call down by Drury if they can execute properly on it.
Well, here is a different kind of call out. The Jarvan being the champion of choice inside this. Last time we saw Julian but Fat Cat's Mike got sent to the Shadow Realm. He saw a Thresh and he immediately was just like, pop off moment. All right, Orbital, you're excited. It's another Thresh game coming out. Tell me, why are you so excited?
Because I love when enemies of other players pick their champions. It is my favorite thing in the world. It is the most disrespectful. And like the thing is I would understand if it's like Emilio or something like that. Like I get that. It is a meta pick that you get all the time. The Thresh is not exactly a massive meta pick at the moment. It is not like all-encompassing S+ tier all the way with the rest of them. It especially with how Tail played it last time, it was a very like, this feels like a, we are taking it away from you. The Millia coming out will bottleneck with the Smolder. This is going to be a very nice poke aggression lane. Also denying that opportunity of the TF if level 6 hits, you're good. Still though, I like it. Mid lane now being fully banned away. I wasn't even talking about that. I was too excited about the other side. ADC's picked up. That is going to be a Twitch as well. Not still for aggression on the top side. I don't dislike it, but the Wukong, I'm wondering about this mix up here.
I'm sorry, something was hiding and it just popped out in front of me. There's a Twitch in our game. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I have thoughts.
Wow.
I have thoughts indeed. That's a Karma lock-in as well. So we have a Karma flex into this. Could actually, I think this might be mid lane. This is a mid lane Karma and a top lane TF.
Really?
Yes. Quick Slice does not play. I do not feel like Quick Slice would want to play Karma. And it makes more sense for Orion to play because Orion's really good at team fighting. But what a slam down actually from Kaido, actually taking the LeBlanc as a thing into it. Here it is.
Oh my god, you're right. Oh my god, I'm so mad about this right now.
Orbital, I'm always right. That's my secret.
I'm so mad that that was correct. You have no idea how mad I am that a TF top lane is coming out in this game, and yet I find it hilarious at the same time. Like, we're talking about, man, good flex picks. The Karma coming in here. It's really, really good flex right now, even though the damage is a little bit weaker. Nah. Send it mid lane. Have a lot of fun with it. TF top lane, probably AD. Screw it. Have a lot of blast. But that Twitch of the bot lane, you mentioned it, and we really do have to zone in on that. Again, outside the current meta, it is not considered S tier. It is nice at getting sneaky engages, getting in range of a Smolder without them hitting you, but I'm not sold on it, right? This is another one of those things that Drury is like, we're throwing, you know, noodles at the wall and seeing what sticks. It's a gamble. I like the gamble aspect. I'm just curious how it's gonna go.
Orbital, I like to gamble too. I played 4 games of Twitch in the past 24 hours. Do you want to ask me how they've gone?
I don't, because I don't want to hear about the sob stories. That's good or bad?
It's just really bad, dude. I'm talking, I barely got a C. I won 1 or 2 of them, but it was bad. Your laning phase sucks, brother. It is absolutely atrocious. The good news is you're into Smolder, right? So there's a little bit of copium you can like suck in. You know, you got the breathalyzer and you're like, Okay, I'm getting to another scaling matchup. Okay, this is gonna be fun. Okay, they're not playing an engaged support. Okay. Okay, Twitch is going to pop up inside this fight. I need more copium. I need more cope. I need more. But it is going to be a very big deciding matchup. We've seen do this before where they switch around to other champions and fumble around inside of the draft. But we have seen how that can possibly work for Drury as well inside these best ofs. Let's keep our eyes peeled onto it. Game number 2 going live here. The bets are in. At the current moment in time, it's 90% to Ohio to the 10% of Drury. Guys, I had to talk about this. You guys are really going to keep letting the Julian stands win?
Jesus, that is rough. I also am hearing massive clicks on someone's name. We can hear it right now. I'm like, this reminds me of old Timo when his laugh could be spammed.
Really, guys?
It's still going. Okay, so the best part is we hear a slow wait, right? Because they get locked out of how many times they can spam ping something. And then it allows them to do it again. So I like
what is wrong with you? Why are you doing this?
Because it's funny as heck. Kaido, by the way, is running LeBlanc, another champion that we have not seen too much. Well, I don't know here in the MEC, but we've seen it across the ways. And AD on hit LeBlanc has been making the rounds, which I don't think it's here because you're running Electrocute, but LeBlanc coming in here against the likes of a Karma, I'm not sure about. Karma is great at neutralizing damage, and against a LeBlanc who wants that early game power, I'm very curious how this is going to play out.
Especially since we've seen so much AD LeBlanc, especially through the preseason, I feel like my expectations have been kind of shaken a lot of the times. Like, I've seen so many of the what is it? The Static Shiv, Triforce, Voltaic, sword. Is that what it is? I can't remember the name of the item. You only build it on like 3 champions, but it was actually disgusting in the preseason.
The Cyclo Sword?
Yeah, thank you.
I think it's Cyclo Sword.
Yeah. The 5D sword. Yes.
The 5D. I like that name for it. It's pretty good.
Thank you. But I feel like this would be a great game to actually, slam down that AP, put in the hurt, and really let the pop people, because it is going to be an ADTF, since it is top lane, and you want to just burst down the squishy members of this composition anytime you find TF in the side lane.
I would agree with that one. It is an ADTF, by the way. Ghost teleport, just get around the lane. This is the other side of it, right? Like, you're gonna have to orb walk a lot, but aggression is more than willing to fight in. So I'm gonna be watching this, and both junglers as well doing a full clear is gonna be a big question on its own. Good hook to go in.
Yeah, that death sentence. Fat Cat, an expert of many different champions, but does take a decent chunk of damage as a result. Big weakness of Thresh is don't have any sustainability in your kit as a support, so keep an eye on that health bar as you continue to trade.
And Kai's more than willing. So, like, is trying to play up in a little bit of front. And, I mean, we talked about the scaling of Twitch. You want to get a little bit of an early lead. So, at the current moment, that's why Kaiser is currently wandering down at full clear. But it's going to be met by Julian. So, this could be a very dangerous first engage on either side.
This is Kaiser looking to possibly get ahead. Good gank assist actually come out anytime there is a Thresh inside of the game, right? But you can see here, nice trades coming in. It's a sick bait. I'd rate it 8 out of 8. You can see the damage coming on in, but Kaiser in the wings, they get sight of him. Will force Kaiser to go in, laying a chunk of damage onto Julian as well. But no trades to come about, no summoners blown. Pretty peaceful, all things considered.
I mean, I'd still give it over to the side of ONU. You take a look at the HP bars and the current health situation. They came out on top, right? And Fat Cat don't really have that advantage right now. And with Tango kind of going with those Qs in front, I think it's really good. Another side of it is Kai actually decided to go Flash Ghost still.
Oh,
so
no.
Has to run away.
One more boulder is all it takes. Apparently, Rock does beat Paper as Quick Slice gets dropped.
Oh, yeah. The paper's a little bit thin there. So, but well played. Aggression. Again, we're now seeing the reversal of game number 1, or series number 1, right? Aggression in game 1 of series 1 was able to win out 3-0, pretty simple. And then game 2 had a little bit of sticky situation. It's reversal this time. Aggression is going to have a very fun time in this top side. ADTF, I feel, only works if you are scaling up very quickly and you're getting like a free lane, right? That's not going to happen with aggression in lane right now.
No, not at all, man. It's...
Oh, they're doing it again.
Yeah,
oh,
they're going right back in. I mean, why not? He blew his thumbs. He teleported back in the lane. It's textbook. How do you want to punish your jungler? Well, here it is. Ohio Northern, they're already playing How to Train Your Dragon with Kai in the bot lane. Kaido gets a good chunk of Kaiser. The flag and drag comes in, and it bears doom for Kaiser. That flagpole is looking like a tombstone.
I mean, when you get slammed over the head with a tombstone, you're pretty much put 6 feet under, right? I think that's what you're going for. It's too real right now. And there's a reason that we sat here and kind of questioned Drury's composition. It was a gamble, right? But the cards were not really in your favor. You had maybe like a 2% pre-flop. It's not looking great. At the current moment, Drury, the windows of opportunity is actually faltering a bit, right? A big part of their composition was Kaiser being able to influence the lanes, probably get quick slice ahead, and unleash that ADTF around the map. And neutralizing Kaido in the mid was Orion's job. None of that is really going to function here, right? Ohio Northern have actually won most of those lane setups, and even this right here, right?
No.
Like quick slice right into aggressive
Quick slice said it's not your... You don't want this to be your destiny, brother. You're going down. Aggression picks up the solo kill. And Orion, you got to tether up, but you got chains getting stuck onto you. Kaido is loading out this lane. Ohio Northern are looking in full control of this early game. Already a 2K lead.
I respect the decision. I don't like the outcome right now. This is getting a bit painful to watch right now. Dragon is now currently being played in Julian. Even on top of a ward, I don't think there's even going to be a steal attempt here. However, there's going to be a fight on the bot side.
Yeah, good play back into the poison pit. It has stacked up beautifully, but that bonfire was good. It was enough for Kai to get a little bit of rest. He's still burning up. That poison still in the veins, and the dragon was slain by Yuno. And now it's forcing the retreat half from Ohio Northern. They're collapsing on all fronts. Fat Cat finds a nice death sentence, but they misses the flay afterwards. Julian will get away, but they will remember the pain he felt on this day.
Honestly, I think that was Ohio Northern getting a bit cheeky, right? They felt like Kai and Tango could fight 2v2, didn't realize the jungler was there, and Julian didn't even eke to try and help out, and it was just a little bit of overconfidence there, saying, hey, we can go ahead and take care of it. With that being done, Drury actually find a really nice entry point. Now that 1.5k lead that was there has now kind of shut down a little bit. It's a little bit closer to 1k here. Difference as well is you got a Cloud Dragon in your pocket. Next one up, I think, is either Chemtech or Hextech. Not the worst in the world either. So Drury finding very small pockets of opportunity. They just need about 15 of those as Reggie comes out to play on the top side. Blue card not going to help.
No, blue card is not the card that you wanted to draw from the heart of the cards. This is that lame moment when you were a kid playing the game and you drew a card thinking it was going to be Dirt Magician, but it turned out to be Baby Dragon.
Reggie would be so proud about that one. That would be golden. This will continue at this point. Watching Quick Slice fall there, we can assume, and I think rightly so, that every time Quick Slice is up there, every 2 ways you're either leaving the wave or you're dead. It's one or the other. As now bot side is now going to be fought again.
And the Cyclone.
Ooh, good sidestep.
Great sidestep as Mom is called into the field. Kai going in with their ultimate ability to dissuade the fight as they weave on out some hot fire. The death sentence is there. And will be an exclamation mark to that kill as they find another big pickup. And you know, their second kill of the game, and this is where things get terrifying. Twitch can absolutely run amok in this game.
It's been much needed, right? Mid lane is starting to run away a little bit. 20 CS lead, and yes, Kaido hasn't exactly roamed, but the LeBlanc is still going to be dangerous. And I mean, Orion isn't exactly going to scale well, right? As we said, it's more of a delayed tool. You really only have the Karma there just to delay the scaling. You're just trying to hold your opponent in place. right now Drury can only really play through the bottom lane. So appropriately allocating a massive amount of ganks and pressure towards that bot side, you are hoping Yuno comes out with a massive fortune at the end of this laning phase.
Right now, Grub's grabbed by Ohio Northern. That does cease a lot of what Kaiser did in the early parts as well. Remember, Kaiser got the first round at the Grubs up at the top side, so neutralized on Void Grubs for both sides. Death Sentence doesn't find the mark off the Het's Tech Flash. Not going to be able to find exactly the intended target. As you can see, members are just going to continue trading back and forth amongst themselves. Quick Slice being the one that is in the most danger at the current moment in time. Recognizing they are not able to step up any further.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have to like get fully out of control, I don't think, right? This composition that you have, oh god, okay.
Yeah.
That was an attempt. This is Quick Slice, like, you don't really have an out, bro.
Yeah, no, he got the red card, doesn't do anything. Yeah, it's just a hard matchup, right? Like, the ideal situation when you're playing ADTF is you gold card and you're able to get your empowered autos off very quickly. Usually when you get Kraken Slayer, you can get like 5 autos off in the time that they're stunned, but not able to do such. Orion now caught out of position, is underneath the tower. Tower is acting as that elder ally, and you cannot sleep on the empowered tether. Orion, good awareness to make sure they come out alive.
It's actually looking quite scary now. With that lane being won, of course it wasn't a mid kill. Orion still is gaining a little bit of power behind, going for that full AP build, having a bit more damage in the back pocket. I think Orion's actually going to be really happy about this one. Fat Cat sitting off on the wings, waiting to bring Wukong over for the fight, but the top side is again going to be Death City as Quick Slice finally gets a gold card off.
Yeah, gets a gold card off, sure, that's great. Quick Slice, you're zoned away from your wave. Like, this is a disaster territory. I've played a lot of the ADTF, and the one thing that I will say when it comes down to ADTF is when you're down behind like this, you just need to accept it. You can call your jungler up here. You actually have really good gank assist, but I actually think at this moment in time, the damage has been done, and aggression will actually 1v2 if that happens. They're probably sitting on a good amount of money right now. They could probably finish their Triforce at this current moment in time if they truly please, because they are sitting 4-0, sitting pretty, up over 100 CS. They are probably looking just fine as Kaido.
Yeah.
A-okay.
This is we don't even have to pan here, honestly. Like, we know what's going to happen. It's really about this upcoming dragon, right? This could be the big tipping point for Drury if they can get, a couple more kills, and if they can bottleneck a lot of Ohio Northern and continue to put Kai kind of into the ground here.
Smolder will scale up, though, is the inevitable thing. Got to remember that as Quick Slice heard from yesterday's interview. We were talking to Riversided, who it was their birthday, from Ottawa Braves yesterday. They said that playing ADTF makes you feel like you're Thanos. Maybe Quick Slice was hoping to feel a little bit of that. But unfortunately, aggression is the one snapping their fingers. Quick Slice needs to be precautious. Yet again, the flash and flag and drag and cataclysm is catastrophic. Orion goes down in the mid lane.
I love that. This time it's like, all right, second time we're not going to do it within an inch of the tower. We're actually going to do it in the right spot. I love that fact. You can see it, the immediate call of just the ult, like, ult here, ult here, ult here. Very appropriate.
Yeah. You learn from your mistakes. At least we hope you do, right?
Yeah. Hopefully you only make it once. And I think shutting it down and getting, again, another assist into Kaido and maybe a little bit more power behind Julian. Julian's going to be a monster to deal with. And as the plates do fall, it's a collective amount of gold that is ballooned out of control. Ohio Northern sitting at about 4K lead.
Aggression just got a complete tower before plates fell.
Yep,
that is how strong this Gnar is at this current moment in time. They have that Triforce. They have so much itemization that they're going to be able to play around with. The big moment, the big player I'm looking at inside this is going to be Yuno and Fat Cat. This bot lane is the big grace for Drury. These are the stars that are going to be able to kind of guide these players into a victory if they're going to be able to find it. And they got their work cut out for them. They got to navigate them through some treacherous territory that Ohio Northern has laid out.
Yeah, Ohio Northern literally have every access point to deal with a Twitch, Like, you have Flash Ghost, that ain't going to do anything, right? Let's be honest. It's going to be a problem. Kaido has ways to access it as well. This is your main point. Julian now getting ganked.
Yeah, it's funny to call it a gank because it's right inside that Rift Herald pit, and guess what? It's just a leash. A swift take for the Rift Herald. And Kaiser will say, you know what? Hey, thank you for that. That was really appreciated. Yuno coming in saying, uh-oh, I was hiding. As he goes in for the fight over into the bot lane, lays in a good amount of hurt, and Kai does not ever want to play hide and seek with Yuno ever again.
Nope, but Yuno's only delaying the inevitable.
Yep.
Right, you had Thresh rotate up, you're going to lose the tower. That's now 2 towers to 0 when the HP trade isn't that bad. Like, you're going to be okay with this. And so, Ohio Northern, like, what else can you really do? Your lanes are winning. Yes, it's not exceptionally winning. Like, bot side is not in your favor, but Kaido's doing fine. Is going to start blowing people up. Top side is fully in the know. Orion's now getting punched out another little chunk, and I mean, Drury are kind of letting things get out of control.
Okay.
Boy.
The jungler's right there, Aggression. You made him watch.
Yeah. That hurts. That hurts to watch.
This is just a great display. Good lantern coming in from Fat Cat as they make sure that this Twitch has a little net of safety. And at this point in time, right, Aggression is going to be able to get this top tower. This is 2 towers in the span of 2 minutes here. 16 minutes. Aggression has grabbed another tower. Orion, I don't know if you like these odds. Aggression is going to make him run away. Brother, that is that shot. When you get hit like that, dude, you are just like, what happened? What's going on?
I'm 100% spam pinging my top laner. Like, bro, what did I walk into? He 3-shot me with auto attacks. Get out of here, bro. Oh my god. Aggression's gonna dominate this game. I wouldn't even be surprised if you want to run a bit of silliness. And maybe you can go Hole Breaker, just like stay on the top side. It would go against the Gnar, but at this point, who can really contest you? Right? Like, who can actually deal with the Gnar?
I mean, that's what he has. He's got that Hole Breaker. He's just gonna be able to do it.
Did he actually? Yes, I called it right. Holy moly!
Yeah, he's got that Hole Breaker, and you know it's one of those items that did get its changes as well, so it's not as bad whenever you decide you want to group up with your allies as badly, but it is still like that big item that a lot of people look at where they're like, all right, I want to go into the lanes and I want to split, and you can see that gold differential. Look at it. Don't turn your head away, but check it out. Kaiser says it's time to look away from the scoreboard. It's time to look at me. I'm on full display. You got Quick Slice coming in over onto the side. Julian's left all alone, using the Cataclysm to try and keep this Twitch at bay. And Ohio Northern, they are the ones on the retreat. They're the ones that have to run back to the fountain. They're the ones basing.
Well, remember, where's a lot of their gold? Literally, their entire gold is currently situated on Aggression, and Aggression is building for the split push. So this is the other side of it, right? Drury University have identified that this is a PowerPoint that they can do. Now a fight possibly ensuing round number 2.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of members stacked up against this wall. Aggression might want to look to go for it. Here you go. Kaido goes over the wall as they lay in the hurt. Aggression being shredded, and this is the danger point. You got this Twitch free firing, and you got him spraying and praying and rat-a-tatting all your gold lead. All this is going over. Yuno pops off in the team fight.
I said it at the beginning of the series, right, Travisy? I said the way you're going to beat Ohio Northern, you get a little bit crazy, you get a little bit silly, you start making fights when there shouldn't be a fight. You start pulling Ohio Northern in different directions that they're not expecting, and it's working. Right, Ohio Northern baited in the second round with that very fed Gnar. You can't beat 5. You can beat 1 or 2, but you can't beat all 5 at the current moment. And Drury take advantage. Yes, they're still not in the lead of gold, but they have soul point, meaning now they can dictate where Ohio Northern are going to be in the next Dragon scenario. This is going to be a problem. Ohio Northern have to be aware of this, and Drury should be feeling really confident that their early game blunders here and there are being covered right now by the strength of this Twitch.
Does put a worry, because now both sides have been shown that you have one carry that is undeniable. You got a Gnar, you got a Twitch, And hey, what's up? When I was speaking about Twitch, did you think this was gonna happen? Tango, gather around the campfire. You better do something. It feels like you're in Blight Town. That poison tick really did its number. Aggression down here in the bot side, looking to try and split on up inside the map. Nice gold card coming in, and the tether to follow up. But Aggression is just gonna go ahead and say, "I'll consolidate my efforts." Quick Slice, hey, remember me? I bullied you all throughout the laning phase, and they're here to do it again.
What else did I say, right? I said Aggression can take maybe 1 or 2. Oh, gosh, I can't even talk. Oh,
the flay out, Julian. Where you gonna go? Where are you at? You're gonna find your throne in shambles.
No.
The Deaf Senate connecting again. Mom is called in, and Kai barely able to stay alive. Kaido comes around on the flank to help out his brother. And while this is all happening, it's madness on the rift. Aggression just continuing the split, unrelenting in this bot lane.
That is the game plan that Ohio Northern have opted into. As soon as you see a hole breaker, Drury can say, okay, only 4 members will ever see at a time, right? Ohio Northern are not going to want to run with the Gnar. That's actually a huge point of power that they were having before. So Drury have identified that. Ohio Northern on the other side are identifying, hey, they're sending 2 at me. Sometimes if we can keep track of where they are, we can try and get a 4v3. It's this push and pull factor that both teams are trying to figure out exactly where they stand. They're not sure. At the current moment, Drury should have an upper hand, but Ohio Northern, they can play the fight right. You can get Kai into those fights. You can get Kaido into those fights. And Julian is actually the main crutch right now. There are problems currently with Julian trying to run interference. This J4 is not exactly tanky like as in Zhao. You don't have that kind of bluster that you had previously. You're a little bit squishier. So for Ohio Northern, it's that call. You have to be a little bit more aware of what can come down.
My big thing is, where do you see them making a big play at, right? Like, both sides are looking for that definitive moment to break open the game. Drury have a win condition with Soul lined up at the current moment in time. Ohio Northern are in a situation where they are looking at a possible split push victory because nobody can really match them, and the LeBlanc now is getting to a point where they're going to be a threat inside of the side lanes. So what is the win condition, and how do you facilitate that for both sides?
For Drury, it's fight around these objectives. In about a minute and a half, you know that Ohio Northern are going to be around that dragon. You have 1 or 2 chances. The other side is find Julian multiple times. For Ohio Northern, play it slow, play it smart, wait for Kai to get strong, and that's what you did in game number 1. Let Aggression push. Let Aggression do their thing. They are your strong point, 205 CS, 6-1. Wait for them to push. Don't fight without. You are not strong yet. For Ohio Northern, scale up. For the side of Drury, push that tempo.
Hey. I like it. I like the cut of your jib. I like what you said there. Aggression doesn't. Wants to go ahead and start hitting him up. Says, you know what? Dragon spawns in under a minute. Guess what? I'm going to be right here waiting. They're going to go Mega. They'll have it again for the next fight because they'll be able to get it back up. But with them going Mega at this moment in time, it does mean that you need to build said raid. And here we go.
Oh my gosh.
2 people wasn't enough. How about 4? As they come on through, the cavalry arriving from Ohio Northern. The Cyclones enough to be able to disrupt things. Coming through as fast as they possibly can. Quick Size gets the kill on the Julian. The Gnar has been shut down. Dragon spawns in 20 seconds. Drury are in position to be able to take that dragon. So
you had to know that was happening. Drury have never collapsed in on a Fed member with only 1 or 2 players. They are always looking for that pick, and Ohio feels like they fell for it, right? They teleported in a few. They got Julian in the mix, and they lost out hard. Drury baiting it out. They knew that the dragon was going to be the main focus, and just like that, Drury has secured one of the best dragons they could possibly have against a Smolder, and always rejuvenating Ocean Soul.
Beautiful. Beautiful from Drury. And this is what we wanted to see, right? This is what you were coming in here wanting to see from Drury. Yes, the journey might not have been what you have wanted to see. You probably didn't want to see what happened over into the top side of the map. But everything else here has been beautiful. You called into question earlier, Orbital, the Zeri, how you wanted to see more from Yuno. is doing one hell of a performance here inside of game number 2.
Yuno's having a game, and really at this point, it is can you catch the rat? That's all it is. And Fat Cat has done their own. Take a look at that, 9.3K. Nowhere near the likes of aggression, but I do feel with the support on the back end, that 9.5 matters a lot more than 11.3 right now. It's just doing so much more work. You're having so much more value, and there's going to be an attempt at a catch good flash out by Orion, who, again, is just trying to play in front. That he's going to be a little banner in the back pocket along with the Malignants.
Yeah, they want to play up front, but check it out. 2 members just showed. Guess what you do when you're Drury? You go up to the top side of the map and you say, hey, yo, Baron, what's up? I'm going to go ahead and take that one on down. It's not going too terribly fast at the current moment in time. They're trying to burn it down. It's under half HP. The LeBlanc has came through and the TP is there. Aggression's going to be able to join the fray, but they do not have Mega at the current moment in time. Baron has reset. They have a different TP coming in. A nice death sentence. Mom gets called into the fray. The Cyclone is massive. Kaiser leading the way for the team to be able to get in there as they need. And they're going to go ahead and call into Destiny. Quick Slice looking to go ahead and finish off Kaido. That is one half of the Brothers of Destruction taken off, but Kai is breathing hot fire inside of this fight. Quick Slice is taking a heaping amount of damage and is still able to hit it. This dragon is hungry and it's feasting on Panther.
It might have not been the cash, but it was enough to catch the top in jungle. Now Julian has to get out here. If you want to stave off possible death behind, Fat Cat wants the hook. I think Julian's already out and safe.
Julian out, good to go. Gets back into their jungle, but Drury falling behind at that critical moment. The big hero inside that. I want to real quick bring it up because Kai was going to be the flashy member, right? All hell, Julian for the Cataclysm. That terrain being warped there cut off and Fat Cat from actually being able to move as they please inside that fight. That's one of the big things about Jarvan that you love to see, and one of the dismays that you have when you're playing Twitch. It doesn't have any kind of like dashes or any ways to be able to get over said terrain. Good stuff from the Prince inside the jungle.
Yeah, it feels good. And for Julian, it's gonna be a whole other question. Can you do it again? You're starting to stack up 2, 4, and 2 feels good. And Kai also hitting that breakpoint, right? We saw the executions come through. Kai's a scary, scary monster now. This Baron is a lot scarier now. Drury may be forcing this one a bit.
And could possibly be. Gnar is right above him. Does not have rage built up and nothing to build it upon. They're going to continue doing it. The TP is coming in from the top side of the map. They could possibly look for a clutch play. Kaiser goes in for the Cyclone. They realize they got the numbers advantage. And Julian, the first member gone. Kaido going in. Can't find the member. Aggression. You ain't going mega. You going to stay small as they are going to finish off the kill. Drury gets 2 in quick succession, and now the Baron threat is just that much more real. There is no mob. There is no cleanse to come out from Milio. There is only a LeBlanc trying to dash around, and they're just going to give it on up. They're going to go ahead and barrel down the mid lane. They know this Baron ain't theirs.
Nope, and the call was made. We saw the Gnar. No Mega Gnar. It just expired. We can fight this. The call was good. At the current moment, the gold might not be perfect, but it's way closer than it was. Remember, there was a 4K difference at one point. So Drury with that Baron have gotten so much more, but they have so much more than just gold in their pocket. They have Ocean Soul. They have everything they need to actually win this game. That's why these fights are having such a troubling time. And take a look down the itemization of Ohio Northern. Not a single person has picked up Grievous Wounds right now because they can't. They can't risk that itemization dip. They can't risk that 800 gold to pick up that Grievous. So, I mean, Drury pretty much have free time. As long as they're able to kite it away, they're going to be healthy by the end of the fight.
I mean, with the fact that they also have Kaiser pulling the trigger there, that was so smart. They recognized the TP that was coming in from top lane, and they said, we have a limited amount of time. Kaiser pulled the trigger. Fat Cat reeled them in, and that is hook, line, and sinker. Drury now in a commanding position inside this game. Baron has been secured. They have Soul. Elder Dragon spawns in under a minute. Ohio Northern finding themselves on the back foot. They have scaled up but is it enough? Aggression has Meganar, and they're coming around on the flank, but they're not there just yet. Quick Slice gets the kill onto Julian. Aggression coming around onto the flank. They have the information that Destiny was used. They know exactly where Aggression's coming from, but everything is in shambles. Everything is broken. Ohio Northern, what you got? All your gold is on Aggression, and they can't even get in the fight.
I'm wondering why they decided to force that fight. Aggression at TP, you could have tried to come in on the minions or something. But Julian thought that Kai had enough damage, and they did not at all. Good sustain from Drury. Ohio Northern are perfectly safe. Drury is perfectly safe, I'm so sorry. And Ohio Northern just have to watch as this Elder goes down. Drury are playing this game number 2 in style right now.
Game number 2. Game number 1 was a show. Game number 2, a back and forth, because you know what? It was all Ohio Northern until it got into the mid game, and all of a sudden, as they thought they were getting their hand raised, Drury stood up and said, I don't hear no bell. They are popping off inside these fights, laying in the groundwork for the team. Look at how everything is spilled out. Bro, you gotta give credit where it's due. Fat Cat. You have 16 kills for Drury. Guess how many kills that Fat Cat has participated in? 15 of them. It's been a deciding factor inside of this game over and over again, with the only other person to rival being Yuno in the bot lane with 14 kill participation to the name.
It just feels too good. In Drury right now, this feels like the last hoorah push. Ohio Northern had to find something to make it work. With Aggression here to help out, I mean, the Elder Dragon is going to do so much work. You get one shot, one opportunity. I mean, Eminem said it best. Maybe you can emulate it a bit further. Drury just waiting for those waves. They don't have to force anything. They don't even have to force a tower dive. If they so wish, they're watching Aggression like a hawk. If that Meganar comes up in time, could be big for at the moment, though. Sitting on about half.
They got one opportunity. They can't miss it, as they are going to have this siege coming about, and Aggression's the one hook. They're going to go mega. They built up the rage, but is it enough as Kaiser lets it rip on the rift? Kai gets the kill onto the Wukong as he gets a little overzealous, and that is inhibitor down, but at the cost of one Wukong.
Well, that was good. That was a really good stop. Ohio Northern, especially against Elder, that's one of the best things that can happen, right? Like, I expected a team wipe. I expected the game to be over there. You can disengage while taking out the Wukong. That's great for you. You stayed off one of the worst situations to have possible, and now you can kind of fire back. Kai is now getting a lot more items in the pocket. The Riftmaker is completed. Kaido, though, is in danger. This is going to be freestanding gold. That's all taken away. Meanwhile, TP on the bot side, Aggression is now going to try and push out and maybe get an inhibitor behind. Then keep chasing, that's something, but I don't think it's going to happen. So Drury, they'll lose the bot side tower, they got the inhibitor, and now they get to play for the upcoming injectors in about a minute and a half.
Exactly, the teleporter being gone there is actually such a big thing. Aggression is going to have to play around the team at this moment in time. Orion was there to make sure that no inhibitor was grabbed as a result of the split coming out from Aggression. Can't really match that just because of the fact that the Karma is just going to empower Monster Q and just lay out the hurt inside of that minion wave. So Aggression can't really push that out any further than what they would want. And with Baron spawning in under a minute, now you're like, all right, I can't split anymore. I can't do any of this anymore. I have to stay with the team because they've been mollywopping us every single time I've left.
And it sucks because you were so far ahead, right? You were beating this quick slice TF top, and the TF, after going 0-5 at one point, is now 6-7. Like, massive turnaround, right? Massive turnaround. It feels bad, but it's still possible. Ohio Northern are not out of the game yet. This Baron upcoming, if they can play around the Meganar, it could be a game changer. So let's see if they can do it. However, the split 3-1 is massive. 4-1, actually, as it's quick slice to hold off on the spot aside. Ohio Northern wondering exactly where we're going to lay down their final stand.
I don't know. I mean, it has felt like Drury has just been the one steering where Ohio Northern are going to. And I don't know how they pick a fight. How do they find a moment to get in. The Destiny was popped actually as they tried to collapse onto Aggression. They have forced them completely out of the fight. A 4v4 scenario with Twisted Fate joining in from behind. Here we go, the Cyclone to start things off, and it's big.
So
it's
good.
erupting in the fight. They're going to find 2 members so quickly. Aggression's Mega is gone. Go card, penalty, whatever you want to call it. Kick them to the curb. A triple kill for Yuno. You want to see more from Yuno? He'll be happy to show you. Drury University said they are not done. They are still hungry, and they're looking to feast more. We're going into a game number 3, baby.
What do you do against a team that is so rigid in their formation, so well trained? You throw them to the wolves. You go ahead and say, see if you can fight this level of chaos. And that's what it was. It did not exactly feel coordinated. At the end, it did. There was coordination in the chaos of what Drury were laying down, and that's the best way I can describe it. You pull apart this team of Ohio Northern that were hoping to get their scalers up, and yes, the top side worked out in their favor, but we talked about it, the pick potential, the ability to cover and consistently grab 1 or 2 members started to give way. That is the very definition of a snowball composition, right? Like, that was Drury just slowly snowballing, and before you knew it, Ohio Northern were in for a landslide. So well done from Drury.
I mean, I was talking about it before. I had my sob stories when I saw the Twitch, and fortunately for them, it wasn't me piloting it. It was in the expert hands of Yuno, who definitely would have gotten, if I had to grade them, I would give them an S on that. It was pretty good. An S plus. We'll give them that. It was an S plus kind of game. But Twitch inside of the game and Fat Cat, really and truly, they bet on their bot lane, the returning players coming in for Drury and whatnot, and said, you know what? We will guide our younger players to a victory here against Ohio Northern Orbital. You know what that means? It means it's time for game number 3, buddy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And that in the grand scope of things is just crazy to me, right? We literally just saw ONU rock GVU to their core, and now Drury, this 2-2 squad. No hate to the name, but the records speak for themselves. Drury pushing Ohio Northern to a game 3 is something crazy, and that is the most fun part about it, because just like this craziness, a lot going on in this series, there's a lot going on when it comes to running an esports event like MEC Clash or MEC Championship. One of the most important aspects is setting up the scope of the event itself, like setting your goals or conditions to win a series and balancing your profit with your expectations. If you want to learn more about the scope of an esports event, go ahead and type !top 5 in the chat and check out our article, What It Takes Top 5 Things to Go Ahead Empowering Esports Events. And of course, hopefully we can see the same coming out from Drury powering possibly a game 3 win.
I'm hoping for it, so do not touch that browser. We're going to be right back with game number 3 between Drury and Ohio Northern. Do not touch that browser.
We're here live at the MEC Fall Championship. Kendo Slice. I'm joined here by Hubert Wantong, who is the Director of Esports for Simpson College. And 1, thank you for bringing everybody out. But 2, the question of the day has been, what does esports mean to you?
It's everything from competition to the lessons you learn off the field.
Yeah.
and outside of the arena. So any of the esports ancillary activities that we can provide players and kind of the esports knowledge, I mean, you guys doing an amazing broadcast, to people TOing, to all those different sectors of esports, and giving those students opportunities to see that.
Yeah. Events like this are, of course, are really cool. We'll get into talking about LANs in a moment, but I have to ask, with the semester, this is kind of a culmination of the semester here at the end. Was there an interaction you had with one of your students that was really memorable?
So we have been very fortunate to have a lot of students engage with our program.
Yeah.
And so if you've been watching through the season, Anomaly and Bonsai previously were on our B team, and seeing the growth from them, stepping up massively throughout the semester, season, this LAN individually.
Yeah.
It's been really, really nice to see them grow and see how the change from B team to A team has really affected them and the way that they see the game. It's absolutely phenomenal.
I know as I was talking to everybody individually, there was quite a bit of that, and the team camaraderie for what you have going on the Valorant team is spectacular. LAN environment, of course, a little bit different. What does it mean to bring a team to a LAN like the one here?
It's terrific. I mean, so obviously, like, I'm sure there are plenty of talented directors, and being able to pick their brains, pick my brain, being able to work cooperatively with them, and actually put some faces to names, some faces to players, obviously, and having students be able to interact with those industry professionals and also build those bonds with other teams has been phenomenal. As I say, like, being able to we have good friends at Briarcliff, and being able to just, the players are always so excited. They're like, oh, I get to talk with Hariri or Kenichi. Like, I'm so excited. Like, Blight and Freight have a delightful rivalry, which I always think is hilarious, where they're like, I'm the better initiator, let me see, you know? So developing those relationships across teams has been phenomenal, and I love seeing players continue to build them across multiple teams.
Definitely a couple of characters.
Oh, yeah.
You compare Blight and Flurry Train. That's an amazing back and forth that those two have. Okay. We've seen so many different moments throughout. Was there a spot throughout this fall 23 semester where you're sitting there and the team wowed you? Like, what's that esports moment for fall 23?
It's arguably the least flashy. So our losers finals tonight, actually.
Yeah.
We busted out Sunset, which is not something that I think a lot of teams are playing. We sure aren't. And it's some of the best team play I've ever seen. Like, I know that we have a lot of standout players, Siders being one of them. And it was one of the biggest joys to see him not drop 30. And that's a weird statement, but, like, for his team to keep up and for them to really take a lot of load off of him, I think was a really special moment for us, for sure.
I love that answer. Seeing the team growth all together.
Exactly.
That's all encompassing.
Yes.
For you in this moment. Looking forward to the future. What is on the docket for Simpson College going into next semester? What's something that you're personally really looking forward to?
Something world domination.
Yeah, let's go.
We've got NACE playoffs coming up. Yep. So all of our teams are playoff bound. All 4 of them: Rocket League, AB, and Valorant AB. So Simpson College Esports is going to continue to go strong, and we're just prepping going into playoffs for next week.
Gonna have to watch that Rocket League team.
I'm just saying. I was gonna say it's a nice preview for MEC. Is all I'm saying. Hey!
That's what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
Well,
so.
I really appreciate the time.
Of course,
and I know
appreciate
we've been
your time.
waiting for y'all.
Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to the MEC. We're going into game number 3, and it's game number 5 for Ohio Northern Drury. What a comeback inside that game. The bot lane, the veterans from Drury coming up huge for them.
Yeah, and that was, I think, a testament to not only their strength, but the strength of the entire roster at that point. We take a look at Ohio Northern's composition, many different pieces that they wanted to work with, right? We were talking about the J4 in you and I discussing post-game. It was like the J4 was there, it kind of wanted to go in. At the same time, it didn't have the same impact that we wanted. The LeBlanc also didn't have that impact, but that was because the ability of Drury to shut it down. The Karma came out, kept Kaido in the mid lane, didn't let it roam out. The TF, by the way, outside of lane, not in lane. In lane was a little bit different story. Outside of lane did what we wanted, which was rotate, which was fall on top of the opponent, catch that smolder out. And that was the most important part. And then Fat Cat, right? We talked about Tango having an exceptional Thresh game. I would say that game 2 was on par with the Thresh game of game 2 as well. So there was a lot that went right for that game 2 for the side of Drury. I'm not sure if they were going to be allowed to have that style of game again. I'm very scared about that.
I mean, a lot of it is on the thanks to what Drury was able to do. I liked some of the ideas that I saw from Ohio Northern. I was scared from some of the ideas that I saw from Drury. But they really capitalized on it. And a lot of it was that support jungler kind of going in, starting up the fight, setting up the groundwork for the rest of the team. The Karma gave some nice support on this. And you kind of get a double marksman composition out of this too, where it's just really nice to be able to go in. There's no real like tank that you can worry about since Jarvan's building Bruiser and all this other stuff. It's really good. And hey, you know what, Orbital? And you know what, someone else that's very exciting here?
What's that?
Drury broke their curse inside this series.
Hey.
This has been a night where curses have been broken. Ohio Northern. So fun fact on the day, I brought this up. Ohio Northern has infamously bad first games in series. Their series and first games are bad. Just bad. You gotta pinch yourself. It's not gonna wake you up from the nightmare that game 1 can be for them most times. They have had great game 1s all night long. Drury has a different issue. Their game 1s are absolute bangers. They're great. They're phenomenal. They're 30 to 40 minutes long. There's Elder Dragons. There's 2 Barons. There's all sorts of back and forth action. Game 2, they have one of the shortest game 2s inside of the MEC, and it's not in their favor. Drury tends to fall apart inside of game 2. So the mental fortitude that we're actually seeing here from Drury and seeing that growth from them inside this series is something that has been a welcome change, especially because a lot of people have looked at Drury and been like, all right, is this the next team that's ready to come up? And you're going against a challenger in Ohio Northern, which if Drury wins this, Orbital, we have a very weird thing going on. I do not have a board behind me. So if Drury beats Ohio Northern and Ohio Northern beat GVU, but then GVU beat Drury, who's the better team?
Well, that's the fun part about League is when you get to a certain point, there are levels to each area. And granted, within this league, there are their own levels itself. But when it comes to stylization, I think ONU just had a little bit of a weird matchup with Drury there. Granted, this game 3 will give us a lot more insight, so I'll reserve my thoughts until we are done with this game and we see who the winner is.
5 games on the night. 5 games of red side for Ohio Northern today. They said this is where they feel most at home. I do appreciate that. And you know what? I wonder, right? We've seen the first picks be very interesting. Drury does not do the initial first picks. They do not take a power pick away in their first picks. What they usually take is they take something that they feel comfortable with no matter what as their first champion. So very excited actually to see what they decide is their priority. If they try to recapture that Firefly in the jar, you know, capture that magic yet again.
I think I think Drury are going to try their best to do so, but I don't think ONU are going to give it. Honestly, I attribute a lot of the faults to ONU not kind of stapling in a good mid to late transition. The Smolder is really good, right? Scaling up and everything, but the early game kind of lacks something, and I leave that to the LeBlanc. I don't think Kato's going to pull it out. I think it had its moments. I don't think it's what the team kind of needs right now. They need a little bit more strength from there. So that's why I think we're not seeing any of the band shift up. If it does, it might be the Wukong, just an annoyance, or the TF. You know, go ahead, throw some respect up there. but I don't think ONU really have to shake anything up. It's for Drury to kind of figure out. There are going to be changes in draft one way or another. Got to figure out how to deal with it.
Let's go ahead and see what this last ban is going to be. It drives me a little crazy. Okay, keep the Nocturne ban. Okay, Ohio Northern. They had to think about that one for a minute. They were like, is it a problem to get rid of certain else? I'm just saying, they could grab something like the Thresh again if they so want to, and it could be a Fat Cat looks clean on it.
I don't know if they want to. I think they want a little bit higher priority pick right now. The Thresh can probably fall down into like a B2, B3 to work with. Yeah.
Back to the TO.
Yeah, here's the thing. If ONU decide to put the Gnar up there for the 5th time, I'm guessing you're going to see a lot more emphasis on pinning that down, because that was a huge lane for them, right? The Azir now for Kaido, I really like this. You get to influence the team fights a little bit more. You have a little bit more power behind it in the mid to late. I really like this change up. If you want to go the J4 now for Julian, this would make sense, is what I'm going to say. Are they going to? I don't know if you want to show your hand just yet. No, it's the Xin Zhao, even better, right? We saw the Xin Zhao basically power through GVU earlier. ONU are like, yeah, the gauntlet's thrown down. We know what you're going to kind of put at us. Yeah, the Karma again, and now the Thresh Hover. We know what to expect.
Insta lock-ins on those, so they do still have some hover ability to go along with the Karma, right? And the TF, you can kind of alternate them around. The question does kind of come across like, where is it well practiced at? For me, I don't see it as a quick slice champion. I do see the TF still going up top. So I think you could grab yourself something. Orbital. We have Hook the Hook. It's time. It's time.
I just got like whiplash back to season 3 and 4. Like, oh my god.
I thought you were gonna just get pulled off screen like a blitzkrieg actually. Like you would just be sitting here and just like, ah!
Yep. I resisted, thankfully. I had a spell shield on right there because god, that was a little bit too much, but I mean, that shift of supports coming in and B and R3, that's crazy. And then, of course, the Gnar, like, this worked. We just need to see more emphasis towards the top side. Still, massive aggression towards that jungle side, the Viego, because the Wukong was banned away. Now you're just going long range. What is this composition? Is this actually locked in on the bot side for Yuno? I mean, I'm waiting. I don't want to say anything just yet because this is such an unorthodox composition. And I'm sitting there a little bit worried if you... Ash?
I'll take it.
Sure,
it's a very dangerous pick to pick here at this moment in time, too.
It's very confident, I think. I think it's a confidence pick. And now the Zaya to come out and safety. I like both these drafts. For as much as the Blitzcrank scared the crap out of me, I like both these drafts. Drury are still playing a game 2 composition. They still have a lot of the engage tools. They have a lot of the almost dissection tools that taking apart ONU. ONU's team fight looks way cleaner now. You take a look at the champions that they run in the mid game, they won't feel as powerless because Julian now has a Crescent Guard. The Crescent Guard was one of the big tools that ONU used to extend a team fight beyond reasonable length, right? Like we saw some of those fights just go down, you couldn't really kill. This is the appropriate response, I think. Still though, Drury, if you can pull them apart, it's a possibility. Viego gets rolling, you get all the safety, it could be massive.
There's a snowball effect to Drury's composition, right? Yet again, kind of like what we saw with the Twitch inside the previous game. This time though, it spreads across all the lanes a little bit more so, right? Instead of it being pocketed down there, you have this Kaisa you're looking to pop off on. You're looking to have that moment, to have that hero moment on Kaisa, right? You want to go in with that killer's instinct, pop off inside the team fight, lay in the groundwork for your team. You get to choose your shots. You get to call them to go in and make those plays happen. However, you get scooped up by the Emperor. You can find yourself thrown up against the wall. There is so many dangerous things that you have to wave around. The obstacles is here. The road is covered in thorns and you must step lightly.
And I am looking here and saying, I cannot with full confidence lay down who came out with a better draft. I think ONU did. It feels overall more compositionally sound, right? This is like a standard composition, albeit the Blitzcrank. but Drury have shown that they can tango with the best of them in scrappy situations, and this composition only exemplifies it. However, if they lose more than just one lane, if Quick Slice starts falling again, which they don't, now they run Flash Ghost, a little bit more safety, this could be a whole different game.
By the way, somebody who can predict the games is Twitch Chat, who is predicting at the current moment in time 76% to Ohio Northern's 24%. Drury is ahead, 17.6k to 5.6k currently in channel points between the two. I mean, I've been saying, yo, Drury, where you guys at? I see that all you do is win chance. But you know what? I guess Ohio Northern did lose a lot of points in the last game, and with every right, so the Drury's just like, hey, I got the house back. Let's go ahead and throw it on the line again. Let's run it back. So let's go ahead and see what exactly we have. Game number 3 here between Drury University and Ohio Northern. Huge implications on the match.
And I think right now, our eyes, or at least my eyes, are still on this bot lane, right? Very heavily. This is a bot lane that can go 3 or 4 different directions, or maybe just 1 or 2. It really depends on how aggressive Tango and Fat Cat want to get, right? I'm looking down here. Blitzcrank you pick for early aggression. Level 2 hits. You go ahead and try and get those flashes and everything. This is all in on that style in the mid lane. Orion, you want to try and keep Kaido kind of pushed back, but honestly, Kaido's going to be more than okay with that. This situation of the bot lane being one of the more explosive situations, I think is going to be that call down. I'm very interested to see how Kai and Yuno are able to farm up, be able to win out if they can, and if the junglers are going to try and do anything about it.
Good question to ask, and I'll be honest, don't have the answer for you, as right now Fat Cat going to go forward, get immediately hooked and chunked. Ignites traded, beautiful death sentence, but the feather pool was a dangerous territory that Fat Cat did not need to be rendered by. And the trade goes out slightly in favor of Ohio Northern.
I would actually say pretty heavily in favor. You take a look at the pot situation as well. Trying to heal up, but I would say Kai, even before level 3, right? Like, level 3 is where you get all the abilities. I feel like you have a lot more power behind it. I would say Ohio Northern is feeling a lot more comfortable. Yes, Tango doesn't have those major abilities, but Ignites are down, and you have Hextech Flash. It's not the worst thing in the world.
You're absolutely correct on that. Keep our eye onto it. Keep my eye on this top lane as well. Quick Slice has waded the waters of this matchup now. Let's see how they adapt to it. This is one of those young prospects inside the top lane that I've really enjoyed. I love to hype him up. But right now, we got to talk about a different prospect. Julian going into the jungle, gets into Kaiser's face. Kaiser trying to do what they can. A beautiful hook to be able to connect on the Fat Cat, forcing the flash out. Julian says first blood belongs to him, but a trade back. Yuno gets the kill, and buff transfer has been completed.
That I'm not sure how to feel about that one, but obviously I think Kai and Tango came out a little bit further ahead, right? You zone off a lot of the CS. Even though your jungler did die, you got first blood. The gold still leans in favor of Kai and Tango, and Yuno may have double buffs, but how often are you really going to be able to use it? About half the time that you have it for is going to be used just holding this bottom lane, right? So you're going to have to recall, try and go ahead and get a little bit more HP back. Well played. Julian getting in the face and annoying the enemy jungler, even though you're down a couple CS and a couple camps, not the worst thing in the world.
Nah, not the worst thing that you could possibly be at. We saw this earlier. Jin Zhao is one of those characters you can kind of just hyper gank around anyways, and you can kind of feast on other champions, and that will be great. Kaiser looking to try and feast onto aggression. Gold card is available for a quick slice. A good hop to jump away and forcing the flash, as aggression did not want their heart broken.
So this gank itself, I think, was a lot more important than we necessarily need. Quick Slice does not have TP this time around, so controlling the wave state is going to be highly present. You need to be able to press in, and if you don't recall on this wave, you're not going to have a major handle, right? It just won't feel as good. However, Kaiser now might be in trouble because of that. You don't have flash.
Yeah, and we've seen this time and time again. Jin Zhao will do as they want, and this is what Julian has came into this game. They've realized, hey, yo, I need to be the difference maker. I need to be the one calling the shots. Another beautiful gold card. Quick slice. Cleans things up. And now we go to the bot side. What just happened, Kai? Where'd your HP go? Tango, the sole survivor.
I think that was just a good hook. Fat Cat looks like they were able to land the hook. Even the cleanse couldn't do anything about it. Well-timed well play. Drury again scrapping in there, and especially in a big wave. Massive loss for Kai, and massive, I wouldn't say massive loss, but Ohio Northern losing a March on the top side as well.
Tango threatening Fat Cat a little bit, saying, how dare you play my main? How dare you in my face? I'll play the OG hook. Well, what you do about it, Fat Cat has to back up in recognition. But this does mean that Fat Cat won't be able to reset, because if he does reset, they'll have a desync in the bot lane, and that is nightmare fuel for bot laners.
They'll just hold. You're going to try and freeze the lane. And at least the grubs go the way of Ohio Northern. By the way, we really haven't seen Void Mites have a massive implication on the lane, so that's always kind of fun to think about, right? The number of times we've seen the grubs be taken, and they just, like, it doesn't really influence anything on the game. It's just like, oh, okay, it was just an objective that we went for.
That was dangerous, by the way, from Orion. He traded with Kaido. Kaido only needed to farm 2 hits there. Got 2 minions and was level 6. Could have easily shuffled him about, but Orion stayed fast in their pursuit. They clear out this vision. They're going to push over towards this dragon. No, they do not know. And now they do. They do know. As they recognize that the dragon is being taken. There is 4 members down here. They're just going to let it go to the wayside.
So you would say did know about that then, huh?
Did know. Yes, yeah, I would actually say that. Yes.
All right. Well, that's good. Either way, it's still a nice win for Ohio Northern. They have now successfully, in all the other games that has not been available, they have successfully gotten both early game global objectives without really losing anyone. Very big win for them. Because now, even with the gold even, they still feel a little bit in the lead. Remember last time, Drury got a healthy dragon advantage. They just feel out of sorts. So Ohio Northern last time, they, I believe, were able to gather 1 before. Let's see if they can gather another dragon and feel a lot better. Oh, that hook was so good.
Oh, and they stopped the Death Lantern too. They tried to get the lantern out to him, but it was just out of reach. Unfortunate, but really good timing and good chaining of the CCs. And this is the problem with Kaisa, right? Your range is limited. You're item dependent. You're needing those level up on your abilities until you start to feel like a champion, and it's just that easy to be able to jump on you and pick you apart.
Definitely feels like a champion that if you are not the one aggressing, you're going to lose. There is no safety factor behind it. Your safety actually relies in your support, which Thresh is great at. When you get hooked by Blitzcrank, it takes all that out the window, right? There is no ability to do so, and it feels great. Right, for Kai and Tango, you are feeling great, but for it feels like a painful moment. So really well done. You get pressure on the bot side. Those void extra damage bits feels great to also push in. And if Julian's able to get 5 at least, might be a massive boon. Ohio Northern could break through all of these towers very quickly.
Very swiftly, very easily. But going back down to the bot lane, they've been pretty even in their trades, as it seems, as they have both been trading back and forth, getting kills where they possibly can, as they have gone, pretty much the bot lane of Drury has only died 1 extra time, but they've been able to find Kai a time of their own as well. Tango, yet again, threatening with a hook, misses, but the threat of those hooks against a short-range AD carry like this Kaisa is all you need, and like I said, I feel like this mid-game is where I'm feeling that moment come in yet again, because we saw Drury in the last game. They played for this mid-game, had a phenomenal time inside the mid-game team fights. They just need to make sure that Ohio Northern doesn't run wild.
Well, I think that's a big difference, right? Like, Ohio Northern are going to run wild whether you like it or not. Because keep in mind what champions were available before. Drury had the Twitch, which sits in the back line. Is able to sit behind their tanks, behind all the aggression, and just pump out damage with the Runaan's Hurricane. Doesn't have that capability, right? You're not going to be able to sit behind. You literally have to get in the face of the opponents, and that's prime positioning for the likes of a Gnar, the prime positioning for the likes of a Xin Zhao, of a Blitzcrank, of a Azir. These are all champions that actually want you to come forward, and that's the dangerous part. So for Drury, your whole kind of game, I think, hinges on the fact of you need to gather up. Oh no.
Yeah, look at this with Destiny there. They have full information. They didn't bundle together. A little bit of disrespect. But the pull wraps around and grabs a hold of Fat Cat. Now Aggression, who's TP'd back into the matchup. They're almost mega. It's enough to stop it all. Ohio Northern turned their attentions back on over the grubs they came up for. The teleport coming into the mid lane from Orion. They want to stop it, but yet again, Tango, the god hand of Ohio Northern, finds another target, pulls it in. These grubs are just continuing to go down, and Ohio Northern, they're getting everything on the map for themselves.
Oh, that hurts. And I was just talking about the fact that, you know, the one way Drury can actually get some advantages is if they can pick someone off. And Kaido was like, yeah, I'll show you. I'll give you a prime example. Let's just walk into an enemy bush. It feels bad, but well fought back, right? Drury, they expended everything to get that kill, and they didn't get anything else. And then they tried to re-engage and got hooked. Ohio Northern are like, great, you played into our hand just like we kind of played into yours, but we earned way more, right? Now you have all 6 scrubs. You get to push any tower. Any tower that gives an extra little layer of pressure is gone. Ohio Northern are going to feel so good about this.
Ohio Northern in a great spot. Big part of their thing, why they feel so good, is definitely going to be this Julian on the Xin Zhao. They got that Titanic already going. You have Kai on the Zaya, who's already got their Kraken Slayer, right? You've got 2 major members who are sitting nice on their item spikes for themselves, and that is good to see. Some of that hasn't gone quite the same way. Quick Slice downloaded a patch in between games, and they're feeling all right now, as they have been doing just fine into Aggression, and this is kind of what you see from ADTF and why it's such a menace. You actually are able to just freely shove just like this. Another death sentence.
Good
Tango gets out. Good flash. Don't want to pull anybody any closer. Good wraparound. You can see Drury want this next dragon.
I mean, they want to stop the dragon stacking. It's also Hex Tech, so you know what's going to happen. But this collapse could be very dangerous. Look at the hook. Misses there. So now it's on Julian. Really, they're trying to bait it out. I like that call. You throw in the bush, maybe try and cheek out a little bit of a chance.
You're telling me that there is a chance. Well, let's see if there is. Smite comes out. It goes over to Julian. He goes in, throws in the ultimate. The Shurima shuffle. Kaiser gets thrown back in. Welcome to the bouncy castle. You're going to get pulled every other direction. There's no place you can call safe.
I would like to point out the team fight perfection that came down. The game plan is so simple. I know Kai was talking about the simplicity of GVU, but Ohio Northern's fight is so simplistic as well. Literally, this is it. Julian goes in, uses Crescent Guard. Tango grabs one person, we blow one person up, and we won the team fight, right? Like, that is their bread and butter right now. That is all they're going to do to win the team fights. And ONU are never going to stop repeating that. So Drury should understand how these fights are going to break down. You can't get hooked. I know it's difficult to say that, but you have to understand that at no point right now with this Xin Zhao, the Xin Zhao is going to deny everything in the team fight. Ohio Northern getting so much value.
It's just a Julian champion at this moment in time, right? We got to put respect onto it. I was thinking that it might be the J4, but after today's games, there's no doubt. The Xin Zhao is a threat. It has to be recognized. And now we have the grubs. You were talking about, you wanted to see them have a little bit of an effect. We're starting to see them pop up in some of these side lane tussles. Zier's getting the freely split push. Drury has to find a moment to get that dire hit, right? We've seen a couple moments of it where they've gotten Tango, right, in that mid-exchange, but they can't solidify the kill. And my question comes out, how do they do that? Because it's obvious that is something that they want to get, very much so.
I don't even think you can go for Julian. At this point, you need to try and throw Ohio Northern into a little bit of a weak spot, right? You need to start kind of getting in their minds, and one of those ways to do it is, I think, to just keep finding aggression, right? Aggression, even though they played fairly safe, you had great pick potential there, but now you can also go for Kai.
Oh, well, they go for Kai. They hit the death sentence on the Tango. Who's going to go ahead and lay in a good amount of damage. Kaiser gets hooked in, knocked up with the rocket punch. And yet again, another death sentence on the Julian, but they got so much HP to be able to work with. Kai's just free hitting inside the fight. And Ohio Northern is going to be able to pop off. Yeah, the TP's there. Kaido's looking for the shuffle around from the back corner. Look at him coming around onto the side. They drift in. A beautiful play to interrupt things. Buy a little bit more time for Yuno, but it's not going to buy any for Fat Cat. Quick slice, soloed out into the top lane. A disasterific moment for Drury as they saw a glimmer of hope.
Like I was saying, I don't know jumping one of the strongest members is your best choice and option, but they went for it anyway, and it backfired. Ohio Northern feel great. Drury falling to the wayside, and now we are seeing one of the largest gold leads we've seen thus far here in the last game or two. Looking at about a 6K lead prior to 20 minutes. Yes, this Herald should help out a little bit. You can go ahead and try and get a little bit of a rush off. But it's still like that's all you got, right? You spent so much time getting the Herald. Drury get what? 33% of that tower? Not even close to halfway.
They have good turret shred, right? They have the ability to shred these turrets once they get in there, but it's going to take a minute, right? You're going to have to take some time to find yourself in a position to get in there because Ohio Northern has every member feeling very, very strong. And right now, your key members right now, the Viego's not strong at the current moment in time. The Twisted Fate actually is doing pretty okay for themselves in this one. And then the Kai'Sa is behind in terms of the curve that they want to be at. They have the Eclipse, right? But they still need to get more for themselves. They want to get that themselves the Gnasher's Tooth next up. They want to get themselves cooking in terms of itemizations. That way they can start hitting their breakpoints. They want to hit that Q evolve. They want to hit that W evolve. They want to hit that E evolve. But it's not there just yet. And they need that moment now, not later.
Yep, they needed to explode as quickly as possible. And the next chance they're going to get is this dragon. Take a look. It is dark on every angle except a couple boards in the back end. Ohio Northern may or may not be in perfect position. Right, you go ahead and look for a hook.
Oh, the hook connects yet again. Tango coming in. They a substitute, but it doesn't stop them anyways. They came in here and they said, let me go ahead and hook who I gotta hook. I'll put them away for you. What a performance from Tango.
It's just never ending, right? And we got to talk to Kai earlier in this broadcast, and they said, yeah, I mean, Tango may be a sub tonight, but they're on our, what is it, B-side roster. This is not a player that is just fresh off the block. We practice with them. We know what's going on, and you can see it here. It's been expanding. 8 out of 12 kills so far. Participation really well done. Same, matching the likes of Kai, and you can see it reflected in the gold, right? It's getting worse and worse, and I don't think it's going to stop here.
Man, it's just so hard to be able to deal with. And check this out. Tango's trying well, not Tango, Aggression. Still got Tango on the mind. Aggression just soloing out. But yet again, another flash hook. What can you do about it? There's no way. It's just Tango is eclipsing any ray of hope you can possibly have. Where do you belong on the map? Inside the hands cradled by Tango, the support of Ohio Northern. They're calling in Destiny. Drury do not want to fall here inside of game number 3. The Emperor's Divide comes through and builds up a wall that they cannot trespass beyond. But with the Sun Disc falling down and Quick Slice finding Kaido in his sights, they find a vital member in the side lane.
But I mean, look at where the rest of the map is currently at, right? That's consolation money. You lost a lot of towers mid. You're losing the top side as well. It feels like you're just picking up scraps at this point, right? And how much did you expend? You burned that ghost. You burned enough to have to deal with it. And it's just, I know you needed some, but it was painful. The fact that Ohio Northern had gotten so much out of this. With Baron up in about 40 seconds, complete ward out. If we could toggle the vision, right, and just see Drury side of it, they know nothing of what's going down in this Baron pit. Like, there is absolutely nothing that will be for them. It is F1. Press F1. Press F1. There it is. You can see it. They're dark. Look at that. There is nothing for them to know. This Baron coming up, you're going to have to face check, and it's going to be painful. Let's go ahead and hit F3 now as we can see the rest of Ohio Northern. Yeah, look at that. They're setting up death brushes.
I don't think I've ever had a cast. I don't know if I've ever had a cast in which they turn around and the caster is yelling out the commands on what to toggle, what key do you press. It is absolute pandemonium inside of this game number 3, but points have been made here. As you can see, they're still laying in the ground. This Baron is just a death trap.
It is, and I respect Drury for even attempting this, right? Like, the amount of times Tango has gotten a hook is scary. I wouldn't walk into it, but you have to. Baron is going to be that linchpin, that finisher on the top of the map, and you have to do something about it. You don't, I don't know. You gotta try it. I mean, this is a danger!
No! You know, it's caught out of position, and look at that, the Flames. You did everything right to be able to push them away, but the damage is unrelenting. Ohio Northern are dominating this game number 3.
By the way, that was a fairly blind hook as well. That was Tango seeing a glimpse of, walking into the lane and said, nah, we going for this hook. So well done. Tango, honestly, yes, I understand that they're a sub. They are looking like a main roster player, having exceptional skills to come out here. And it's compounding really, really well with Julian and aggression, right? This ability to kind of flux in and out with these fights, and now playing an opposite from that, that thresh of, we're going to deny a few options. This is all out aggression, right? Like, Blitzcrank literally only has one role. It's to hook a champion, get the kill, and follow through. It's done so well, and we're seeing it now. This gold lead has gotten out of control. We're now sitting at about 9.5, and Tango is just sitting there being ridiculous. Right now, Orion looks more like a support than Tango.
You're even gold with a support at this current moment in time, and that is just Tango's oppressiveness being shown on the map, on the Blitzcrank inside this game. Julian now catching out a Kaiser. I don't think you want this fight, but you're going to find the smoke anyways. Having to force everyone across the Sun Disc set up to give them a perfect place to be able to hold up on the siege. On the side, aggression's just splitting as they please. And yet again, another hook. You don't need vision, you just need to follow the feeling. And Tango gets yet another kill for the team.
It feels so bad. As soon as you see that prep, we knew what was going to come down. With Orion down, that's so much of your pressure down. You have nothing else behind. You're going to lose this mid tower. You're probably going to lose the mid inhibitor.
Yeah, no, there's more than just the inhibitor at stake. We're 23 minutes in. This is a Baron-empowered wave. This could be possibly the last huzzah for Drury. Remember, when you play Blitzcrank, it only takes one to end a game, and they're looking for that one right now. Tango misses one hook, but they're going to go ahead and charge up for another play here. Aggression has gone mega. It could possibly look to go into them. Ohio Northern hesitating on the play. They got the catch onto one member. Guys are going to be able to become the best in how they can be. Another go-kart connecting onto aggression to go. Many. All 4 members are quickly running away. Another hook. Where your HP at? Just like that. You only need one. Ohio Northern, their substitute, has led the way for them inside of this game number 3. They're pushing in for the base. Look it up. Another one. Go ahead and throw them back. Kai finds himself dancing at the nets, is trying to lay in a little bit more damage to pad the KDA up a little bit more, and they do just that. A final hook to finish off the game. Goes down. Ohio Northern will rise on up 5-0 inside of the MEC.
Oh man, that was a treat. That was an exceptional treat to watch. Following behind, I have had the pleasure of being brought in for 2 weeks earlier. I was called in. I was like, "Yo, can someone fill in?" I was like, "Yeah, I'll fill in. I'll happily do it." Right?
Standard emergency caster thing.
Yeah. I had the same call from our producer, like, "Hey, can you hop in? It'll be some fun games." I was like, "Sure, I'm sure it'll be fun games." They weren't lying. They were not lying that these are going to be fun. I am wholly impressed at ONU, and not only that, Drury, right? the fact that ONU took GVU in the first series, I said it was going to be messy. I said this next series, you have to give respect to ONU. You have to pull them away from their usual side, and Drury did that. In game number 2, they sprinted at the guerrilla warfare tactics. It's just that ONU in game 3 battened down the hatches. They got back in rank and file, and they said, we know how to close this out. And that is the mark of a good team. That's the mark of great teams, honestly. When you see an opponent step above you, you do not falter. You step higher. You get better. And it's just that constant. We are one-upping you throughout the series. It was so much fun to watch.
It really felt like inside of this series in particular, it did feel like you were talking about, it didn't feel like it was bad blood. I mean, maybe Tango had some bad blood for Kaiser. I don't know, a little bit of that history there. But I will say it did feel like it was a game of raising the bar. What a good showing from Drury. They fall victim to Ohio Northern, and Ohio Northern, they get to make good on their promise. They said, we'll have an interview later to thank more people. Don't worry. We got our adoring public. They know they got to do it. So, Ohio Northern making good on the promise. 5-0 start. This is a team inside of the MEC last year was touted as this team that was they're possibly contesting for 4th place. Brother, they are 1st place in the standings now. That is something to be proud of. It's insane. We're going to get ready for an interview. Before we do that, I want to go ahead and real quick give a little bit of love to our lovely articles that Unified likes to read on out. They have them set up for anybody to be able to go in and check them on out. All you gotta do actually is use a little silly command inside of the chat. Did you know that? All you gotta do is do that. You do !top 5 and you can go ahead and get that article put into the chat for yourself. You can find out more stuff about what goes into running an esports event, and it could help you if you're looking to make it. If you're looking to understand, if you're looking to see what goes into making events like the MEC Clash or any LAN event, truly for that regard, because Unified has been out here doing it for a hot minute. So make sure you check that out, !top 5 in the chat. We're going to go ahead and get ourselves ready for a interview. Who do you think we got?
I want Tango.
Who do you
actually.
want? You want Tango?
I want Tango so bad. Like, I want to hear the thoughts from the sub. That would be so much fun.
What if I told you we got Tango inside?
No way. Yeah,
do we got Tango.
We got Tango. Yes.
We got Tango. So we're gonna go ahead and take that short break. We're gonna go talk with Tango, and we'll be right on back. Hello, everyone. Welcome on back to the MEC. We're here with the player of the hour. Well, I guess the player of the night, the hero that came in. There was a symbol up in the sky. Tango. Welcome. And
on the other person's screen.
Bro, what is it with you with hooks? Do you miss?
I mean, I've played a lot of Hook Champions a lot of times. They're kind of my comfort zone. I do miss, definitely. There are games where I just don't do anything, but today was a good day.
I mean, it was well played, right? And I gotta ask you, as someone that stepped up kind of last minute, it didn't seem like you had any trouble at all kind of fitting into this roster. I mean, how does it feel to play with the king himself? How does it feel to actually work wonders? And did you have any stutters, or were you more like, this is my comfort zone, this is still a squad that I know how to play with?
So I played with them on practice once this week, and that's kind of the first time I've played with these people for like the entire year. So I was pretty nervous coming in. But hey man, like I really feel like we have great communication on the squad. So even like being new, like I never was like, what's going on? Like everybody was able to talk me kind of through what we were doing. So that was super helpful.
I mean, that was awesome to see, and I mean, I think that filtered in because we saw a lot of respect thrown your way in that second series. There was one moment where I was like, I know some nasty words are being said, maybe, you know, the glove thrown down. What was it like watching that Thresh be picked up game 2 and did pretty well, by the way? Fat Cat, I think, piloted well. What was the thought of seeing it again and then going to Blitzcrank? Was there some, like, evil intentions, or what was that?
So, actually, game 2, I calmed. I wanted either the Melio or the Blitzcrank and kind of just, like, let everybody else decide. Just, like, I am happy to sit back and play support. I'm happy to, like, go hard. Just because Blitzcrank's a really good matchup into Thresh, and they gave me 5 targets that we can just one-shot if I hook them. And Blitzcrank, I think, is also my second most played all time. So it's just like super comfortable. It's like, okay, I can just kill you on repeat. Like, I'm happy with that.
Got you. I love it. I love it. I gotta ask real quick because I can't stop looking at it. Is that a Burger King crown on Julian's head?
That's King Julian, dude.
Did you guys like? All right, I gotta ask. Did y'all just like go to Burger King and just like keep going until you got the crown, or what?
No.
What?
Honestly, I have no idea how we got it. It's actually one of our communications professors brought it in like between our series. Yeah, I have no idea.
I love it.
I actually know. I asked the chat about it.
I love that so much. Thank you so much for sharing that with me.
Shout out to Dr. Shane Tilton. He was who brought it in.
Yes.
I gotta ask for you, Tango. Tell me a little bit. I don't get to talk to you too terribly often since you did come in as a substitute. This is my first time getting the pleasure of getting to speak with you. Tell me, what's things like for you inside the program? Is there anything that you're really excited for? Any goals, aspirations you got? Are you just trying to become the Nets Mad Life? Like, what's up for you?
So the program's great. It's a lot of fun. I play with the JV squad here, so I still regularly get time in the program and like playing games and stuff. And so honestly, for like goals, I don't really see myself going past college. I'm not good enough. But if we could just like win the season on JV, I'm be happy with that. Having a great time with those guys.
Hey, I love to hear that. Hey, I love to see more of Tango. The hooks have been insane. I've loved getting to talk with you. Is there anybody you would like to give a shout out? Because Ohio Northern, you guys have probably one of the biggest fan bases. Though they tend to go towards one particular individual behind you. How are you feeling? Is anybody you would like to shout out from Ohio Northern?
I want to shout out my fellow JV players that I normally play with all the time. So that's Reaper and Creature and Cherry and Wydrum.
I thought you were going to start rhyming with each
No.
You said Reaper and Creature. I was like, it sounds like you were about to hit a rhyme there, but
no.
Hey, appreciate it. Maybe I'll see more of them in the future as well.
Maybe they'll sub in.
We'll have to see. That being said, thank you so much, Tango. It's been a pleasure getting to speak with you. Congratulations on being a part of a historic night for Ohio Northern, being the first team to be first place other than Ottawa Braves or Grandview. You're a part of history now.
Woohoo!
Let's go. You take care. Have a good night. And hail to the king behind you as well.
All hail King Julian.
Man.
Ohio Northern, we got to have the double interview. I haven't actually had that happen inside the MEC, even though we've had situations where it could have transpired. It hasn't happened yet, so that was the first one as well, so that's another bit of history that we've gotten to see. But man, what a wild night. I am sweaty.
There were some moments that I'm watching like ONU. I'm just like I'm not sure how they're getting out of this, right? Like there are some moments where I'm just like they shouldn't come out of this proper. There were it's very entertaining, and as someone that has enjoyment for good team fights and mechanics and just raw talent, I have to give a shout out to every single player that played today. You know, GVU squad, ONU, as well as Drury. They gave me a taste of what we're probably going to see in the playoffs. as well, right? Like, these are squads. This is what makes the MEC so fun. It's just, there can be silliness, but it's good silliness. It's not like bad. Like, they played TF top AD. Like, you gotta give them credit there.
Yeah. I mean, you give a shout out to the players. Very fair. I'm also going to give a shout out to the players, the teachers, the professor who brings in the crown for King Julian mid-series. What a great display there. I love seeing the support. I know we had parents, we had teachers. I remember there was a moment in time where it was like, yo, Kaido and Kai was just like, yo, mom, dad, sister, girlfriend, all watching. Yo, y'all are undeniable reasons on why these players get to play the way they do. So hats off to you. I'm not even wearing a hat. I don't know why I said that, but you know what? Thank you all to everybody inside the chat, for the people who come in and talk about the Fat Cat supremacy, to talking about King Julian, to talking about what GVU is cooking. I appreciate all of you. You make sure you take care. Have a good night. We'll be back tomorrow with one more game to finish off our week of the MEC. So make sure you do not miss it. We'll see you there. Take care.